And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to welcome you here to TopstepTV for opening call. He's Barnum, and I'm Bailey. Congratulations, you're at the right place at the right time. And of course, we're going to have an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. And throughout this week, and what's left of it, will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, create your own opportunities. Success doesn't come and find you. You have to go out and get it. Write that one down. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market and trading know-how. Get your game plan ready. Hopefully it's ready. Checklist, you got that ready to go? All right. And I'd like to say good morning to that handsome fellow, Mr. P.T. Barnum. Good morning, P.T. Welcome to the circus.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, welcome to the opening call. Thursday, December 7th. As always, we're going to be focusing on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. I'm excited about today. A very special guest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We've been waiting for her for a bit, huh?
Yeah.
Cool. Well,
I'm working on my checklist right now, Eddie.
Okay, good. You're a good man. You're doing the right thing. Do the right thing, because that's the right thing. All right, well, let's get to news here. We got a big day ahead of us. Big. Dow futures earlier today were down 0.2%. We did see that change with jobless. NASDAQ earlier were up slightly, about 2.2%. Some of the main indices yesterday were red, with traders attempting to gauge the outlook for the Federal Reserve monetary policy. Now, the benchmark shed 0.4%, Dow down 0.2%, and the NASDAQ dropped 0.6%. GameStop is in the news, posted a third quarter revenue that missed expectations, sending shares lower in pre-market trading. The video game retailer was hit by consumer choosing to rein in expenditures during the time of the economic uncertainty. So those meme stocks in 2021 reported net sales of 1.08. It was a 3-month that ended in October, and it has decreased 9.1% during the period of last year. Chinese exports unexpectedly rose in November. Don't know why, but snapping a 6-month losing streak, although the drop in the month imports indicated continued weakness in local demand. And Johnny, what do you got today?
Well, as far as the economic numbers today, we're looking, digesting actually the jobless claims numbers this morning. The initial jobless claims was adjusted from last week to 219,000. They were looking for an additional 222,000 in initial jobless claims. It came out a little bit lower than that at 220,000. So right between last week and the expectation for this week. Continuing jobless claims, however, was considerably lower than expected. They were looking for 1,910,000. It came out 1,861,000. We're still waiting for the wholesale inventories number here today at 9 o'clock Central. And then, of course, on Thursday, 9:30, the EIA Petroleum Status Inventory report. VIX right now is up a little bit, 1310, dollar index down slightly at 103.76. And the yield on the 10-year, 4.15%, one hundredth of a percent higher than it was yesterday at this time.
My
so no
God, man.
as far as that's concerned.
Okay, well, we got crude. Let's talk about crude.
Yeah.
Crude futures traded 1.2% higher, around at $17.19 a barrel, and Brent climbed 1.3 to 75.28. Back over talking about China, the customs data showed that crude oil imports in November slipped by 9%. And this is a reading that exuberated fears over demand in the country and limited oil price gains. Johnny, Taco Bell. When's the last time you went to Taco Bell?
I've only eaten it once in my entire life.
Honest to God, really?
Honest to God, yes. My body's a temple, and I'm very careful what I put in it. No, I'm just kidding. No, I honestly have never. The only time I had Taco Bell was at is it was actually a late night at a Topstep Christmas party.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
I think I remember that. Yeah, somebody went out and got a bunch of Taco Bell.
Yeah.
That was at the, wasn't it the one that we were doing the roulette table?
Yes. It was
Yes.
the
Learning how to play
gambling
roulette.
tables out there, and it was fun.
That was a fun night. That was a real fun night. But anyway, Taco Bell fans, they're bringing back the double decker. No relation to Fred Decker, but the double decker is the hard shell and soft shell, all in one. Writer, producer, developer Norman Lear. This dude lived to be 101. God bless his soul.
Yeah, right. How about it?
He revolutionized American comedy with such shows that would not go over today, as in All in the Family and Sanford and Son. So he has passed. And today we pay our respects to those who lost their lives 82 years ago, a date that will live in infamy. So never forget that date. And of course, our Top Step tip of the day. Guys, what's our Top Step tip of the day?
You can't
there it is.
trade small. You can't
trade big. All right. Go for those base hits before you start swinging for the fence. Trust us, we've been swinging for the fence, and it's much better through experience to load the bases up before you start scoring runs.
Right. So, yeah, that's always, I'll take a grand slam over a home run anytime.
Yes, got to load the bases up for a grand slam, as Danny said. And I wonder how Danny's doing. But anyway, John, what do you got for our contestants here in our charts?
Well, let's take a look. So always starting with the daily. In the S&Ps, we've got lot of play so far this week with our weekly kickoff low. We traded down to it yesterday. If you were with us for the power hour, we had some play down there with that level. On the daily, we are, again, retesting, as we did the day before and the day before that, the low end of the area of balance that we've been in. It is rollover, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that, because that's probably going to affect price action to some degree here throughout the next week or so. So again, weekly kickoff was tested. It was in play overnight. It may now be out of play. We've got some pretty decent buyers coming in prior to the opening. We had negative delta that was congruent with direction yesterday, and an increase in open interest of 28,000. It seems to me that we've probably trapped some shorts down here near the low end of our balance, and those shorts are currently under duress. So we'll see how they treat the day today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So we had a normal variation day yesterday that ended up kind of neutral, which usually means the price is going to be seeking new levels to trade. However, we did have a late spike at the end of the day yesterday. Now I'm looking at the base of the late spike right up here, to be precise, 45.64 quarter. Now, what a late spike means is that price moved to a new level right before the market closed, and the market didn't get time during the regular trading hours to show either rejection or acceptance of this new price level. And so we kind of look at this as an important feature of the profile from yesterday. The rules are, if we open the next regular trading hour session below a late spike to the downside, that's acceptance of lower pricing. If we open in the base of the late spike, again, that would mean we would have to open below 45.64 quarter. That's a secondary indication of possible acceptance of lower pricing. Opening above a late spike to the downside, which is what appears we're doing right now, if we were to open, is rejection of lower pricing. Now, looking back, we were talking about this yesterday. Every time the market has come down to this level, we were kind of talking about between 45.55, the weekly kickoff low, and last week's low. Every time the markets come down there, it has been rejected. It has been met with buyers down there, and it looks like we've been met with buyers again. So we'll be careful looking for our opportunities today. We have overnight inventory that is really freshly, newly long overnight inventory, but we're opening it right. If we were to open now, we'd be opening at the point of control from yesterday. The point of control is the volume point of control is the price with the highest volume, the single price that has the highest volume of the session. It's considered the fairest price. So be cautious, be careful. We're opening in range and in value. That usually tells me that better trade locations are likely to come later on in the session, maybe not right off the open, but we'll see about taking that opening range trade when the time comes. So just kind of looking at this as rejection of lower pricing, finding support really at the weekly kickoff low and seeing the market reject that late spike has me thinking initially my primary hypothesis will be to look for opportunities to buy weakness if we get the chance in this market today. I'm wearing my rally sweater, so
It's been mentioned.
so we got that going for us as well. All right, take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ has really kind of centered price around the weekly kickoff low. NASDAQ has been kind of presenting as the weaker of these two markets. It is also in rollover, so keep that in mind. The market has a tendency to try and remain range bound. So we've got the, again, price kind of centering around that 15,872 weekly kickoff low. Again, volume and open interest was kind of inert, really, in the NASDAQ. We had a boost in open interest, probably to the short side in the S&Ps. We only added 500 in the NASDAQ yesterday, so kind of an inert number as far as open interest is concerned. Well, we had largely an inside day in the regular trading hour session, so kind of makes sense. There's been no major decision made around this weekly kickoff level in the NASDAQ at least, which makes sense because it's rollover, right? So volume was just okay. Nothing tremendous, pretty much even with the previous day. And with a small increase in open interest again, does anybody really care? Here's the 30. So again, yesterday, much like the S&Ps, the opening range was the high of the session. We had one time framing lower, and we did leave at the end of the day a late spike. So, and again, the same rules are going to apply. We're looking like we're going to open above the base of the late spike, which I'm putting here at 15,817 all the way down here, 817. It was kind of a two-stage late spike. We can also say that the late spike really kind of began at around 15,841, 75, 841, 842, whatever. But it really kind of moot now because it looks like we're rejecting that lower pricing. We're going to be opening above that base of that late spike and right again, back inside value, back inside the middle of the range from yesterday, back where the market did most of its business. So we're going to try and stay patient, and we'll again see how the things look as we get closer to the open. So, similar situations. This weekly kickoff level has been magnetic more than repulsive. So I'm really not going to be using that probably today too much in my thoughts and levels for today in the NASDAQ. That said, the market loves to make a liar out of me. It'll probably come into play at some point. Take a look at crude oil now. Daily chart. So yesterday, really the day before, when we closed below that weekly kickoff level, that opened up the opportunity for sellers to continue to push this market lower. I've been kind of eyeballing 67.20. There's this swing low here for a potential target for this move to the downside. We did lose $3 yesterday as far as price is concerned. We added 24,000 estimated in open interest on higher volume. So, the way this has been looking, the auction process to the downside, once we broke out of this bear flag, has really done pretty well. I would probably give it a B or a B plus. It's very difficult for me to give an auction an A because it just has to be perfect for that to happen, and I've yet to see really any perfect auction process. So volume higher, open interest higher, new short bets coming in, swing low target 67.30, 67.20. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So here was, the support that was the weekly kickoff low. We closed below it day before yesterday. We have continuation. We've left a gap here. There is the implication of weaker structure to the upside. That'll be important when it becomes important. Yesterday, we had the move to the downside, and we put in a double distribution trend day. There will be and has not been any kind of a gap here for the opening, and we're opening in an area of repair. What is an area of repair anyway, Eddie? An area of repair is when the market opens between the two distributions that created the double distribution trend day yesterday in crude oil. We had some time and volume accumulate here. That was swiftly rejected for lower pricing, and then we put in some time and some volume down here. So when we open between those, there is a tendency for the market to trade to an assumed point of control in the upper distribution of time and volume, and an assumed point of control, which we could use the real point of control from the profile from yesterday down here at 69.50. For our target to the downside. One or both of those levels, and we're going to just kind of loosely say 70.54 and 69.50 are going to be those points of control. One or both is likely to be revisited today as we spend time between these two levels, repairing, in essence, the profile from yesterday. We get a refill in, see if there's any business to do in this area before we can move on from that area. So again,
Johnny, you mentioned
yes, sir.
You mentioned double distribution. Real quick definition. What is that?
Yeah. So that is when the market opens, right? So the market opened, it broke, started moving lower, but it spent 2 hours in this area. So if you can see it, you can see that there's an accumulation of volume on the volume profile here.
Right.
See it? So then as the day kind of progresses, sellers took over and moved price quickly away from that area and then started to build volume and time at a lower area. So that gives us that double distribution. There's a distribution of time and volume here. Let's call it 70.40 to 70.90. And then price moved quickly away from that and then started to build an area of time and volume down in this area. Let's call
Once
it.
Again. Okay.
Yeah, 69.80 down to 69.28. So now with the market opening between those two high volume nodes, the tendency is for price to reach at least one, if not both, of those high volume nodes. So again, down here we're looking at 69.50 as the high volume node from this distribution, and then we're looking at, let's call it 70.72 as the high volume node from this distribution. So in the regular trading hours, I would be looking for the market to reach either one or both of those high volume nodes from yesterday. The market has opened in the area of rejection that created the double distribution. So now it's got to fill that in, see if there's any business left before it can move along. Make sense?
Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we got gold. Let's run over to gold.
Yes.
So gold.
Yesterday we were looking for kind of a hangover day. Our good friend Dan Hodgman likes to call those days, after a big move, maybe a little bit of a tendency for the market to just rest a little bit and digest the new price levels. Well, I think we got that yesterday. It was an inside day yesterday. So that kind of represents our area or our kind of hangover day, a little day of rest for gold because, well, it had a big move and it tried to continue that move the day before yesterday. And yesterday was the day that it just kind of chose to rest. And it shows in volume. Volume was pretty low. We did have an increase of only 1,000 in open interest. So nothing major really happening yesterday. And you can really see it on the 30-minute chart here. So, so look at the range from yesterday. Small range inside a extended trading hour range from the previous day. Bar coding. That's what my brother calls this, bar coding. You're down, up, down, up, down, up. No real movement, just a lot of chop. What does it mean for us today? Well, we've opened. We don't have a gap. Market is attempting to kind of stay in this area. I'm going to be really patient today in gold. If I were going to be trading it, I kind of feel like I'm not seeing any really good larger opportunities. It seems like it's still kind of in a hangover mode, if you will. As far as the profile, it's just a very normal variation day, neutral, which does tell me that the market is probably going to start to seek new levels to facilitate trade. That's the market's job, right? Is to facilitate trade. If it's used its ability to facilitate trade here, the price will go seeking new levels for trade facilitation. So we can just gotta be patient. The market opened. Taking a quick look here, the opening range is neither the high nor the low of the initial balance so far. We got a $10.50 range here. So be patient, especially with the price coming back into the range from yesterday. Look for short time frame levels with which to look for your opportunities is kind of what I would say here. But who knows what's going to happen. So take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Prayers and love to everybody. And don't forget, pray for peace. We need all the prayers we can get.
Yes, we need that. As we mentioned earlier, a little tease. Special guest today going to join us in Fast Market is Anne-Marie Band. Yes, you know her from the chat room. You know her from the being an author of the trading book, and you know her from the olden days of Squawk Radio.
Yeah, right.
She was a driving force. So we've got her back again by popular demand. And she's going to join us for Fast Market. Also, power players. We got Hoag, Andre, and Mike E. Group coaching with Hoag and Jay. Coach Jay is going to join Coach Hoag. And we've got Shannon with our top quiz today, Shannon and Jack. Back to futures, we got Dobie and Tyler. And myself and Power Hour, we will have Dobie, Hoag, Andre, and if you're all good little boys and girls, we might even see Michael Patak joining us for the Power Hour. So hang tight, and we're going to take a coffee break. We're going to come back with Fast Markets, so don't go away. Yes, it is time for Fast Markets as promised. And each and every day this week we will have it here. We've got Michael Patak with a new hat. What hat is that?
Let me see that hat.
I don't know. It's Aspen X. That's a new apparel line here.
Yeah.
You got that black ninja ski guy look going on.
Yeah, I know.
Looking good. Andre, welcome. I like the background.
Thank you.
And of course, we've got John Hoagland and myself. But we've got about a minute here, so let's get our ponies in the gates. All right. My pretty pony is going to win this race. And we're going to get ready. As we promised, Anne-Marie Van, she is on her way here.
Yep.
We'll be with us shortly.
Stuck in traffic, I think.
Someone said Andre moved to Deanna's house.
I was thinking that. I'm like, dude, it looks like your background. It's not the same shit. I'm like, oh, man. This is
Give that person
Deanna,
a
hope
funny
you had a good birthday.
Yeah, you can get a funny cookie there.
Just like that. Michael, how's it going? Eddie.
Okay, let's get in here. Hoag, can you give me a couple of your important areas, levels with your weekly kickoffs and all that kind of good stuff? Because I find them very valuable. Myself.
And we're off.
At the opening range here. Give me 1 minute and we'll get into that.
Yep, totally.
Just heads up, we got half past. We will be having wholesale inventories and an hour natural gas storage. Don't forget, we got some bill auctions at 10:30 Central. And it might be it. Consumer credit and Fed balance later on today.
Okay, 19.9, 15.9. Man.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have Anne-Marie ready to join in the
All
lead.
right.
Welcome, Anne-Marie, and I will give up my seat for the wonderful and talented Anne-Marie Band. Good morning, Anne-Marie. How are you?
Hi there. How are you?
Hi, Ann. How are we? Are we ready to get into it today?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm glad to have you on. I've never done this with you. This is exciting. So we're going to talk shop. Maybe we trade. Maybe we don't.
All right. I missed the opening range breakout, but I'm long right now at 45.78. We'll see if this opening range plays out. I'm going to put my stop down here at 72.
I got nothing on the tilt showing. And then I'm just kind of getting my level situated. So I'm going to take a little bit of a slowness unless we show a big tilt. Or
I'm just taking the opening range trade because I said I was going to take it every day. I don't like it because we're right in the middle of range, right in the middle of value from yesterday. I may not take the whole stop out on it if it does go.
sounds like light and tight, John.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what the people tune in for, too, John. Watch you do an opening range trade.
Yeah, opening range trade.
Opening range Johnny.
Opening range Johnny.
Good morning, Michael.
Are you long morning? Are you long right now, John?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Andre, what are you looking at?
Nothing right now. Going to do the trades by Matt technique right now. Wait for the first 15.
There you
What are you
go.
looking at besides a bunch of accent lights?
Man, I'm gonna get it all day today, aren't I?
I love the
We'll do a poll. Should Andre?
Come on, man.
He has a green screen. Should he go green screen or woozy woo fluffy lights?
Whatever they tell me to do, I'll do.
all right. So
you guys have
NASDAQ,
positions on. Please let us know where your position is so we can put it up top. And right now we've got Anne-Marie, no position. Andre, no position. Michael, no position. And Hoag is long at 45.78.
right. So NASDAQ.
Confirm
right?
it was the break of that 30-second, 1 minute?
Yes. 1 minute.
Yes. 1 minute. Okay.
1 minute opening range. There's I know people that look at 30 seconds. I know people that look at 1 minute, 5 minute, even the first hour. Some people will in the initial balance, people will wait for. So,
Ian, what do you
I don't
got?
like it, but I think it's just because.
Ian, what happened to Ann? She vanished. She gave up on us.
There she is.
There she is. And do you have anything in the NASDAQ? What do you let everybody know what you trade in quick Twitter post on your backgrounds, so then we get it. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hold on, Ann. Hold on, Ann. Nobody can hear you, guys. Are we okay on the production end?
Let's
I
check.
can hear you. I can hear you, Ann.
Yeah, we can hear you. They can't hear you. So
All right, until we get that going, and guys, when she comes through, then we'll jump back. We're on our highs. Hoag's still long from 78. Hold on. 45.
not yet.
What do you? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. On our highs.
We're working on getting Anne Marie's audio going here.
Yeah, and then Dante, thanks for sharing your levels. You put them all in there. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I wrote down the 53s. I think that's really cool that we share that kind of information. Whether you like it or not, it's always good to kind of get a feel for what people are doing, looking at.
Good old Dante, OG from the old Squawk Radio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I met Dante in person many of times. Good man.
He's a good guy, yeah.
Okay, so we're on our highs. Got I think everybody here has a positive week going, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So Thursday for everybody in the chat.
Green screen, woozy woo, fluffy lights.
Yeah, Woozy will won, right?
So far, fluffy lights is up. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck
Fluffy
you.
lights.
What a question. What a,
Care Bear. Should have called it Care Bear. No positive week for me. Ben, don't worry about it. High probability trades today. If you don't have a positive week going, high probability trades, there's no reason to fight to get all the way back unless it's, shoot for scratch for the week, unless it's really, really deep, and then just manage it, wait for high probability trades. You always got next week, guys. And then you got the week after. There's an opportunity making machine, these markets are. So you just got to be there.
all right. How are we looking?
Are we good on Anne Marie's volume? I'll let you guys tell me.
We'll find out. This is a new one because volume's showing up on our end, so we'll see. Hey, Anne Marie, you want to try talking real quick?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Mike,
Right.
Loud and clear.
Did we hear her?
Well, the
I
question
hear
is
her.
if they hear out there.
Gotcha.
So,
are they
YouTube
here?
chat, did you hear Anne Marie?
Okay,
Yes. Okay, we're good.
Awesome.
All right, great.
All right, jump into it, Ann. Let us kind of give us a little background. You're trading with the entire Topstep community today. They're pretty cool cats.
Yes, they are.
Very cool
And
cats.
kittens.
And kittens.
Eddie, good to have you back.
I love being actually part of it. I'm very often in the channel chiming in and listening to everyone. So I do love it. I think it's a game changer for the futures community. Totally, absolutely, 100%. And the fact that all of the knowledge sits together and just goes back and forth during the course of the day, there's really nothing like it. And so I'm excited to be here. I've been trading for a couple of decades and have settled on the futures and futures options. I like trading those a lot too, but that's another story. I love the NQ for its speed on the days where I feel like I'm sharp. On the days where I feel like I'm a container of cottage cheese, I'll go to the ES or something else that keeps me a little more stable. Depends a lot on the sleep that I got the night before.
Yep.
But I do love it. So because the NQs move so quickly, I like to go to the daily charts.
Oh, she was on a heater.
And
Where we are.
There she is.
What numbers do we have up here really quickly? We got 82% in the tilt.
All right, Michael. I was kind of looking at value high from yesterday in the NASDAQ. To be precise for you, volume value high is 971. TPO value high is 947. So what we're doing now is we're attempting to reject the value from yesterday. We do have the opening range at the low of the day in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. So kind of looking for possible longs here. I know that the tilt is very long. I'm not the only one looking for it, and I'm really kind of not that pleased with this trade in the S&Ps. It's not really going anywhere, and we're piling on a whole bunch of positive delta, and the market's not really moving that far. So I'm right on the cusp of just taking this trade off because I don't like it.
Okay, I got short up there before you, right when you started talking, because it was so heavy long. It had just ripped higher. It was a rip to the upside. Guys that don't know, that's when it just really
It's a very technical term.
very technical.
S&Ps aren't that long, are they?
No, they weren't that long. So that's why I do see it.
Flat.
I see a continuation when this happens, but it was 80%. I took it. I sold 80s and 77s. The high was 82, covered 63s right around here. So I'm up right now thus far. John, yeah.
I'd like to say good morning to ICT. Good morning, ICT.
Welcome.
Up, ICT. Yeah, so John, you're right. When one of them gets really long and the other one doesn't, I do see continuation. And this is on the tilt, guys. It scrolls on the top of your screen. And if you're in Topstep X, you get this right there in real time, right in front of your face. Morning, folks. ICT, morning. Okay.
All right, I'm fucking dialed in.
Can you guys hear me at all?
I can hear you.
Okay, so when the tilt comes up, the first thing I look for is, am I breaching any prior day's highs, prior day's closes? And we had one right there at 15,974. And when the tilt comes and we get that high, I think that's a great place for the short. I've been trying to learn how to use the tilt. And that I found to be really reliable. So the first target it ought to come into is somewhere around 15,940, which we know from earlier in the week, Matt was looking at that number a wee bit. But the prior high from, I think, 2 days ago is 15,961. So it's a nice stair step that we can walk into that space. But that is a really key thing that I'll look at. When the tilt starts showing up to those really big numbers, I always have the daily closes high and low posted on my chart. And if the high is coming into the same place as the tilt, it automatically triggers that short for me.
Ian, I'm so excited. Like that's kind of how I look at it. And guys, you don't have to use it or do or listen or don't. But the tilt is just and have you ever seen this data? It's a data set that's from everybody that's motivated to be correct here at Topstep, which is thousands of traders trading right now with open positions. And it just lets you know what's their bias in real time. And when the bias gets really long or really short, like 85% of people that all, like 1,000 people have an open position. It's more than that, but like 850 of them are all leaning one way. Well, that's interesting. What does the market do with that? Get familiar with it. And then where are we then in the markets is what Ann just said on certain levels. So Ann, I'm jazzed that you use it that way. It's kind of how I use it as well.
It's maybe better than we do.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Miguel is asking, what is this thing you call tilt?
It's on the top of your screen. And then we can bring in a slide that gives a definition. And then you guys can see that. But it's, again, it's just a bias. It's the bias of
There's the target at 42.
Okay. And we have a 70% short bias, 70%. So I'm going to get long one. So you like the 42s, and it's a 70% bias. So this is just something that, and again, nothing is ever correct, but it's just really interesting to play levels when a bias, if the bias is strong a certain way. So, Ian, when you say 42, why the 42 again? 942?
Well, the 42 was the prior. Let me go to my daily. Hang on 2 secs. I mark everything up on the big time frames,
Yeah.
and then I go to the 4 hour to manage the entry of my positions. And so there are a lot of wicks that are sitting at 15,942 over the several days. And so I'll pick those wicks if they represent both resistance and support.
Well,
And that's why the short closes at the 42 level. It starts at 74, closes at 42, and then I watch for the traders to try and lift off the level again, or potentially to fail the level. I don't know what they're going to do just yet.
Got it. Okay, cool.
Hey, Michael, Inner Circle's asking, Michael, you ever leave a runner?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier in the week, and runners are awesome if you can catch them, and really, really awesome if you can catch them. They just feel like they're like these, rare, Black Panther in the jungle type of sightings that you're going to get. That I would love to. Is my point. So if I put on like a 2 lot, 4 lot, 3, whatever it is, and I'll peel them off like 10 handles, 15 handles, 20 handles, and then I'll say I'm going to keep a 1 on. If I really pegged it and got a great entry on all of it on those, I'll keep 1 on and put it for a break even. This whole week and last week, it has come back and hit my break even. And then what are we looking for on our runners? Is it like a 50 handle move because we're always looking for 20s? I haven't really got around on getting those down and knowing where my out is as well. So I'm sticking the 20 and 30 handle runners, so to speak. And handles, guys, are points in the NASDAQ.
Michael, why don't you set a
here.
rule for when you're going to try and leave a runner on?
Yeah, I'll need your help. Yeah.
Yesterday, the opening range was the dead high of the session, both in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. On a day like that, there's reason to think that maybe it's going to trend that way all day, which it did. And if you leave that runner on off that opening range, then you're going to be, as my dad used to say, well, I don't want to say that, but you'll be sitting pretty, you'll be looking good at the end of the day.
Don't know what that. I have no clue what he said, but I think I've heard it from you before. But yeah, I'm gonna need your help at times on that one, and I think we can talk to each other. But yeah, trading around your position, or letting your great end. And I think, John, for me, it'd only be like I'm really confident in that great entry. But we got a pretty good pullback right now, and then it's off the 42s. Or sorry, it's right at the 42.
I mean, we've been looking at these prices in the S&Ps all week.
Mm-hmm.
You got a low volume node down here at 36 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
What's happening with the tilt right now?
It's getting shorter.
It's getting shorter. Yes.
72% short in NASDAQ, 66% short in the ES, and we're breaking.
So we just got the low of the opening range in the S&P is not yet so in the NASDAQ. So my feeling like I should probably just get out of this trade was probably right. I'm still in it right now.
I got caught in that flush. I bought 38s and then I bought 29. So average price at 34, and then I got out of the 1 lot. But yeah, it's getting really heavy short. But it is pulling back fairly hard. But we've been rallying all morning.
Out of that trade now. I hit my stop. Down 300.
Yeah, I'm not liking this right now.
Are you long?
It's 80%. This is a huge
I'm
short,
long from 72.
huge short position.
ICT says he can hang out here after the holidays if he wants. If he wants us to hang out with him for a session.
Right. I was asking him when can he join us. So there we go. We'd love to
So
have
this
you.
number at
ICT.
That would be great.
15,920, great number right there. So I like that area to stabilize. Optimally, I think the long at 15,910 might give me better risk. but that's what I'm going to go for. I'm going to see if I can get that 15,910 to see if I can go long there with my stop at 15,890.
Okay, 15.
20 points risk.
I am taking heat right now. 75% short.
I'm long for 72, guys.
All right, I'm long from 15,910.
15,910.
Andre picked up my stop.
Is that what you were?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, it started getting super tilty on the shorts. We'll pull back here. We'll see if we can move to the upside.
I got an 09 with you, Ann, but I was long from also 19. So this little range right here, if this doesn't hold, I'm in a little bit of trouble.
You're in a pickle.
I'm in a pickle. Don't want to be in a pickle. But I'm literally, this is the part of Ann where if it doesn't react to too much, it feels like it grows legs. And I don't know if I'm correct or not, but it does feel like, there's a lot of shorts in here. So I'm going to take
Low
one.
the opening range in the NASDAQ is
We've got to get up over 20 in a hurry.
Yep, in a hurry. So I took one
below the opening range.
Yeah. So there's your interesting play right there. Oh, I'm in trouble now. Okay, not bad. Down 160 after all that noise.
So we've also got.
What levels do we have down here? That was
897. That's going to be a sticky level.
Okay, 897.
Well, we know weekly kickoff level is 872. We've got yesterday's point of control at 885.
And what's
Volume
tilt?
point of control 875.
77% short.
Yeah. So far shorts are getting paid on this one, but they're
So
both
we
really
just hit
short.
the VWAP at 15,887. So the traders are trying to hold that VWAP kiss.
Yeah, I'm wrong here.
I know it's going to bounce from oil. I don't know anything.
I am getting so it's sitting down. When it sits like this and it shows no signs of you would typically see a pretty vicious move against this that would then set up itself for that flush out. So it's I don't know.
The trees.
Well, coming up here, top of the hour, we will be having a minor number.
See it? Look.
Yeah, this is
Wholesale.
getting a little.
There, Michael?
I'm in from evens, but I'd taken a lot of heat, so I've been down. So I'm gonna get out right now, just because I'm going back to a scratch today. I was up 500, then I was down 600, and now I'm at even. So I will sit on my hands and I'll be a spectator.
Oh, yeah.
So one of the things that I love to do is if I get into a trade too early and I get washed out at my stop, it doesn't invalidate the fact that I believe that my initial estimation was correct. What it invalidates is the way I executed. And so instead of going, oh, crud, I was wrong, my thought goes, if I'm right, what should happen here? And so I love the VWAP for that.
Just like that.
And we are bouncing directly off that VWAP. And the VWAP has got a ton of slope. So if the VWAP is sloping up and it washes me out, if I'm sitting at a level where I go, that is supposed to bounce, people are going to buy old support, VWAP is up, people are going to buy the dip based on the formations, I'm going to chase the trade right back in and move up into those old levels, like that 15,920, where I would go flat, because I shouldn't have lost that area in the first place. It should have just reflexively come off of that zone.
Can
But I
somebody show
love-
the VWAP? The VWAP, and we want to show what you're talking about.
Yeah,
The
that's been a play all
VWAP,
week.
the slope.
All right, let me see.
I don't know if we have yours or Hoag has the VWAP on the slope on the NASDAQ to kind of get an
Yeah, I
idea.
got it right here.
I don't.
Got the VWAP.
Yeah.
Here it is. Pink, right there.
You know, it's trying, and we're back here at the 10s with 12s or whatever. Flush down to 87, just flush or just rally back up to what 29s, 30s. So it's sitting back here. It is feeling like it's like firming up. And let's go to your VWAP conversation here. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. And John, can you highlight the VWAP?
Kisses it all the time. It'll
Point
kiss
to
it all the time.
Now, for those not familiar with VWAP, it is an abbreviation of volume weighted average price.
Thank you.
So what that actually means is that if it's trending up and price is sitting above the VWAP, it means everybody on average buying into the market is making money.
Okay. Okay. All right. That
So
makes
there it is. I highlighted it. Just made
Price
it real
action
thick so you can
is
see it.
below
Thank you, Johnny.
the VWAP. It means that on average, everyone who's bought into the market is losing money. So by that nature, you get a feel for how people want to respond to it, whether it's, hey, the slope of the VWAP is up, I'm just going to buy it. Or the slope of the VWAP is down, if it comes to kiss, I'm going to sell it.
okay.
And so when we combine that with things like, is this the prior open? Did I have some wicks that showed up here over several days? It begins to tell you what the longer term traders have got themselves positioning in overall, rather than the intraday fast action traders like us. We just want to find where they are and sort of piggyback on top of that.
Right. Right.
We
So
know.
you're using VWAP and you're using tilt. And what else do you use, Ann?
Well, when I use the VWAP, I actually use a VWAP ribbon. And so what the ribbon does is tell me when movement is accelerated. So for instance, if I'm one standard deviation over the VWAP, I will make sure that I still have slope and I'll stay long. And so I could show that picture sometime, maybe one day on
just
Strategy
added the,
Lab, we can go over it.
I just added the first and second standard deviation from VWAP.
Yeah. And so when it starts creeping up into 2.5 standard deviations, 3 standard deviations, I know it's some kind of blow off motion. And so I'm always going back to, how did the prior day open? How did the prior day close? Where were the prior highs? Where were the prior lows? And I'm going to look at those levels reflexively to see if they hold or release and or fade. And so that's what I'm always doing. Really, those are the lines I have on my chart.
What are you looking for right now on a profit? You still long from your 10s?
We lost
And
her.
I'll look for,
All right.
is that VP, is the volume point of control rising? Is it moving sideways? Is it falling? And that will also help me confirm trend and motion.
Okay, so on your long right now, you're long from 10s. You played the VWAP. You explained all that. Now explain to us your exits. You know, on what's going to be confirmed wrong.
Okay, so where I'd actually be long from is the 900 area. As it bounces off the VWAP, I want it to come in, and let me see if no, I can't send a snapshot. Jack, can I put a snapshot in there? And
Yeah, I mean, if
yeah,
you
we'll
want
worry
to-
about it later.
yeah, send it
What
to us.
happens is I telescope down to a 2-minute chart. As it bounces off the VWAP, I wait for higher lows. And so I have to wait for a couple of minutes. The higher lows are still hitting around that 15,897. So I'm going to get in about 15,890, 15,900, 15,905. But I'm going to start taking profit at 15,920 because that was the space I thought it should hold. So now that it's over 15,920, my stop completely moves to break even.
Yep. All right. And then does it trail past that?
So it's half and half.
1 minute on wholesale inventories.
Thank you, Eddie.
I think it's very bad that it has lost 920. So I'm very concerned. The reason I move my stop to break even so I can at least make half is if the market is strong, it shouldn't be having trouble at 920. Now, it's still making higher lows off the VWAP.
We have an economic release coming out right now. Eddie, you want to keep us posted on the time?
Oh, yes.
30 seconds.
Okay. And if you have a position on, is it for scratch? And will you leave this on?
Yeah, it'll be for scratch if it breaks down.
Okay. Okay. Cool. In the money a bit, trade for scratch. If we get the pop out of it, it's great. And if we don't, you'll have probably a little bit of slippage, but nothing bad. All right.
It's the wire here. We're going to find out what it is. Natural gas traders, 9:30 Central. You're going to have your BCFs. And 10:30, we got some auctions, so heads up. We're going to find out what wholesale inventories are as soon as they post it here for us. There we go. Wholesale sales coming in at negative 1.3, and wholesale inventories month over month, negative 0.4. So they were looking at a negative 0.2, prior negative 0.2 coming in at negative 0.4%.
It's really kind of a minor number. Wasn't
Very minor.
Wasn't worried about that one.
Major, minor.
Don't forget we got non-farm tomorrow.
That's
Yeah,
what
that's
everybody's
gonna be
waiting
big.
for.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're seeing it negative, and
All
it
right,
should be
so now we're
ticking
through the gauntlet.
bullish.
Yeah. And I got long.
Up over the levels.
I got long with you right there at the 12s. A two lot, two cars. But yeah, and here's your 20s. So the thing can't hold a bid. It's trying, right?
Yeah, it's really
Watching.
it's trying, but it's
It is
not a
tough,
lot of
John Brewer.
heat.
I love
I
watching
should
the
have listened to my own advice and waited. Yeah.
To
We open in range and in value. That's usually going to
have the next
probably
target.
going to get better trade location later.
But yeah, this is, I can't stand sitting in formations that look like this. They make me
Yes.
insane.
Yep. If it doesn't start happening, then you feel like, or or in your experience, it feels like you're way too early, or it's not the right play. But I scratched mine.
You long?
My stop is still 900. So
Yeah, and you're fine. You've
I'm
been
just
fine.
gonna have a little patience. And the news came out. It didn't shake the chart up.
Yep.
So the natural progression should be back up to the 40s.
Yep. That's why I got in, but then I got shaken out. I learned yesterday, and it's not shooken. So
Oh God, did we get correct on that one?
yeah.
Got the old
New
shaking bait.
words.
Head with
I'm
that.
always up for new words.
While we were taking a losing
I
trade, we're
thought-
getting hammered over the head with that shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's good.
Right.
Yeah, well, we all
do a
got
little
smarter.
there.
What do I say? Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching.
Uh-huh.
All right, got a little bit of news if you guys have a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hit it.
Ready.
All right, first off, did you guys happen to see yesterday? Jamie Dimon was in front of
I
Congress
saw
He
that.
went in yesterday.
and said that if he were in charge, he would shut down crypto for good because
Oh
it's
my
for
God.
drug dealers and terrorists. So
He sounds like such a schizophrenic about it because at the very beginning of the year, he was all hot and heavy about it. And
He
then
has
2 years
flip-flops,
before
doesn't he?
that, he was like, it's terrible.
Yep. He's flip.
JP was offering crypto products, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
So I'm confused.
Well, I heard if if the clients want it, enough clients want it, then that's their job is to serve it.
Fair enough. But now he's saying shut it down.
So that'll be interesting, sort of going forward. And then, Andre, I just had a few thoughts. I'm liking the new background.
Oh,
It
God.
kind of
What do you got?
It reminded me. Well, I have a few ideas. The first thing that came to mind was you can't.
DJ at a nightclub.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
DJ Dre Money, and
DJ
then
Dre, DJ Dre.
and then a certain $1 billion movie also came to mind. There he is.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh, Mike.
Kenny.
I love it, Andre.
my
Keep
God.
it.
Oh, Kenny over there.
Production's been on one this week, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty good, guys.
Hey, Anne Marie, we've got a question here. Can you about setting that VWAP, moving back a little bit, and market profile from the data release, or is it versus the opening 8:30? Since news is a huge event.
I do not anchor a VWAP. So the way the VWAP is set up is that at the beginning of Globex, it begins to print. And so I am not smart enough to figure out how to anchor a VWAP, to be honest. And so I just leave it where it is. I use Joe Normal's anchored VWAP. And so the reason I do this is the following. What I'm trying to get from the VWAP is a sense of where all of the traders are positioned. And when I anchor the VWAP, what I assume is that where I've anchored it is incredibly important. Because I really do, the market has beat me like a redheaded stepchild. And I don't even know if that's, I don't even know if that's mean. Can I say that? But what?
Somebody said that in a company meeting one time, and there was somebody that had, and they were just very offended when it's HR. So,
Oh my God! Please.
Tops, this is a Tops. I'm not laughing
Please don't be offended.
You were saying, Ed.
It's just beat me to a pulp. It has, and so I don't say to myself, "Hey, I know where I'm moving my stop up to 910, so I'll have 10 points, whether this gets into my 40 or not. So it'll either close at my 40, or it'll stop me out at 10. But I think it's going to give me my 40 right there.
Oh,
There's your fort. There's your nope. Did it?
Yeah.
Did you get it?
All right, I'm flat. 30.
Manage a trade. Well done.
There you go.
So
Nice patience. Nice
That
patience.
was impressive.
So,
Way better than mine.
well, I appreciate that, but for this VWAP thing, I'm saying that I try to use the simplest things. I used to try to get super complicated, but I overthink everything. And as some of you know, I sit on the spectrum. And so I have to really monitor how much information I get at one time. I'm not able to parse it very quickly, which is when I start hearing stories about you guys being on the floor and things happening at the speed of sound. I literally want to break out in hives because it sounds so terrifying to me. So I sort of make everything super quiet, and my number one question is, where is everybody else sitting?
Yep.
Can I get in as close to them so as if they run, I'm great, and if it falls apart, I only got a skin rash rather than a gaping chest wound.
So do you watch the Dome? I would say no after hearing
I don't. It's too much. I'm like, wait, all those movements. But what I did find to be fabulously interesting was the other day, because I really always have TopstepTV in the background. I'm always listening to you guys. And the other day, there was that huge print sitting up there. And I thought to myself, wow,
Oh, wow. What? Oh, man. Damn. Wait, she's back.
Wait, we had 1,600. We had 800 lots sitting there yesterday too, right?
Gave me that same information in one way or another. And so it was all, I mean, it was great. So no, I don't use it because it's information overload for me.
Got it. Okay, cool. Well, so you would say the VWAP and the tilt got you into that trade, and then did you have a level down there besides the 10s?
I have the 15,897, which was the prior open from a couple of days, and then a close that sat on that very same number.
Ooh, I like that.
897, and then an open that sat at 889. And so,
well, the low is 887. Right?
Yeah, all that crowding tells me there's interest there.
Well, good out.
So if I get taken out, I don't get discouraged. I just go, you know what? I'm gonna get back in.
Would you get back in right now? You
look a little short.
Yeah, you covered it on the wick, on that nice ripper wick up in the 40s, 30s area. Now it's back here at your 10s. You were along from evens, 900, 15,900. What are you thinking right now? VWAP still there where it's at a bit. It's down at the 900s.
So interestingly, what price is actually doing is sitting between the VWAP and one standard deviation away from the VWAP. So in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, if I get in now, I'm expanding my risk. Because what I do know is that they bought the VWAP. I don't know that they bought with power 20 points above the VWAP. And so I'm going to sit on my hands. Now, the flip side is trades run by me all the time doing that. I'm like, oh, great. That's nice. It moved up without me. But I love saying the same thing as the market is a buffet with the most incredible food you want to eat all the time.
Okay, I like
it. If you happen to go up there and it's not exactly what you want, it's better to leave with an empty plate and come back with exactly what you want rather than get back to the table and figure out you've got a green bean and grape jelly sandwich on white bread. As opposed to,
for a foodie like me, and we only have so many meals in our life, I'm very selective about what I put in my body.
Yeah. Exactly.
I love it.
But see, you're totally right on that bounce up. It's holding. The floor looks great, but I would still say, once it gets up to 35, 36, that there are a lot of sellers there. So you want to say, all right, maybe I'll just take that for a quick 20-point clip.
Well, there was a lot of on the tilt. There's a lot of short bias happening when Andre just set it down in the 12s, and then we were all getting long because it was so damn short from the 20s all the way down to the 87s, and now you're seeing 45s play out right now. So it's kind of interesting to always see when shorts or when a certain bias starts to show up. It seems like they were really getting short down there in the 20s. So something to think about. Something to
face right now.
Yeah. And have you noticed with the tilt, and guys, I don't want to keep talking about the tilt all the time. It's just something we share. It is not a holy grail, and nobody's saying it's right all the time. Do you notice? I talked to Andre, and I'm like, hey, they're so damn short right here that it didn't happen right away. It took a while. And I always think about all the personal brokerage accounts that probably have the same bias in the planet that have a short on in NASDAQ. And it takes a while for that to then squeeze them as well. It's squeezing them because we're watching us thinking about the real money in the markets being squeezed. That's kind of my thought when I look at the tilt. And then this one took a while, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes to really materialize into a really nice long, a really nice move off that tilt play, in my opinion.
Who says ES is leading right now? I think he's right. At least this move.
It's on its highs.
ES pumped higher first, and then NASDAQ followed.
Okay.
So whenever I look at that tilt, I realize that it's just a point in time.
Yep.
And so what I immediately go to is there a prior high there? Is there a prior close there? What should I be looking for in that formation? And it confirms the fact that it is a movement that's going to ultimately reverse. Because if people are super long, they're long into a target and then they're going to clip off. And so that's really what we're waiting for. Where's that target? Where's that target? Well, it was the high wick, or it was the prior high, or it was X, Y, or Z. And so as soon as I hear the tilt, because I don't have Topstep X yet, as soon as I hear the tilt is engaged, I'll go, okay, where's that? Is there a nearby high? Is there a nearby low? Is there a nearby close? Is there a nearby open? And then I'll watch for the behavior.
So is the plight of live remote.
Yes.
Drama.
I think she was just essentially saying tilt is just another tool in the shed of hers.
Yep.
Absolutely.
There you go. Boy, she just picks up right where she
We're
left
playing
off.
fill in the blank today. And yes, you are correct.
Yes. Hey, Eddie, can you refresh me on what else we got coming? We got auctions at 10:30, but that's about
Well,
it.
if you're trading the Black Widow, you got about 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right. And then, of course, we've got our 10:30. I'm going to be watching these. These are minor, but we got a 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction at 10:30 today, Central Time. So I'll be watching those. Also, we do have a, as Deanna says, watch for these Canadian releases, too. We got Deputy Governor from Canada at 11:30, and 11:40 we'll have the Governor Macklem speaking. So keep your eyes open. And, of course, we got our balance sheet later on this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And there you have it.
Making new highs here.
Yeah, Andre, you had it. You had a nice long there.
Yep. I mean, he has barcoded for about 25 minutes there before
Yeah, it
the
did.
took off.
Yeah, it did. Barcoded right through me.
Yeah, I know.
I got
It's
a
an opening
question.
range trade, man. It hits, but when it doesn't, I know it sucks.
Yeah.
You know, I got a question for our gold traders. Gold traders, positive or negative here? I know that we had the bear very strong here early in the morning, and now we're sort of getting some bounces off the bottom. Positive or negative if you're trading gold?
What's gold trading right now, Eddie?
Right now, I'm looking at a 2043.70 here. Just
Unbelievable, these prices. What's Black Widow, Eddie?
Black Widow is well, we've got the natural gas, the Black Widow. So we're looking at they're looking at negative 105 billion. Previous was only 10 billion, so this could be pretty skewed. I'd be very careful if you're trading that natty gas.
So the S&Ps are still in value. NASDAQ.
You know, John, you were talking about today is going to be a hard day. And just looking at, what we've got going on here, you guys are managing your downside very well.
Thank you. Testing above value from yesterday's range.
Yeah.
In the NASDAQ, just going to be patient. The way it looks to me in the S&Ps is, there's a better trade
So
location.
this is the last place that I took that initial short that came on the high tilt, this 15,970, and I reinitiated again. 961 is a prior high, so that's going to be the first place that I try to take some profit. Got a super tight stop up there, 978, I think is what I'm seeing right
It's
there.
on
So
about that.
as soon as it gets to 61, I'm taking half. There goes half, and I move myself to break even.
Nice. So you're looking at this high here from, what is this, Tuesday?
Correct.
Got it.
There you go. All right, gold traders, and about the 130 that do trade gold, 65% up. That's good. Down 35%. Thank you, gold traders.
So 60 might end up being a new buy zone because it's sitting above one standard deviation, which is why I took half of it there. Wow, I'm going to get stumped. No, not yet.
We've got
I would like for it to come back, but
high from yesterday. Volume value high is 71. TPO value high is 947. 947.
947. Did we lose Michael? Where is he?
I'm right here.
Where the hell have you been?
if I get the other half of this position, it'll be out at 50. I'm going to leave it at that round number because that's
I got a
linear.
our snow removal guy.
Something happened. I knew something.
Yeah, our snow removal guy just
Quit?
slipped and thinks he has a broken rib.
Oh no!
On property. On property.
Oh, dude.
On property.
You're like the 13-year-old down the block.
No,
Can I shovel your snow?
Calling up your insurance
that's
policy
the
right
worst.
We'll just see what happens.
Folks, if you like what's going on, we got 2,721 watching this wonderful program. Let's hit that like button. Hit the thumbs up right under the screen, right under the programming screen. Let's get that number up if we want Anne-Marie back again. And hit that subscribe button. Let's get that number up here. There you go.
Nice trade.
Clickety, click, click, click. The lucky like, as Hoke calls it.
The lucky like button. Anne-Marie, there was a question here, and I like this question from Dragonfly Doji. They're asking, is there a time of the session you feel most comfortable trading, and if so, why? And thank you for being here with us.
Mm-hmm.
They're really
Wow,
enjoying
that
your
is a
perspective.
really good question.
Yeah, it is.
You know, it has to do with whether I sleep well or not. I'm hit and miss with sleeping. So if I've slept well, I love the morning. By the time it gets to 3:00, so I traded with you guys at the close yesterday, and I was up and I was down and I was up and I was down and I was up and I was down. And finally I said, I probably am not doing anything but giving commissions away. So I get tired late in the day. I like the morning when I've slept well, but sometimes I need a warm-up period, and the lunch lull, which is very slow, gives me a good shot at getting into the rhythm. So I really try to listen to my head a lot in terms of, is this telling me, do I feel good? If I eat, wow, that just blew out a bunch of stops right there.
Mm-hmm. Andre, this is our negative delta from yesterday.
Oh wow! Coming into today.
Probably.
Good call. Didn't even think about that.
Hey, looking at the NASDAQ, JP Rivas says the 16, the evens all the way to the O quarters is a high volume node from the composite from 1114 to 12.6.
JP, I put that composite together for you. We'll get a chance to look at it at some point today. But yeah, I mean, Andre, all those shorts, they're going home flat tonight.
Yes, they are. What's it at right now?
Well, Delta in the S&Ps is 5,000.
Unreal. God bless it. Yep.
It just dawned on me.
Yes.
And Anne-Marie, I didn't even think about it, but I
She was
slept
talking
like,
about the close yesterday, and that's what triggered it.
yeah, I slept like garbage last night. I probably shouldn't have done anything this morning.
Yep.
Yeah, I am.
Oh man, every time it's
I've lost a lot of money just
drama.
deciding to
Here she is.
trade
Here she
the
is.
ladder.
Okay. Well, Dr. Dax, if you've got some challenges for us, let us know.
All those
You're
shorts
saying
go
if
home
you're getting
flat.
those likes for free, we need some challenges for you.
Yeah, speaking of challenges, I think
Did you do your eggs yesterday?
I drank the egg yesterday. I did indeed, and I'm being told it is my turn to pass on the challenge. I still have to figure out what the quote unquote punishment will be, but I know who I'm targeting as to who's going to pay this punishment off. I just need to know what we need to.
Anne-Marie.
What?
You're targeting Anne-Marie, right?
Yeah. I think it's fair.
Initiation? No, I'm like,
we want her back.
Anne-Marie cook.
Hey,
Anne-Marie's cooking right now. I'm not getting in the way of that.
We want her back. Okay,
yes, we
so
do. Yes, maybe the second or third time.
She's out of bounds.
I think I'll be targeting my good friend Michael over there, who got me the first time. But we still got.
Oh, we're just gonna keep batting. We're gonna keep batting the ball across the court.
That's how the rules go. It's up to the doer.
50,000 subscribers or something along those lines. We'll see what we can get Michael to do here on TV.
Where are we at?
Discussions in the chat. If you guys want to see Michael do something semi-silly, but not.
We usually do likes because you can get to that one way quicker. But I'm down with 50. Might take a little bit longer, but yeah.
Well, maybe if we know it's the CEO that's going to be doing the punishment, we can turn and charge it.
That's true.
Yeah, Grateful Trader, if you're looking to set up that dome, just contact support.
All right, Anne-Marie.
Buy me a car, Arden.
I'm ready.
We've got a question, and this is one of the things that I know you're very knowledgeable about. Our good friend Dante, longtime Topstep friend here, is asking. Well, he's basically stating now ES market makers have to buy the S&P 500 to hedge S&P futures options, fueling the upside move. How much? We don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
That's probably true. Remember, it really depends on what kinds of strangles they've set up for the day. So let me take a peek at what gamma is right now. So let's
Natural gas traders, you got 5 minutes.
Gamma is the ray that caused the Mothra to increase in size, right?
So I don't believe that will fuel any kind of move until it gets above 4,600, right? Because there are a lot of people that are short the 4,600s in the SPX. And so this is really slosh. There's nothing really here of consequence. This is not a move that's going to pivot a large group of traders in one direction or another, because when they set out the day, their gamma really is at 45.50 and then at 46 and 46.10. And so I don't see that being a
anything major
event.
changing us.
Yeah, that's not what's happening right now. I believe that traders are just the people that are really getting moved around in this slosh right here are the pea shooters like us.
Yep, the shorts.
We're
shorts in the
getting
hole.
sloshed around. Everybody else is just simply buying off the prior low.
No.
What happened?
Fill in the blank.
Started coming in at
We'll
15,000.
just sit here waiting patiently, waiting on your next word. Okay, go ahead, Emery.
I don't know where you lost me. Where was that?
We were talking about how this slosh is really just short time frame pea shooters picking each other's pockets.
Yep.
It's been that way for 2 weeks now, or a week and a half at least.
It's been the same prices for 2 weeks.
Yep.
You know, a lot of people are asking about Anne-Marie's trading screen. I think we can get that maybe next time.
Well, I don't want to crash the system. So let's give it a go. And if I drop off a cliff, you know what's going to happen. So hang on 2 secs.
It's all right. We'll catch you.
Ooh, it just asked me for a password, Jack.
We'll provide that. Not online, though. Oh.
All right, let's do it.
It's my entire social security number.
When I first started as a runner at the Merc, We all had, ID badges that we're supposed to hang on our jackets. And they all had our social security number on them. So you're just walking around showing your social security number to the whole world.
Yeah, that was right. That's right. They changed that, though.
Well, a good marker can change that.
I cannot see a trade in here. That was such a great short earlier with the tilt being so damn heavy. And now it's just running stops on every personal brokerage
Oh,
account.
wow. It's reversed. That's so weird.
It
Okay, how
bounced
do
right.
I?
The
Wow.
VWAP is great. Those levels are great. The 900s are great. It's almost 100 handles. Excuse me, almost 100 handles higher.
Yeah, I have 16,013 and then 16,022 next.
Okay.
30 seconds on natural gas.
What'd you call it? The Dark Widow?
The Black Widow.
It's the Widowmaker.
The Widowmaker.
Wow. Liam, you're long from 1610 or hold on, 16010? No. Long 2. Oh, long 2. I thought you
John, you nailed it with all those shorts getting out.
Yeah, it took me too long to figure it out, though.
Oh boy. No big lean.
Looking at 107 billion and just hitting the wire right now. Let's see what we got. I don't know how many people do trade natural gas still.
I don't know.
When we were, I think our first funded trader was trading natural gas.
I think you're right. How that was like 20.
That was a big target for us.
Many moons ago. Okay, coming in at 117. So expectation was 107, coming in at 117. All right. We got a question here that Danielle wants me to ask. Let me get to it real quick.
We are 1 hour into our trading day. I'm scratched. Who's up? Dow, Johnny's down a little. Andre's up a little. Anne Marie is taking the cake.
Love it.
All right.
Do you just have a one lot, Anne, on that one that you had? What's your size?
I go with 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I go with 2.
Hey, Ann, now, not
Yeah.
only are you a professional trader, a wonderful person, and a good friend, you're also an author. Does Dogleg 144 is asking, does Anne Marie's book talk about VWAP?
Ooh.
It does not. What I talk about in the book really
There it is.
Yeah.
is
On Amazon.
supply and demand and support and resistance, which I believe are the anchor. Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
The anchors of trading.
Yes, it is.
Right. Okay. Can I get one of those autographed, Ann?
It's a good book.
Absolutely.
I want to get an autograph.
It's a great book.
Eddie. You're the best.
I collect autographs.
Oh,
Come on,
yeah,
from cool people. All right. That's my gig.
What do you mean cool people? What do you mean cool people? John or Andre? Have you got
my autograph?
Yeah,
We're not
you?
cool enough.
Wow.
Well, I got John Hoagland's autograph tattooed on my back.
Oh.
I used to go to concerts a lot,
Who did you go see, Anne Marie?
and I collected a lot of autographs. Stood backstage for frickin' hours.
Uh-oh.
Really?
to get-
Motley
yeah,
Crue, right?
so-
Motley Crue.
Who, Anne Marie? Anne Marie, what concerts were you going to?
Kiss.
Okay, so
Lacey says hi.
Hi, Lacey.
wow, the list is really long. I
Your number
was a
one
fan of-
concert.
Who wants to guess what my main genre
Michael,
of
you got any guesses, Patak?
Genre?
music?
Disco.
I know it's not country.
I got Donna Summer's
Let's
autograph.
go.
It's
The Bee Gees.
I love
I'm
the
gonna
Bee Gees
say
when I was
Crosby, Stills, and Nash.
We got a lot of heavy metal in here. Wow.
Yes, that's me. I
What?
used to love metal.
Wow. That's
my
awesome.
goodness.
Really?
Jam
So,
City.
but I also love, I love Rush. I got to meet. So here's the thing about Neil Peart. we were talking about him yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Because we were saying Russia's trying to get back together. No matter how late you waited, he was the most.
Oh, no, not again.
Oh man, the
Come
most
on.
what?
No.
Friendly.
The most.
Dude, that was going to be a
Never.
good one.
I'm gonna say
Ever,
friendly.
ever.
Okay,
Emery, it cut off right at he was
Yeah,
the
Emery.
most.
Oh, he was very antisocial.
Ooh.
Never signed autographs. So I've got, a couple from Alex Lifeson. I've got a bunch from Getty. I just like me. So I've met, golly, I've met a ton of them. It was fun. Actually, I almost got arrested.
What?
Oh, here's this
Tell us
funny
more.
story.
Tell
It's
us
a
more.
different story.
So-
Nothing to do with music.
I went to see Robert Plant, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna meet this guy, right? And so he was in Greensboro, I was in the Carolinas.
Okay.
He, of course, and they all go to private, the private airports, and so I knew where that was in Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I know he's going from Charlotte to Greenville or Greensboro, and I knew they were going to fly. So I drove to the private Charlotte airport, and I made a sign. I was like 20. I made a sign, and it said, hey, Robert, I want to meet you. So I make this big sign, and I'm sitting waiting in the waiting room, and
In the waiting room. Oh,
In the
no.
waiting room.
Oh, this is great.
This has been an incredible show.
Incredible.
This has been one of my favorite shows.
Okay, so
You're in the
pilot
waiting
comes
room.
in, he sits down, he starts taking a nap, and then he looks across and he says, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "I'm doing fine. I want to meet Robert Plant." And he goes, "Oh, really?" And I said, "Yeah, super interested in meeting him, huge fan, loved Zeppelin. And now that he's on his own, I really love the band that he's with right now. They're playing some really great music." And so he goes, "Oh, well, I actually am his pilot. And so I'll see what I can do to get you a hello, at least."
Okay.
So I'm like, oh my gosh, this is fantastic. So, of course, he falls asleep. He gets up, goes to the plane, completely forgets about me.
No.
So I start running out on the tarmac. Listen, if you want a badge,
My visual right now is great.
badge is a $10,000 fine
Uh-oh.
and an offense. You will get locked up for 30 days if you rush the tarmac. And so I didn't know that at the time. So I pled ignorance. So I'm hightailing it out there, and the pilot and all of the band members turn around and they're like, "Okay, is she going to shoot us? What's going to happen?" And so the pilot goes, "Oh my gosh, I forgot. No, listen, she wants to meet you." And so I went up into the plane. Man, do they have fancy spreads up there in those private
Right.
digs.
Oh, yeah.
It was really great. I took a picture of myself with him. We were sitting together on the plane, and then I said, "Hey, goodbye, thanks." And that was all. And when I came down, there's a police officer waiting there for me. And he's like, "You're really lucky that it's," I don't know how late it was. It's like 1 a.m. or something. "You're really lucky that it's this late at night, or I would take you to the whatever." So I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." That was my close brush with the law.
Love it.
And I usually ask a question on what's the worst thing you've ever done.
You can't ask her now.
That-
Can't
yeah,
ask her.
You're gonna have to wait.
She cut out real quick on that one.
This is amazing.
All right. Michael had a question for you.
Yeah, and I usually ask a question, what's the worst thing you ever done? I'm not going to ask that. I'm going to say, on the scale of 1 to 10, where does this rank as the worst thing you've ever done?
Okay, so there, I did not find that running onto the tarmac was breaking any kind of moral code.
Oh.
So I have this thought to myself, law versus moral code. And so as far as breaking the law, I drove an expired license for about a year.
Oh,
So
rebel, Anne-Marie.
My mom did that for like
although
3 years.
listen,
Thelma and Louise.
before I became a Jesus freak, I was on my way to dying in a ditch. I'm completely positive.
Incredible.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, this episode's going to go down in history. I tell you right
I love
now.
it. This is an all-timer, man. Hey, real quick, we're at 16,000, big fat round number in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we came up
to be the buzzkill around here, but I just figured we'd mention it.
Yeah, we came up to 07s, and Annie, you were talking 13s.
Yeah.
So, range.
It still gets there because
Oh, no.
That's good enough for me. She thinks she's
I didn't like Mad Libs here.
Yeah, I think normally we'd be like, all right, we're done. But no.
what is the delta?
Delta for the S&P is 4,600, holding steady around just under 5,000.
Yeah. So it looks like it's going to just grind its way up there.
Mm-hmm.
Every new group of traders that goes, this is my new short,
Yep.
they're going to get run out.
They feed it.
That's really how it looks.
Yeah, they feed it, right?
I don't have a trade on right now because it's just, I should, but I don't.
Yeah, so ICT talked about runners earlier. Technically, this would have been a runner that you would have never been
Yes.
heard on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 100 handles
For sure.
from your entry at the 900s to the 16,000s.
Yeah.
That would have been a great time to run a runner.
That sucks when you think about that. Yeah. A lot of times we get so skittish when we start looking at the very particular details in the chart. We get to overthinking. Oh, maybe this is the high. Oh, maybe this is where it pulls back. Oh, maybe this, So yeah, that's dreadful.
Okay. What are we seeing here, Michael? Anything?
No, I mean, hands down. I mean, it is a little heavier on the NASDAQ, 68%, but like it's 50% on the S&P, which to me is going to feed. It's feeding. I'm like, when I see this, not feed, sorry, it keeps going that direction. When it was a big tilt, guys.
Michael, what do you mean by that? All the shorts keep feeding it higher.
Well, no, there's just no on the tilt. I'm sorry, it's 50-50. It's not really, so it's drifting. It's just going to keep drifting. I don't know, until you get a big lean.
Yep.
We saw a huge lean today. And that huge lean was a great area to think about what you were going to do.
Right.
I'm not telling you guys to do anything, but you knew what we were doing. And we try to talk it out the best we can. So we're all learning along the way. And I think that was a great explanation that Ann shared about VWAP.
Exactly.
Tilt.
You kissed it, right? Bounced right off of it.
Yeah, about an old open and an old close at 97s. I mean, even if you would have got the old, you didn't screw all the tilt and the everything else she said, but like 97s was an old open and close. You would have only taken 10 handles of heat on that one. So like, I don't know. I mean, it was very interesting down there. We were all long.
Matthew Chuck, exactly. Every time someone goes short, they put a stop order above the price, and all those stops get swept, and that's what takes us higher. Thank you. That's exactly what we're looking for.
That's what I call feeding it. It feeds that rally. You start picking tops, you start putting stops up there. So every time it kind of makes a new high, it goes, oh, that's a little bit easier for me to make a new high because new buy orders are coming in there because sell stops are getting hit.
All right.
Or sorry, short buy stops are getting hit.
Enjoy your jog, DC lifestyle. You're a real one.
Nice.
Hey, Coach Vince is one of his students. DA just passed the combine. Congratulations, DA.
Awesome. We love success stories around here.
Oh yeah. And if you do post that and we do miss it, I apologize. I mean this YouTube chat. I mean it's probably about 3 miles long today.
Yeah, it's it sure is, Eddie.
Yeah. JP Rivas, NASDAQ 16013 will close the 30-minute gap from NFP, the non-farm payroll.
Yeah, way to take a payment. You said take a payment before non-farm is probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Patak, Patak, you remember trading in the pits for non-farm? Did you guys get all pumped up and anxious and all sweaty before that, or was it just a whole hum thing in the pits?
We would sit there just like this. Keep your cards close to you and look up at the screen and look for that thing to come across. Barely anybody ever had positions. And then right when the number would come across, blah, 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 the market would move wherever it would move.
Yeah.
And then brokers would start to trigger their orders, and then they'd start to 80 bid. And right when they said 80 bid, it was 80 bid, but now it's at 50. Those are like the home run plays. Those would be like sold 100, and you're already up 20 handles on it. It's just like, so it's very much.
Did you guys get all pumped up like right before you're about to play a football game or something?
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah,
You'd even get butterflies going during certain times of the cyclical cycles or whatever you want to say, when the market was really reacting to certain economic releases.
Same. We even got that feeling when it was on the screen, being a screen trader. It's died down a little bit, but yeah, those non-farm is the day of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Good trade. That's where the volatility comes.
Congrats, Macon 33 passed his first one 2 days ago. There you go. Welcome aboard, Macon.
Well done.
Good job. All right, we've got
John, what is the volume that you're seeing on the day?
John. Oh, I think John had to step off for one quick second.
Oh, sorry. Does anybody see what the relative volume is?
too hot.
No. What market, Anne-Marie?
Yes, really. Everything looks like the volume is very damp.
It's been waiting since the open, that's for certain.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on it, though. Currently, I'm watching how these 16,000s how we're gonna react to these 16,000s in the Nasdaq. Like we always said, big fat round numbers seem to have a magnet in them, and sure enough, we did find that.
Good old psychological, yeah.
What is it with that? Just psychological? We have
Just
to
psychological, yeah. Had that same thing on the trading floor. Hey, Jack. Jack, I heard that we've got our hot streaks on the front burner, ready to go. Can we see those hot streaks? Who is kicking butt?
Yes.
Let's take a look.
Hot and fresh and ready to enter the screen.
Hot, fresh, right out of the oven.
Carlos, 33 now.
Carlos. Yeah, 10,139. Anthony, 25 with 6,000. Blake B. Yes, Blake coming up here, 2008. Matthew PT, 10,000. Joseph F.
Amazing.
24 days. So 33 is, I think, our high water mark. I think that's the new record. 25, Anthony.
All time is 36.
Is it 36?
For the mysterious
Massimiliano.
Amazing.
Oh, man. Where is we checked up on Matt Miliano? See where there is. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Those are our hot streaks.
And a bonus stat provided by JD is that so far this week, the combined P&L for profitable funded traders is just over $3 million.
Wait, what?
What?
Wow, that's awesome.
$3 million? Wow.
Okay,
Yes,
we got a little.
beautiful.
Are they suing you, Michael? What's going on?
The one got X-rays and they're waiting on the doctor.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you always wonder how these are like. Okay, dude, I don't know. Did you? Like.
Is your house haunted, Michael? It seems, you got water coming out of the ceilings. You got...
No, I just bought
like that one.
I just bought a jalopy. What is it called?
Jalopy.
A lemon or whatever they call it.
Yeah, that ain't no lemon.
Jalopy.
Nah, it get issues. It's a ranch house, so it's been around for a while.
Now, I'm not saying this is what happened to you, but at my parents' house when I was growing up, they had some window washers over. One of them fell off the roof, broke his arm, and they were trying to sweep it under the rug. And then in our
What, his arm?
He brought his whole arm under. But then we figured out why, because in the garage we moved some bricks and there were all these empty bottles of vodka.
Really?
That'll do it, huh?
That was long before I'd be hiding them there too.
Anne-Marie, I had a close call with Led Zeppelin. Let me show you this.
Did you?
Yeah, this is an unused ticket to a Led Zeppelin concert in 1977 at the Chicago Stadium that never happened.
Wow.
Oh, did they cancel it because of what?
Robert Plant's son died. They
No.
canceled the last
Yeah,
six
Oh gosh.
shows.
Yeah.
So there's my claim to fame as far as Led Zeppelin is concerned.
That's awesome.
Amazing.
Wow, how cool.
On another good note, JP just passed a 50K combine.
All
and
right,
says,
JP.
really appreciate you guys being a great bridge for those of us that don't have tons of capital to figure these markets out. You guys are great. And
Awesome,
girls.
JP.
Yeah, I love that. I'm going to copy
Keep
and
sending
paste
those,
that and share
keep
that
sending
with
those questions in for group coaching, too.
There you go. Well, I'm going to share that one with our Top Step team. Thank you, JP.
Eric, I did not chase after any airplanes. I did fly at a few concerts, though.
I catch your drift.
I did see
you
it, for
know,
example.
I don't know. I don't know if you guys remember, and I mean those of us with gray hair, where they used to have, I forget what the name of this concert was, but it was in RFK, and it started at 12 noon, and it went all the way to midnight. So it was 12 hours.
Holy smoke.
And the bands were, well, they had, oh my gosh, there were so many of them. And the Van Halen was the one they were the headliner at the very end. And that was exhausting. That was sort of, when I finished with that one, I was like, I'm going to cut back.
Oh, we lost her again.
No. You know, my buddy just recently showed a ticket.
Okay, so
we went to. My first concert was Rush, and we had bought. There was a Ticketmaster at the Board of Trade, and we bought I bought the tickets for everybody. Fourth row was only $12.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah,
Now what?
Zeppelin
Fourth
ticket was
row is what,
$10.
about maybe $600 now?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, the years that I went to concerts, everything was general admission.
Oh my
So you were
goodness.
bum rushing the door. Another phrase. I should not.
Oh, now we're gonna get a
Oh, come
fight in our
on.
thumbs.
Sorry. Yeah. So literally, you remember when the Who had those people that got trampled,
Yeah.
right?
In
Because
Cincinnati.
that's when they went to seating after that. But it was insane. I would always get the biggest person we were traveling with and go, okay, you go and we'll just be the train.
Part
we'll be
the seat.
caboose
Usually like a
behind.
pullback.
Yeah, right.
You'll be the fridge. We'll be Peyton.
That's right.
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
Yeah, I don't know how that.
Rush is great.
Yeah, that rush ever. I mean, Walmart. You see every year, like, somebody's dead or somebody got ran over. I mean, it's always
Yeah.
open up the gates and everybody runs. It's never worked.
No, you know what you got to do? You got to have a stun gun, and then anybody in front of you, you just use them as like a carpet. You know, when they drop, you just step over them, and
God.
there you go.
Yeah,
It's
this Zeppelin ticket was $10.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
$10
That's awesome.
to go see Led Zeppelin.
That's awesome.
You know, you can still buy original Woodstock tickets if you go on
Really?
eBay. That would be something neat.
Really?
Yeah, Woodstock.
Hey guys, really quick, do we have anything happening in any of the markets we're watching right now? I know we've been going sideways for.
Equities just went night.
Oh, yeah, and equities
Yeah,
are quiet.
and not, you know, one of the reasons that I thought the market would be hard to trade today is because I did, you know, when John was doing the morning recap, there's that element of neutrality that gives us the feeling that we're going to either go all the way to the top and all the way to the bottom or just sit in the middle. And so I think up there at this 16,000 number, that's where everybody's sort of choking around. So here's what I'm thinking. Any dip should still give us a flash buy up into those top levels. But I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a dip that comes into maybe one standard deviation. So that's about 15,960. And then maybe get to ride it up for the 50 points into 1610. But I think the dips are still buys.
If I can kind of talk about something that I talk about a lot is repair, right? So
Yeah.
we talked about this on the opening call this morning. Crude oil opened between these two high volume nodes in the low volume area. There was a double distribution trend day. When you open between those two volume areas, the tendency is to trade to one or both. We traded up near this one. We've traded down near this one, and we're still range bound and we're still repairing the profile from yesterday.
Yeah, I think oil's got some trouble because of some macro things. So,
What do you see there, Anne-Marie, macro speaking, fundamentally speaking?
okay, so we've got three things going on with oil that are really sort of big. The first macro event is something called contango, and it means
That's when the front end is more expensive than the back end.
that's right. And
Yeah.
so that's bearish for the front end.
Okay.
It's great for the back end, but it's bearish for the front end because of flows.
Okay.
The second thing, so it's in contango, that means it's bearish for the front end. The second thing is that the US is producing more oil than we have in a really long time.
U.S.
And
production.
so our export numbers are up. And so that's the second thing. And then the third thing is the credit downgrade from China that began on, I think it was Monday. What that did was really just emphasize the fact that the pullback for oil highs are going to stay there. And then the last ancillary one, really, I think it's ancillary, is that when you had OPEC Plus and they said, hey, we're going to curb.
Yes. Are we? Is the U.S. trying to counter that? Is that why we're upping production?
No, we're upping production because we're trying to become energy independent.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And so for the Saudis saying, hey, listen, we're going to curb, Russia is part of OPEC Plus, but most of their oil comes from Siberian oil fields, and they cannot curb production because it will destroy their pipelines if they reduce flow. So they have to have flow coming in. And so everything is just saying, hey, listen, we've got a lot of oil in the near term now, which is great for the gas pump.
Sure.
And then, of course, we're in an election cycle. And so,
Oh, I know where she was going with that one.
Yeah, she went to go vote.
Checking the pipes. Check the pipes, Ann.
John.
sorry,
Yes.
it's not going to be front page news that we're pumping oil because we don't want the gas pumps to be expensive for us when we're going to vote.
Yes, of course. Yeah, you tend to see that when the general elections come around, general election years, gas prices always seem to be ticking lower going into a general election.
So I've got the bulletin up here to kind of show everybody what contango is. This is the current front month right here. So we settle at 69.38. We got some up here in the 70s. Okay, we know crude oil expires every month, and it trades 10 years into the future. So the further into the future we go, the lower prices are. That's contango. So as they get closer to expiration, the contango should bring prices in the future up, but it's keeping pressure on current prices.
It's interesting. Thank you for that. It makes a lot of sense now, because I remember the headline about 2 months ago was OPEC Plus cutting production, and we started seeing oil running into the 90s, getting close to 100. I thought 100 was damn near going to happen, and we never got there. It was simply turned around. Now we're trading 70, sub 70.
I remember the first time it traded over 100, I said, we'll never see oil on below $100 again.
Yeah,
I thought
Lo and
the same
behold, it
thing.
went negative 40.
Sure.
Then how do you trade it? That was a big question. How do we
Well, you
trade
drain,
negative?
you drain your swimming pool.
Yeah,
And you go,
Patak, we're going to drain your swimming pool. We're going to take delivery.
here's my $35. I think, give me your $35. What was it? Negative 35 or 40?
45.
Yeah.
Shop out in London was ready for it.
I'll take the money and go ahead and dump it right there in my backyard.
Let me know when you
I
need
can't
it back.
imagine what injuries
Imagine the
Michael,
Injuries
neighbors.
would befall.
Michael, I got a question. Speaking of trading, patient traders asking, Michael, what was it like going from pit to electronic trading?
I like that question. I love that.
Well, I started on electronic trading, then I went to pit. I was one of the first electronic traders in the pit. You get an edge when you're like one of the first electronic traders in the pit. For me, it wasn't really a hard transition. It was actually easy because you get locals that would be like 80 bid, and on the screen it would be like, I don't know, 78s, and then you go sold, and then you put a bid at 77, and you get your 77s, and you arbitrage.
That's cheating.
No, it was not cheating. They are two different markets, and the minis and the micros are two different markets.
You're not wrong.
You may think they're the same, but they are two different auction prices.
Not wrong.
Yes.
I'm just bitter that I'm just
Well,
bitter that
it was
that
the
far.
large, and then it was the minis. It was,
Yeah, it was the large of the minis, and now it's the micros, but you don't really have the large. So I don't know. It wasn't hard at all. It was actually much more easy than straight electronic only, which I was at prior. And then you build your confidence because you get a little edge on all. A lot of trades you get like a couple ticks edge or a tick edge. You're not really ever doing market orders because you're lifting and trying to pick off a broker. Or a local. Pickoff means when they go 80 bid and you see on the screen it's at 79, and you go short, or you go, sell one, now you're short from 80 and you're looking to buy back whatever. Or you're looking to hold that one because you got a couple ticks in the money and you didn't take any heat on it. So the pits were allowed screen traders and there's a lot of younger screen traders that came on there, and the older traders that were the veterans took a very long time before they had electronic stuff.
Yeah, they
That
didn't want it.
arbitrage, people were printing money with
Yes,
that.
they were.
Yeah. Hey,
Because-
John.
Hey, John, what years were that? When they were just printing?
Well, it was,
late 90s, early 2000s?
Early 90s, I think, was really
early
when it
90s.
started.
What
Because
were you guys arbing?
you could stand in the S&P pit and look at the minis, and there's 75 bid. You see a broker, and he's got a sell order, and you bid halves, and you get hit on 10. You immediately sell 50 of the 75s in the minis, and you're just printing money. It wasn't like outright trading. It was arbitraging, and people were making a lot of money.
Now, John, did you have guys trading electronic on your side of the pit?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
They all
I
had
know the
headsets.
back end had those bleachers, and there was, you'd be getting a lot of orders from those guys coming into the bigs.
So there would be a guy in the pit with a headset on, and he would say, "Hey, I just bought 10 and a half," and he would be telling a guy that's at a screen up in the bleachers. So I just bought 10 and a half. The guy in the bleachers would try and sell, 50 minis. It's at 75.
The guy in the bleachers was, the trading floor has pits, but then outside the pits were these tiers that would be where people would trade in trading data, a little computer or whatever. They'd all have their little trading stations where they could pick up the phone and say, JP Morgan, like Eddie would do. JP Morgan would call him and he'd flash the order in. Or you're an electronic trader and you're up there with a headset to a guy in the pit or girl in the pit that then said, hey, I'm long 100. And then they'd start to peel them off in the minis.
Yeah.
That was really the interesting part. And then the pit started watching the minis and not caring really too much about what the price of the pit was, because the minis led, right? The minis started leading.
Mm-hmm.
And that
Well,
became
if you were doing the arbitrage, you just wanted to see that the minis traded in quarters. It was quarter, half, 75, and the pit traded in dimes.
Mm-hmm.
So if the minis were 75 bid and you bought 60s in the S&Ps, you locked in.
Didn't they used to trade by nickels, John? What pit am I thinking of?
They did, but when they reduced the contract size, they went to dimes.
Okay. I remember the nickels. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah. So it was like 0510, 0510, 1015, 1015, 15 bid.
Yeah, 15 was the
20, 15 20,
15 quarter,
20 quarter. Yep.
Look at this old school right here. I love it.
100.
What's 100?
100, fist to the
100,
head.
500, 50, 552. 552. That's a lot.
Hey, now, Mike, you're doing the board of trade. We're doing the CME.
John, sell me 100. He's CME group. Sell me 100 there.
System
put-
selling 100.
Yeah, this is.
See,
CME
that's what the confusion was. It
was
cost my group
200, it was
$64,000.
200,
Uh-huh.
300,
Yeah,
462.
62. There you go. At what
So
price,
is-
Johnny? What price?
Sideways.
Market.
Tens.
Market was at tens. Okay, we're
Yep.
still working at tens.
Guys, we got sideways action. So
Yeah, are we rolling over here?
I don't know.
I
Yeah,
took a
probably
short at
Tuesday.
the top of the range.
Let's take some rapid fire questions as you guys have them in here about anything. I know somebody in here asked me, were you able to fund Topstep on money you earned from trading?
Ooh,
Yeah.
that question.
Yeah, I made money in trading. Yes, I was a trader and made money from like 2005 to like 2009 or 10. Then I started I started Patak Trading Partners, which was a prop firm with my own capital. It was a strictly proprietary capital, and I had to start taking lines of credit out of my. I had 2 properties that were paid off in cash. And then I started hitting those lines of credit to build that to kind of invest in that company. Then I started Topstep. So yeah, no, that's been never taken on an investor and kept growing and managed my risk the best I could. Tap that line of credit completely and had to call my old man, and he goes, nope, call me when you're dire. Asked him for $100,000. He's like, nope. Cried to him on the phone even. Told him I'd give him half the company. And then he said no. And then I said 80% of the company. He's like, nope. And then right after that, Andre's brother got me $50,000 and then another $50,000. So I had like $400,000, $500,000.
Why did you ask me?
Andre's brother worked at JP Morgan, and I couldn't cover payroll. I was getting to a point where I couldn't cover payroll. And it was right about that J curve. You guys ever hear the J curve? When you start a company, it kind of, you're in this loss. And then as you start to build yourself out of it by, making a product that's a product market fit.
Minute chart.
Yeah, then it starts to your chart starts to go below the x-axis, which would be $0 making, and then starts to cruise up. And then after that, in 2014, it just kept cruising up, and then the funding industry started. But yeah, it was.
So Mike,
really
is your dad like saying, "Okay, I want that 80% now"?
he said it to me about 6 months ago, and I go, I don't know.
Man, snooze, you lose.
I call him old time. I go, I don't know about that one. You had your shot. He's like, I know.
We'll have to get him on.
Yeah, we're gonna get him on. You guys can meet him. He's a great guy.
All right, Henry, you've got some positions on.
Ooh, Henry, what'd you do?
I took a short at 15,999, and my first target was 15,985, and so now I'm half size with my stop at break even. And the next target I'm looking for is 7.5.
7.5. Oh, and 75. What was it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. There's nothing on tilt. This is quiet. I'm scratching
Day
on the
before
tape.
non-farm. It's day before non-farm. You got to keep it light and tight.
Yeah, it's going to be choppy with no volume.
These are the days we would trade half days and probably cut out and go get some wings.
Can I put a poll in here? Who here has started a company? There is a lot of entrepreneurs here. We've done a survey before, or people that are kind of the gig economy too. Who here has ever started a company?
Does shoveling snow as a teenager count?
Yeah, well, I mean, no, that's just no. Now, if you had a snow removal and landscaping company, then I'd say yes.
Gatekeeping.
Because a lot of traders, a lot of folks that trade seem to be entrepreneurs or self-driven.
Athletes too.
Yeah, 82%, 78%. Damn.
Wow.
Damn. Yep.
Wow.
That's what I've noticed.
I did not expect that. Sweet.
Well, you own your own company. You make your own decisions. You trade. You make your own decisions. So there's something about that personality trait. Risk seeker or has a risk appetite.
3 of them. Wow, this is a great question, Mike. Shit, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, like, because that's Topstep's my successful company, but I had a failed company before that one, and then I had a successful vending company in my early days. I had like a bunch of accounts, and I moved it out to California too, importing juice from Mexico, putting it in vending machines. But then after that, I lost a lot of money doing it's called Guerrilla Gamer. A lot of people to bet each other on video games before they played each other, and I lost couple $100,000 on that one. So everything I took with trading, I would roll over to either real estate or entrepreneurship. So Topstep was the home run one, which was just.
Well, we're glad for it.
Well, thank you. My old man said when I did that video game one, he's like, Junior, he's like, stick with what you know. Yeah, stick with what you know. You know trading. Find something there. I wasn't even thinking. I was already looking at in 2010. Maybe I should start a, bar or something like that. I was actually talking about, maybe I should do a bar thing. I don't know. Like,
look at all these entrepreneurs. This is great.
Well, my family had a restaurant bar.
There you go.
And we had it for a while. But I tell you that just the overall clientele at 4 a.m. in the morning is the things you don't want to have. So it's, if anybody's thinking of buying a bar, think about that first.
Michael, we thought about that once.
Yeah, we thought about that once. Thank God, I would have been divorced and lost friendship, been broke. Failure rates in starting your own business is what? Can you guys share in here? I don't know. I heard it was up there. Failure rate when starting your own business. I thought it was in the 80s or 90%. It's hard. Is it, Ann? Have you heard anything? Okay. Yeah. So whether you're trading or starting your own business.
New highs in NASDAQ.
New high. Yeah, 80%, 78%. Okay, cool. Pretty close to 80%. Pretty close to trading. So go figure. Any endeavor that has pretty big upside, that's taking risk more than anybody else out there, is going to have a larger failure rate. If everybody could do it,
they would.
Michael, I had a conversation with Martin, one of our customer support reps, who started a company right out of college, sold it, and now he's a full-time trader, and he was kind of bored, so he got a job here at Topstep, and he's loving it.
We have a couple guys in here. I think Dakota has a big successful business. He can talk about that at some point. I talked about it when I met him out in Moab. Yeah, traders. And they have different revenue. They know how to have other income streams or revenue streams. Or whatever you want. It's smart to have that. And did you have that, or did you have that when you first started, or were you just a lone trader, trying to make it?
Oh, I have. You mean in terms of running a business, or?
Yeah, no. In terms of trading, sorry, having another income stream when you started trading, did you solely rely on your trading income, or did you have another one to supplement, or a primary one, and then trading was your secondary?
So I sold a recruiting company, and so I had a fair bit of cash that I was sitting on. That I said, hey, I'm a pretty smart gal. How hard could trading be? And so I turned a large fortune into a very small one. And then, but I've always been a one-man show, and just I always go all in. I'm all in, and so I'm like, if I'm gonna.
What's they gonna do?
Henry, come on.
It's like commercial break galore.
Okay, you were gonna do something and you cut out.
You're all in.
You were all in.
Yeah.
Did we lose her volume? Are you?
No, no.
We lost your volume again.
I'm so sorry.
Bummer. Hey, Andre, did I tell you Uncle Mikey is on its way to? My Uncle Mikey's on his way to Allen Fieldhouse in Kansas, Jayhawk
Yeah,
land.
I'll have to get pictures of that.
Yeah, we'll have to get pictures of that. So Eddie and Hub, I didn't give my niece anything for graduation. I laugh about it, but because I don't give money, I give experiences. I go, I'm not giving you money. And so I told her I'd give her surprise experiences throughout college. So she is, you have to sit and wait in line. Kansas Jayhawk basketball, they're like number 1 in the country, Andre?
Right around there.
Right around there. And they're playing a big ranked team Saturday. So they all wait in line. There's 120 camps, like I don't know, tents that are in line outside of the stadium in University of Kansas. She has to sit there from 11 till noon, which is about an hour from now. So what I did is I called the best pizza place in the town, and last night I go, I want to get pizzas for everybody, 120 kids in line. I want you to show up, and I want you to say, these, Uncle Mikey says Rock Chalk Jayhawk, and this is from Molly Zeleny. So she's going to get a surprise here in an hour and a half of pizza delivery guys showing up with $1,000 worth of pizza. $1,000 worth of pizza.
Lord knows that college kids will eat a free pizza. No problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's very and that's exciting for me to do because that's an experience. And I'll also tag it my name on it because I told her I'm going to be Uncle Mikey all throughout college, so I might be doing
partial branding too. Let's keep
partial branding.
That's cool. What about soda? You can't have pizza without soda.
No,
Like
my wife.
Uncle Hogan, Uncle Eddie are going to get some, and Uncle Andre send some soda.
No, my wife's like, I don't think they drink soda. Actually, her mom, Sarah's like, they don't really drink soda. Kids don't drink soda as much as I think we did in the 90s. Hey, 100 lot here at 79. There was 79.
Yeah, do you think this 15,974 is going to hold here?
Well, short bias is growing.
Short bias is growing. It's the rollover we were talking about here in the chat and as well on the show here. It might make this look like it's happening.
Yeah, it shook me out at the top there, and I was not fast enough to get right back in, which is exactly like the one at the bottom that I was talking about. If I think something is going to work, just because it stops me out doesn't mean I'm wrong on the idea. I just was not good on.
No, I knew it was going to happen.
You're not. The idea isn't wrong. Stop was maybe too tight.
But it missed me.
Entry wasn't.
Or I
perfect.
missed it.
Oh, there she is. What's this?
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is going to roll.
You think she's going to roll over?
I do.
Ha! A long one.
Next line, 15,961 is the support area. If it holds above that zone, we can bounce again, but it looks to me like we're going to roll back into the VWAP.
Okay, well, I just got long 62s, and that could be fairly early. And
Are
I'm
you still short, Anne-Marie?
I am. But
Hey,
I'm
can
only
we
short
get-
from 76 because I had to chase it right back in.
I've got a question here. A lot of people trading with a trading buddy, trading alone. Let's put a poll out there. Do you feel less alone when you're trading since joining TopstepTV? So
Good
basically,
question.
has TopstepTV
Well,
sort
I'm
of
gonna answer yes.
sat in that seat as a trading buddy? Let us know. We're going to put a poll in our YouTube chat right before we get to our shoulder tap.
and I got stuck. I'm long.
I'm going to take I'm going to take half my short off right here at 54.
Good for you.
TPO value high from yesterday is 47.
So if I could talk about that for a minute, you know how you saw the tilt moving?
Yup.
And so it initiated that space of going ham, going long.
Yup.
What I will do is when I see that tilt and I go, wait a second, the shorts are moving into a target. At that point, I'm going long. That's what tilt tells me. And so when I go, oh, tilt, let me see where they're going. And when I see, all right, if I lose 15,961, they're going to go to 15,945 or wherever it is. I think they're going to go to the VWAP eventually. But that's what I start looking for. And so I won't pull the trigger on the long until I figure out where the shorts are headed.
God bless it. I got out of that trade. That was 1,000.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So what are you seeing right now? I mean, it's flushing pretty good. The longs are not.
Yeah, it's flushing, and we have a tilt that's negative, correct?
Yeah, it's not super negative anymore, though.
And that means they're taking their positions off. So we're close to that support zone.
Okay. Did we lose her again? I need help, man.
Yeah, the support zone got her.
Yeah, support zone.
They
got
just
it.
finished it with support zone.
So the end of the short should be right here at 45, and I'm going to be flat.
Which is a value high from yesterday.
Really?
So I love using the tilt. I had such a hard time figuring out how to use that in the beginning. I'm like, what the heck am I even looking at? But as soon as I see the tilt, when tilt comes up, I go, where are these guys going? And then I'll go, where are my key levels? And of course, they're the big ones. And as soon as I get there, I go, all right, I'm done. I'm going to get out of the trade. But I will follow into the tilt if it's coming off of a region that I know is resistance. I'll just jump in with them during the tilt or stay in there if I'm short or long until it gets into the most likely target.
Where's your
If
VWAP?
that makes any sense.
Where's your VWAP right now, John? What
920 is what I have on the.
Yeah,
Thank you.
919, 920.
Man. Okay, I'm early. I'm early to the party and nobody's even here. 28.
Well, you got $1,000 worth of pizza.
Yeah, and I'm down to 1,400, so it's $2,400 days.
Are you up on the week?
Yeah,
Okay, let's keep it that way.
I know, right?
All right.
Speaking of folks that can afford some pizza, we have yesterday's top P&Ls.
Dude, Jack's been on fire this week.
Yeah,
There it is. Drum roll. There it is. Sorry. Just remind me, Jack, and I'll announce it.
No
James,
11 G's.
Tyler, Stephen, Rojado.
I remember
Rojado.
that was on the mix card yesterday on shoulder tap.
And one of our presidents, James Madison. He's on the board.
I got long 34s down there, but that was already after I took some heat. So I'm trying to weasel my way back to scratch today.
I'm working a bid in the S&Ps. I didn't get filled.
The votes that we do have, out of 546 votes, 86% says yes, they feel less alone when you're trading since joining TopstepTV. The 14%, I wonder why they are not. Amazing. Well, thank you very much for filling that poll out.
That's a really
for those that did say yes, Michael's going to send you a pizza.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's really good to feel less alone as a trader. I think trading is extremely lonely.
It is.
Never. Extremely.
When you're losing money, there's nothing more lonely than that.
Nothing more
than I
lonely.
used to get.
Oh,
Money.
you can hear the fan on your desktop computer because it's so quiet in there, and your heart's racing, and then Kramer saying something on CNBC, and you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, back in the day, you'd see a screen get punched or a keyboard get thrown every now and then. When
just
dire.
Mouse get broken.
Yeah, mouse get broken.
The wind up of emotions just building inside of you.
You're chasing the tail.
Real quick, for those that did say no, serious, tell us how we can improve TopStep to add, if you can. I'm going to put the link in here. Let us know what would make you feel better about that question. So how can we improve TopstepTV? Here's the form in the YouTube chat.
Those 34s, I mean, I was getting long this whole way, which put me in the hole. But I got myself under 1,000, which is good.
You caught that bounce off that
I
reset.
caught that bounce of the 3 line.
John, what bid were you working? What price?
I've been working a bit at 71.5.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm up 7,000 on the week, which has been really awesome because I've skied every day this week. So I want to keep it into the. I want to keep at least 5,000 of that into the.
Buys a lot of pizza.
It does. It's been a fun week trading with you guys. And it's been even more fun with you.
It's been a week.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But she's not here.
Man.
I'm here.
Yeah, there she is.
Michael.
I don't know.
No one knows.
I saw Eddie's mug, and I'm like, that's not Ann.
No, it's not. No. Yeah, and like Michael said, Ann, it's been great having you here with us. Do you think by any chance you might do this again?
Please.
Please? Yeah.
I would love to do
We'll
it.
send you a pizza.
Yes.
Please.
I know the chat has truly enjoyed you joining us as well as we have. That's for sure.
Thanks.
Well, we go back a long time, Ann.
Tell us about that. How did this all start?
It's when we were doing Squawk Radio.
No way.
And I was looking for good looks, and I was on LinkedIn, and I think we connected on LinkedIn. I
don't know if people go to LinkedIn for
Michael, let him go.
Yeah. Match.com wasn't working,
Oh shit.
so I went to LinkedIn, but she's married.
Yeah.
And, no, anyway.
Yeah.
I was looking
With
for people that
9
were in the
kids.
business.
Hold on.
Sorry?
What?
9. We have
You have
9
kids.
kids.
Wow.
I mean, your stories are incredible.
No, you just keep getting more and more interesting.
I know. Yeah.
Incredible.
But
That is
she was
awesome.
the coolest, and she's like, "Well, yeah, I'd love to come on. This would be fun." And you were a regular. We'd have you on once or twice a
Yeah,
week, I think.
I love the markets. I love the markets. I love the puzzle every day. Even when it kicks me in the face, I'm like, all right, I'll be back for more later.
Right.
I'm just, I love it.
Do you
Was that 10
remember
years ago?
do you remember your theme song I'd play before you'd come on and do a segment with us?
I don't.
It was by heart. Barracuda. Remember?
Ooh,
Oh, that's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, Anne Marie.
Such a thing. Yes. Yeah.
And would you do any of your kids trade?
Funny you should say that. When they were young, they were like, I don't want to work that much. And so
Let me guess, they're millennial.
now that they're older, they're
They're what? Oh,
They're what, Ann? Please.
man, they're what?
We're gonna get our hardwire back there.
There it is.
What
yeah,
are they? What are they,
heavy
Ann?
into crypto.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, enough
Yeah.
said.
You had boys that were doing D1 basketball. Was that right? Or
Yes, we still have one. He's now a pro, and that's why I'm always in Europe.
what?
Because we've been
wow.
schlepping around, following him.
What team or what country?
Well, right now he's in Scotland.
Awesome.
He plays for the British Basketball League
Cool.
right now.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So the kids, some of them are very risk averse, but 2 of them in particular have said to me, "Hey, I really want to start trading seriously next year." And so I've convinced them that when they pull the trigger, they need to open up the combines and start working in here and following along.
How about that? An athlete that wants to be a trader. Hey, if we can do that poll real quick, I'm curious to know how many of our traders in the chat were former athletes at one point.
Whoa.
Little kid,
High school.
minor league.
Yeah.
Let's see what the crossover may or may not have been, just to get those competitive juices going. So yeah,
I was a sponsored skateboarder.
yes, you were. That's definitely that. Those skateboarders are athletes, no joke.
That's a good one, Andre.
Reason to
Yeah.
go out and smoke weed, but
Wow, 84% already.
I figured this is as close to sports as it gets.
Yeah, it
If you're not
is.
playing.
Yeah, it's
You
so
know,
competitive.
Do you know what?
Competitive, it's fast moving. You got to be on your toes. You have competition. You're trying to compete against the rest of the world, and yeah, there's crossover.
Do you know what they said to me when I first got hired at a prop firm after blowing out a $30,000 real money accounts? I was broke. Came to Chicago. They're like, "Well, you're hired." They go, "Well, you're hired. We're not paying you. You got to show us on a simulator. You can prove it, and then we'll flip the switch live." And he looks at me. He's like, "You know what's better than being a pro athlete in Chicago? Being a trader." And I'm like, I'm like, hell yeah, dude, sign me up.
Well, it was. I mean, on the trading floor.
Yeah.
I mean,
in the town of Chicago is a trading town, trader town.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when fast market, you'd have to position yourself like you're getting a rebound.
And the pitch was physical, so
It's were very physical.
Sure. Very physical.
You know.
Hey, so Till got really short down there.
Yeah, it did. That was a great long.
And then, like, yeah, you had to take some heat on it. And it did fall out of bed really right about right now, right here.
Missed my bid by about 2 ticks.
Did you?
Gonna happen. Well, One Man Wolfpack is a professional spoons player. There you go. Play them spoons. Giddy up.
I loved Spoon Man. I thought that was such a cool song.
Spoon
You
Man?
guys know that song?
Spoon
Pearl
Man?
Jam? Is it Pearl Jam?
Yeah, I think
Pearl Jam that did Spoon.
Jack.
What?
Jack
You guys
knows.
don't know Pearl Jam?
Well, we know.
Oh my God, yeah.
in Chicago all the time.
I know
Eddie Vedder, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's someone else because they had the eastbound and
I think
down bit
Spoon.
around it. It's
Jerry Reed.
Danielle
Soundgarden.
thinks
Soundgarden. That's right.
Soundgarden.
It was Soundgarden.
Soundgarden. Thank you,
That's
everyone.
right.
Danielle, all caps, Soundgarden. Okay, Dan, we got it.
Yeah, sorry.
We got it.
You gotta
Soundgarden,
Definitely.
you fool.
gotta hit that buzzer. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-mm.
So,
Michael Hoag. There's a question from Spencer. Spencer Hurst. From Michael and Hoag. Your biggest trade, how many future lots have you had on a single trade? I know Michael had a big one from good old Hulk.
Hulk stuffed me with 300 bigs, which is 600 down minis. I had 600 down minis on it one time. And if you ever want to get your like nerves and your hand to start shaking, you put on astronomical size. And we didn't have margin or whatever. You could put on thousands of lots, and because you were an arbor in the pit, so you're like, well, you can't, like you got to the clearing firm would widen you up. So I had 600 on. And my hand was shaking, and I knew if the market, I was short 600, and it was like a price of like 87. The broker comes in there, and it's a really quiet market like it is right now. And we're all sitting on the ground because we sit on the ground in the pits every now and then when it's dead. And then the broker stands up, and when he stood up with such force, you knew it was like something that was. But he goes 87 bid, and when they say 87 bid, you're like, oh, it's a smaller lot size. You think in your head it's a smaller lot size because you typically go 87 bid 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
You normally wouldn't say 87 bid.
10.
Yeah, you wouldn't say 87 bid 600 or 300. You would say 90 bid or 80 bid or 85 bid because you got to like really get these filled. And I go sold, and he looks at me and goes 300.
That was an asinine move, though. He knew.
Yeah, he stuffed me
Michael,
away.
you didn't have to take that. If he didn't put a number on it, you didn't have to take that.
If I said sold, you did have to take it in the pit, right, Eddie?
Not if he didn't put a number on it.
If you didn't put it.
Well, I don't know. A lot of pits work differently, though.
No,
If he just said 7 bid, and you said sold, and he said 300, you say no. 2.
No, he said 87 bid 300. And by the time he said 87 bid, we were very quick. By the time he said 87, you would be like, shit, it's like trading 86s or 5s. And you didn't think it's a 10 lot. So you're like, I got a couple ticks. But then you get stuffed with. So that was 600 minis that I had to roll out of. I lost 5 or 7. I think it was 5 or 7 grand that day, just rolling out of that position. Thank God it didn't scream higher. It just kind of stuck around the 80s and the 82s. It never went offer up from 87.
Yeah, you had to put a number on any bidder offer. It wasn't a legit bid unless you put a number on it. But if
you
said sold before he got to say 300, then you're taking him.
Yep.
So people just blindly fill the order before saying the number?
Yeah.
Sometimes, size traders would probably. They don't care what the number is.
John, how about you? You traded big.
Nah, I didn't really trade all that big. The biggest thing I ever probably did was probably about a 20 lot. That's big S&Ps. That's 100 minis.
Yes, 100. Yep.
And
That's pretty big.
I was
That's
scared.
5,000. That's 5,000 a handle, isn't it? Like 410, 50. Am I
Something
right?
like that.
Yeah.
There's 1,000 ticks. Well, here I can figure it out.
Well, if it's $25 a tick,
We're all back.
right?
Times 20.
Congratulations to Lyle Street Wolf. Thank you for the Friday reset. Today I passed my combine. Thank you very much, MP and Topstep.
Nice. I love hearing these stories.
Yeah, it's great. So 25 a tick times 20, 500 a tick. So, and it was after the break, so it was $5,000 a handle.
Damn.
Oh,
Yeah, it's crazy. That's crazy. We'll have somebody that came in and booked. We're going to book him, I think, here coming up in a few weeks, maybe. Made $1 million in about 5 minutes. So we'll talk to
During the
him.
crash.
But, yeah. Could have went either way. Could have went either way.
Yep.
All right. Well, you know what? We've got 34 minutes past the hour, and we're going to be doing shoulder tap here with Brett. And thank you very much for being with us here today. I tell you, we have, hey, if real quick before Ann says Auf Wiedersehen, let's get those likes up. All right, get those likes up. 2,661. Come on, people! If you like what Ann brought to the table today, hit that like button, the thumbs up button, and we'll go from there.
Yes, and absolute pleasure today.
Yes. So
thank you so much. It was so much fun.
Yes, and awesome.
You're the star of the show.
Thanks, Ann.
So the Cubs are
You're the
going
best.
after Otani. We're going after Anne Marie Band. you're our Otani.
We'll chase
Man,
her
I
down on
wonder
power
what
back.
his contract is going to be.
I hope they do it.
Yeah. But and have a great weekend. And our agent, our production team will contact your agent.
Everybody.
We'll do lunch.
Oh,
All right.
Take care.
bye.
Take
Ann.
care.
See you, Ann. See you, Ann.
Cool
Bye-bye.
stuff.
Henry.
All right. All right, boys and girls, we're going to take a little break right now. We've got Brett in the green room eating all our cookies and drinking all our chocolate milk. So we're going to get him out here to do shoulder tap, and we'll be right back. Don't go away.
Bet you never fall off, you was made for that. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. Hey, slaughter around the city with my day one. I ain't gotta worry cause they A1. Wasn't in the field and you can't come with us. My little shawty going stupid, going straight dumb with us. I'm a big time, still humble in the hood. Gotta keep it positive on nothing but the good. When I'm on vacation, I be stunting like I should. Got a real queen falling, she gon' stumble on the wood. And I still be doing business with my brother them. And I know that if I got it, I'ma cover them. And I know that if I need it, they gon' give it back. Gotta practice what you preaching, I be living that. Taking trips around the globe, bringing game back. Touchdown hood, happy that I came back. Take a photo with my granny for the memories. And if it's for a good cause, I'm buying 10 of these. Seem like every captain gotta maintain the cap. You can make change, don't change for that. Tell the whole truth, get paid for that. Bet you never fall off, you was made for that. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. Knee deep in the game and I'm still the same. Why you always hating? That's a shame. Gotta split the profits with the ones that came. With your other homies, share the vision. Yeah, we got the same picture. You won't catch me.
I'm back.
All right. Well, welcome to Shoulder Tap. We've got Brett here with us, our one of our fine risk managers. Andre, how you doing? How you doing, Brett? What's going on?
Doing great. Thanks so much for having me. I have a ton of really great stuff to share with you today.
Awesome.
One of the most important. I was trying to trick you guys with. I know.
No, I thought, man, you got me. Not today, Brett.
Man, she left us on some cliffhangers on the edge of our seat at times.
Yes. No, it happens.
But no, in all seriousness, one trader I want to mention is Alex. Alex James is one of the influencers that trades with Topstep, and he's worked his XF Express funded account up to a $12,000 account balance and has profited over $300 in the markets today, showing just a slow and steady track record, growing the account and really doing well. So definitely wanted to mention Alex James today.
Good. Keep it up.
Yeah. So I guess I'll jump right into it. We've got somewhat limited time today, as I think Max is coming on in about 20 minutes to talk with some Topstep people.
Max Maserati, international man of mystery.
Ooh. That reminds me of, what was it on The Simpsons? Max Power. When Homer changed his name.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah, getting away from that, jumping right into the trading cards. The first shoulder tap, thank you, Eddie. The first shoulder tap that we have today is Lee, and Lee is in a $100,000 express funded account, and Lee has a pretty poor winning trade percentage at just 25%, right at 50% for winning days, but has still managed to grow his account and keep it rolling. The one thing that recently Lee has been struggling with is he's on a little bit of a losing streak, 8 days in a row so far. But that's also one of Lee's strengths. With the exception of just 2 of those days, Lee has kept those losses right around $200 and $300 each of those days, which is why they've been able to sustain continued losses day in and day out for so long. 2 of those days, they kind of stepped away from their rules and lost a little bit more, but not enough to compromise and lose the account. So really good things that Lee is doing, and it is tough when you're on a cold streak to not let the losses get out of control and keep them at a modest $200, $300, $400 a day.
It's so hard to do. So hard to do.
Absolutely. And yeah, I heard Michael talking earlier about getting stuffed with, what was it, 600 mini DAOs.
300, right?
Yeah.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, it does. Well, I like a couple of things on Lee's trade report here. I mean, his average winning day is twice his average losing day. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
His best day is, you know, almost twice his worst day. He's doing it with reward over risk.
Absolutely. And he's been doing it for 47 trading days in this account. And Lee really did you, I don't know how far back you looked, but Lee really started off well in the account and avoided losses, which love to see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he started off with, you know, second day, 2,200, 3,300 the next day.
Nice.
A little rough the following day, but, you know, a couple of nice $1,000 winning days, 3,400, 2,500. He's doing, you know, what he should be doing when he's seeing the market well, it looks like. He's continuing and you know, adding to profits. So it looks good, man. You know, I'm not worried about the losing trade percentage per se when you have, you know, a reward over risk like 3 to 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the average intraday P&L high and low being at 838 to the positive and just under minus 600 to the negative.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. Keeping it again modest and allowing the account to grow.
Yeah, is he walking away at this high water mark? There's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, when he puts up a big day, he puts up a big day and he keeps it. He walks away. A bunch of big up days here where he walks away at his high water mark. Love that.
So, okay, well, all right, so what are we seeing then as far as what's the issue? Sounds like this trader's doing pretty damn well then, right? Just working on winning trade percentage essentially is what we're looking to improve on?
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that I see here that you know, of course we all want to have 100% winning trades, right?
Realistic? No, but that's our aim, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's managing to continue to grow his account even though he's wrong more than he's right, and it's all in that reward over risk ratio that he's maintaining.
Yeah, and with that 25% winning trades, would love to see that number get a little bit better and really focus on just winning trades. And that's not to say you wait until a loser turns into a winner. You still trade in and out of it just like any other trade.
And obviously he's not doing that. I mean, his winners are 23 minutes long. His losses are 6.
Yeah, and his average contracts per day at just 31 contracts. He's doing 2 contracts per trade and has really stayed consistent with those numbers. Really doesn't have too many numbers that are over 40 contracts in a day.
Nice work.
Hey, real quick, guys, NASDAQ making new highs, S&Ps as well.
Yeah, we're on the highs here.
Yep. Sorry, Brett, you were saying?
Oh, no worries. I was just about to move on to our next trader, Fayez, and love seeing the equities going to the upside.
Uh-huh.
Someone got the number early for tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
That's what that was always our conspiracy. That someone got the tap on what the number is going to be. Anyways, all right, Fayez, B.
Yeah, well, what was it, Andre? The blinds, like window blinds scandal for interest rates in was it the 80s or 90s?
Yeah, they would tell that was the tap, or that's where the tap came from. They would tip off what the rates were going to be the following, or the decision was going to be. So
yeah, if they open the blinds, so they now do those numbers and prepare them in a windowless room, I think. Getting right back to Fayez. Fayez is in a $150,000 express funded account, and trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. Very modest daily P&L of positive $357. Winning trade percent at 63, winning day at 61, really doing well in the account. The average winning day and losing day are nearly the same at about 2,000. And the best day that Fayez has posted has been just over $4,200. Again, longer traders that I decided to feature on here today. We've got 33 trading days completed for Fayez. The account balance is a little bit on the low side after 3 days of consecutive losses, But what I wanted to highlight regarding Fayez's trading is that they lost money over the last 3 days, but each day has been about half of the previous day.
Can you say that again?
Each of their losing days since 3 days ago has halved. So
Okay.
They went 100% of their daily loss limit, then about half of that, and then about half of that again.
I like that.
So
All right, so it's going in the right direction.
yeah, they're slowing it down. The one encouragement that I would say for Fayez is to slow down even more. Your account's only got a little over $1,000 remaining in it. Really pump the brakes. Maybe even consider going to the micros for a little bit until you can post some days that are positive.
Do you see that a lot, bro? They'll go from the minis to the micros to slow down? Or is that a strategy that we employ, or do you see employed at all?
I mean, I tell a bunch of traders to do that, and I wish that they would do it more. I really think that a lot of traders could and would find success in.
Why don't you think they do that? Is it an ego thing, or is it a?
It's an ego thing. I mean, I remember once when I had 100 contracts on. It was a spread, so it wasn't an outright. But I had 100 contracts on, and I put one more on just so that I could say, yeah, I've done over 100 contracts.
There you go.
So, but yeah, I think partly it's an ego thing, and another part of it is just that, you know what, it's more exciting.
Yes, it is. It's straight up. Let's just be honest with it. Call a spade a spade. It is.
So
what you got? I know. I like when John digs into the.
He's got 63% winning trades. He's upside down in reward over risk. So he better get that winning trade percentage higher if that's what he's going to be doing as far as his reward over risk. And one other thing is win-loss duration, holding winners for 6 minutes and holding losses for 13. We, of course, don't know how many of those were at one point in profit, and then they just came back and hit a stop. But so a couple of things to think about.
Yeah, and one other thing that I used to do often is I would use trailing stop limits to protect myself, catch the move, and when it does pull back, I would automatically get out.
At least he's paid himself, so that's good. He's taking some money. It's real, so
good.
That's good.
Yeah, and the payouts. Yeah, he's got well into the he's into 5 figures as far as the payouts go. Which again, sweet. we can provide payouts on the simulated express funded accounts because we are able to collect and use that data to trade from. The last trader that I have for us today is Eunice. Eunice is in a $50,000 XFA, and Eunice is a rare one in that Eunice trades gold primarily.
Wow.
And I know you talk about gold a lot, and Andre, do you trade gold at all?
No, I have not. I've been following closely since it's trading above 2,000 lately.
Yeah, I've taken like 3 trades in gold this year.
They were good. They're all winners too, right?
Yeah, they were really compressed. They were planned. So
nice. There's a trader that used to work out of the office that I was in, and they actually took delivery of, I forget if it was 2 or 3 contracts of gold over the course of about a year, and that was interesting to see the armed security bring it up and everything.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's amazing how small 100 ounces of gold actually is.
It's a really heavy metal, isn't it?
Yeah. But getting back to Eunice has 56% winning days, average P&L of $304. So again, modest winning days or average P&Ls, 52% winning trades, and really picks their trades. Just takes 4 trades per day and generally does 3 contracts on each of those trades, averaging only 13 contracts on each day. And again, 39 trading days completed for Eunice. Really want to highlight and compliment that selectivity with the trades. So hard to not click the mouse or over click the mouse, especially when you're having losing days. But Eunice has really done a good job of avoiding losing days and keeping it modest, allowing that account to grow. So
Yeah, I mean, that's about my winning trade percentage is probably about, for the last 3,000 trades, is probably about 51%. And again, this is being helped by that reward over risk ratio of average win 530, average loss 290. Not quite 2-to-1, but I'll take it if that's what I get. And again, holding positions for really a long time, an hour and 42-minute average win and 44-minute average loss.
Perfect. Yeah.
But I love this guy because he's not over trading.
How many trades a day, John?
Well, there's an average of
cars a day?
4.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that really is.
An average of 4. So, got a tendency to maybe pull off the high watermark, but at some point, just kind of not giving a lot of it back when they're having a good day. There's a couple of ending the day on the high watermark. I'd love to see that, because those are his biggest days. When you have a good day and you keep it, those tend to be your best days. Best days, $7,000. He's taking money out of the account, paying himself. Yeah, I mean, it looks good to me. I'm not seeing like any consecutive losing trade issues. Maybe just one day, one trade. A daily loss limit hit? No, we don't want to do that. One trade? No.
Yeah, that was one thing that I had in the notes is that Eunice might want to consider stopping before hitting the daily loss limit. Right. It's happening half the time. You are bringing the account value up, but it's really, with a 50% winning day average, it's really difficult to grow the account when you are hitting a daily loss limit like that regularly.
And especially on one trade.
Yeah. And John, to further what you were saying, Eunice's average intraday P&L high and low is 746 to the good side and 241 to the bad side. So really an excellent contrast on the winning days and the losing days as far as his appetite for going in the hole, really.
Very, very good. Very good. And, it's just over and over. And again, we say it, you say it, Andre, everybody says it, Eddie says it. Reward over risk is what's going to keep you on the right side of things. So keep it up, Eunice.
Yeah, keep up. Hey, John, real quick, how long did it take you to retrain yourself to say reward over risk as opposed to risk reward?
It was driving me crazy. Everybody says risk reward rate.
I know, but it doesn't make sense, correct?
But the reward is first. So I just started saying reward over risk ratio just so I can keep things straight in my head.
It's true.
And
yes.
I've been trying to kind of get everybody to kind of say it that way.
That's the truth. So yes, I was just wondering.
Yeah. Yeah, right. There was a conversation about that on our Facebook page. I saw. I was laughing. It was like, whatever works for you, but just to be clear, I just say reward over risk ratio.
Yep, the chat agrees. So alphabetically, reward is before risk. Thank you, Robert. Yes. Well, I really appreciate that. If you got anything else for us, because I know people really like the shoulder tap segment. They get a lot of value out of this. You and Mick are become stars in your own right with this segment. So
it's a great segment. I love it.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun to do and communicate with the traders, because there are so many great people in the community, and we do certainly appreciate those likes on the YouTube channel. So keep them coming. Right, Thank you both so much for having me, and have a great time with Mr. Maserati if either of both are participating in that.
Yep, we will. We'll be back for power players here in about 2 minutes with Mr. Maserati. Let's trade some size here, huh, Johnny?
Yeah, let's just put on 300 and walk away.
I know, right? All right, Brett. Well, thank you for that. We really appreciate your time.
Brett, we appreciate you
having me.
Have a good one, buddy. All right, yeah, I won't be, but we'll be back with power players here in just a few minutes. So make sure you stick around.
Who am I trading with?
Eddie.
Oh, Eddie. Okay, cool.
Mike and international man of mystery.
All right, let's do it.
Miss Max Maserati.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, we'll see you in a bit.
And welcome back to Power Players with Max Maserati.
I like that.
Max, really cool to have you here. Max, one of our funded traders who is kicking butt. And we figured, hey, let's bring him on here. Let's talk to Max and possibly might get into some trades here if the opportunity is there. But Max, we got Andre. Andre, how you doing, Andre?
I'm good. Having fun today. It's been quite the show, needless to say.
It's been quite the show. Let's just say it.
Mm-hmm.
But let's start this off. Max, tell us about yourself and where you're from.
Okay, so my name is Max Etienne, not Maserati. Maserati.
Damn, it's not Maserati. Damn it.
But let's use the Maserati. So I am a medical doctor. I'm a physician.
Okay.
So licensed. So I'm from Haiti, and when I was like working as a medical doctor, and but I feel like I want to do something outside of medicine, and I've always had this kind of passion for the stock traders and seeing Wall Street on the TV and stuff. I always wanted to do something like that. And the way I see the medical field, I love medicine, but I feel like what I wanted in life, medicine will never be able to give it to me in a certain way. So I think in 2017, so I won a scholarship, and I went to Japan. I did a master in public health as well. I spent 4 years there, and this is where I met my lovely wife. So so once I arrived in Japan, so I say I'm going to start trading. So I start learning from baby pips. I mean, a lot of people went through it. So, and oh my gosh, I've done the course. I can trade, and then I put $1,000 in an account with MT4, MT5. And then I think I lost that money within probably 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's about right.
So stressful. It was so stressful. Every morning I was waking up, putting trade. I was like crazy. I didn't know what I was doing, basically, when I look back. And then I gave up because like my study were very busy, and I just gave up. And after that, I just moved to London in 2021 because I had a son and I wanted him to grow up in a country where he can grow up speaking English. So we decided to move here. And then when I moved here, and so I was planning to do the medical exam to practice medicine in the UK. And then when I check the like the payment and everything, what I need to go through, I'm like, oh, I decided to give up. I should keep just doing what I love, which is trading. And even I failed the first time. And let's give it a try again. So I started again. And then I think I put like 16,000 pounds in an account, and I lost it. I started trading with crypto. I'm like, probably crypto is easier to trade, and I start doing crypto like Binance with USDT. Oh my gosh, I lose it all. And then I couldn't tell that to my wife.
No.
She's not listening now, is she?
Now she's okay. She's listening now.
Oh, she is? Okay, tell her we say hello.
Oh, no. You're grounded. You're grounded.
Yeah, so I lost it all, and I couldn't really talk to her, telling her what is happening. And then she said, maybe you should like be looking for a job and looking to pass the exam. But I'm like, I don't feel this is for me, you know what I mean? And then at some point, after like probably 1 year and 3 months, and I was like going through the pain, trying to learning, and I discovered ICT last year. And then I started learning about ICT, but I didn't really do all the videos. But I feel like trading is a path that you need to discover by your own self, your way.
Right.
And then when she figured out that I lost all the money, and she said, you should stop trading. This is gambling.
Wise woman. Yes, very wise.
Yeah. He said, this is gambling. You should stop trading. This is not for you.
How did you answer?
No
Real quick,
one ever
Max, how did you respond to that when she said that? How did you respond to that?
And I mean, like, I tried to convince her, but I see like she was like, oh my gosh, she was saying, once you start working in the medical field, and probably you'll be like trading, losing your money and stuff. And I see like she's crying, but I'm like, okay, I will keep studying. But every day I was with my laptop. I was waking up every single day for the last 2 years. Since I was losing this one, every day learning, studying. And she think I was studying for the medical exams. I postponed the exam so many times. I said, I need to succeed. I need to succeed. And then I was like learning and learning every day. I was waking up at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 1 a.m., and then it's 9 p.m. I'm still on the chart. Unless I have something to do with my son, I have something important. Otherwise, I'm in front of my screen, in front of the chart, learning, watching YouTube videos. And every time she think I'm studying, but I'm like just learning. Every time she come close to me by the screen, I just swipe it.
Switch the screen to medical stuff, right? Oh no. Learning how to
I just
suture.
swipe it. I'm like, this is what I love, but I cannot tell her anything, but I know I could succeed. And like, if a lot of people could do it, why not? Why not me?
Right.
I just need to keep going up.
You know, Max, it's about desire and passion, and where we want to be and what we want. And sometimes it is hard. It is very hard to get to that point. And my gosh, you're doing medical school. How long were you in medical school?
I spent 7 years in medical school.
That's a long time.
And I worked for 3 years as a medical doctor in emergency room. And then I did 3 years of public health. And she said, you're going to throw all this away. You need to keep going. But eventually I made it. I got funded. I got paid payout. And then she didn't know. I told her, oh, it wasn't business and stuff. She didn't know. She's
like, where'd you get those new shoes? Yeah, right.
Max, I gotta say that laugh of yours, man. That laugh is infectious, man.
And it was so funny. It was so funny.
She knows now, though, what's going on.
Yeah, she knows. She knows now. She knows now. But at the beginning, when I told her, she was like, "What?" She thought I was doing some kind of business or something. I say,
yeah. Well, I tell you, you've got a wonderful wife. And I'm not just saying that.
Amazing.
Somebody that stood by your side and accepted your decisions, and you yourself, somebody that has gone through schooling that long and then learning the trade. I know that we've got some other doctors that are in the combine, have gotten funded, but I tell you, that's a lot of learning, and I tell you, a long time. But you hooked up, you connected with trading, and you're seeing success in both. I mean, gosh, I'm impressed. Period. I'm impressed.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. It was a roller coaster. I mean, like, for me, it was one of the most difficult thing ever. It's like I feel like trading doesn't matter. It's like you against you. It's like a discovering of yourself. It's a journey to discover yourself. Yeah. And it's not about the market. Sometimes the market is doing something, and then in your brain, something else is happening. And you're just doing something completely different outside of, you don't even know.
Right.
It's like your ego. It's so. It's just like, for me, it's the most difficult thing ever to do as a profession.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Hard work pays off, and this is not an easy ride, especially being a doctor and a trader. It's a long journey. It's a long journey. Now, let me ask you, Max. What's your preferred markets to trade in now, and why?
Okay, so basically now I'm only focused on futures, ES.
Okay.
So
now why is that?
Sorry?
Why is that? Why just ES?
Okay, so basically, when I was trading crypto from I think I started in June 2021, and then I just gave up on crypto probably, I think, on last year June, I gave up on crypto. I say, this is not for me. I will never succeed with crypto, with Binance. So I gave up. And then I think I said, let me go back to Forex. And I think I tried a company that called the Fivers. And for the first time with Pop Firm, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't like this company. There's so many little rules, so many little things. I hate them. And I somehow I was in a Discord group, and then someone was talking about Topstep. I'm like, what is that? And let me investigate. And then I discovered Topstep, and then I opened my first account, and then I think it was June 4th.
This year, last year?
This year.
Oh,
I got this year, June 4th. And then in August 23rd, I get funded.
Nice.
Wow. That's quick.
But even I got funded on August 23rd, it was so difficult to keep the Express funded account. And I was passing the accounts like in 2 days. I can pass it like come by in 2 days. But I couldn't keep it until recently. I came to focus only on trading ES. I said I need to stick with one thing, and I need to stick with one strategy. And I developed my own strategy, my own indicator, and then I only focus on the candle, because for me, I see the candle. They are like the interaction between people. The way a candle closes will tell you a complete story of what will happen next or what can happen next. If you just focus your own strategy just on the candles, probably a lot of things will be much, much better. And then from that, it took me time.
It is. It's about time. And, like you said, you've got a son, correct?
Yeah, I got a son, yeah.
Okay. And a lot of times we find ourselves behind our monitors, behind our computers, more than we want to be. But you always got to remember, family first, and you got to diversify yourself. And, but there is just a lot of time, that you can take on your own to learn this career, learn this business, learn the correct way. And I'm really glad you found Topstep.
Oh, I love, you can't imagine, I love Topstep.
Well, that's a good thing. I mean, there's a lot of people that do love us. And you mentioned the, other companies have rules. We got rules too, but if you put it into perspective, rules are going to help you, not necessarily get funded by that company, but they're going to help you learn what you need to do, when you need to do, and how you need to do it. When we first started Topstep here, we had a lot of rules, but as we sort of felt out and got suggestions and, we started to, add or subtract, to make it, a lot easier to pass. But I think the rules we got in place are pretty good. In case you do move on. And that's what we love seeing traders who go through the program, get funded, accumulate a nice profit where they can open up their own account and do their own thing. And we love that. And a lot of these traders, and I'll be God honest, is that they'll come back and they'll say, hey, you know what? If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. I'm still using this rule you guys have.
Hey, real quick, sorry to interrupt, guys. We're making new highs. We just took off to the upside. So just something to keep an eye on while we keep this amazing interview going on. Sorry, Eddie.
Okay. All right. And I know that gold just made a new low and took a bounce off the bottom, 2036. 60.
Max, you make any trades today?
Oh yeah, I'm done trading. I before 8:30 a.m. or 9:30, I try to finish trading for the day.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah, because I just make like 4,500 in one combine, and then I think
I'm up $350, and I'm happy as a frog in a swamp.
I'm just trying Topstep X today. I just tried, and the 50K account.
What do you think?
Oh, I kind of love it. I made 1,500 on the combine as well.
Okay. All right. Why don't you interview us, Max? Yeah, he's going to interview us now.
Yeah, you should be
interviewing us. Let me ask you, Max. How do you stay up to date with market trends and news?
Good question.
Okay, so basically, can I show the shot? Maybe I can really explain about my strategy.
Let's give it a shot to show the shot.
Yeah, the shot. Yeah.
Wow, using the white screen, that's pretty bright.
It's pretty bright. Do you want, I mean,
No, don't change it. Keep it the way it is. That's the way you got it.
yeah, this is the way it is. Yeah. So basically, what I do normally when I wake up in the morning, so I can't really. Okay, so when I wake up in the morning, so I check the daily chart. So and see how the previous day candle was closed. So my indicator is called like Emacs cap model PO4. PO4 is like for the 4 hour because I use the 4 hour. So I check the monthly, what happened on the monthly, the weekly, and the daily. So I focus on the daily. So what I do, so I check if the previous day candle was a bullish candle, for example, like a body close above the high or a body close below the low. So for example, and then I will be placing a line, and then I would say if it, for example, yesterday wasn't a body close, it was. So I call when the candle take the low and take the high and then close inside, I call it like previous day range high, previous day range low. So I place, I mark it this way. So I will be marking previous day range low, and then the top would be like previous day range high. Yeah.
Still making new highs here, NASDAQ.
Yeah. So this is what I do, and then because the market closed inside, so it was for me it was a range. So what I'm waiting now, I'm waiting for one of these to be taken out. Okay. So once one of them is taken out, so I will be going on the 4 hours as well. When I go into 4 hours, and I will check. So for example here, so here. As you can see, so the market, the low was taken, and then the market, and I have a 4 hours that was closed, bullish body close above. So I will be marking it. I will be marking every 4 hours. I have an alarm to tell me exactly what to do. So I will be marking the 4 hours, and then I will say, okay, so this was a swing success. So this was a swing success. I will be H for swing success, and then this will be my target. So this will be my drawn liquidity.
Okay.
So this will be my drawn liquidity. H for high.
So one more time, what time frames are those candles?
So this is 4 hours.
Okay, 4 hours.
So,
all right.
So the 4 hours, I just call it H4.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the 4 hour. Let me just, okay. So, and then what I'll do next. So this is the swing success here because the candle closed above. And then, so the candle closed here. So, and then I will go down. So I trade on the 15 minute. So on the 15 minute, so my indicator, you see the candle, the yellow, green, and then the purple. So they will be giving me the signal.
What signal? What signal is that?
To enter long or to enter short.
What's this one?
So the signal will. Yeah. So for example, so this is the indicator I developed with a couple of friends, K Poems. A big shout out to K Poems and Pons was listening as well. They helped me develop this indicator. So the indicator is basically when the candle closed above or below the previous candle, high or low. So it will make the candle will be green if there were if there were fractal. I use regular fractal and Bill Williams fractal to find the high and the low of the market.
Okay.
And then, for example, this candle of the fractal, I call it FC2, and this is the entry candle, I call it C3. So when I receive after that, because the previous day range low was taken, so I'm waiting for 15 minutes to give me a signal to go long. So what I will be doing, so I will be placing a long. Immediately I get the signal, I will be placing a long on the order block, on the FC2 candle. I will be placing a long here, exactly here, and here I will target 1 to 2. Right? And then I get tagging here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I get another signal. So I will place another trade here. I will add to my trade here again.
Max, let me ask you.
And then again.
You know, as you're putting these on, how do you manage your risk in trades? What's something you can share with us? So how you manage your risk?
So basically, what I do. So once I'm in profit, I need to stay in profit. This is this is a kind of like, if it's my my motto.
Yep.
Once in profit, stay in profit.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Yep.
Because when I try to trade like normal, like everyone else, even for example, my strategy to work like oh my gosh, it's like golden. So, but me, based on my personality, I want things to be fast.
Right.
And I don't want to my trade come back to me. So I prefer to get in, and get out. So I will be going to the 1 minute. Whenever I have 1 minute a candle closing, body close above, I will get out of my trade. For example, here, if I get
what
in the trade.
What are you seeing right now?
So this is the 1 minute. This is the 1 minute. So I will be managing my trade. So I will let the trade run. Once I'm in profit, I will keep moving my stop loss and then stay in profit. And I will be adding like every single, for example, every single order block, I will be adding to my position.
Mm-hmm.
I will scaling up and moving my stop loss. Scaling up, moving my stop loss. Scaling up, moving. I will stay in profit. If the market come back to me and take my stop loss, it's okay. As long as the market still giving me signal, I will keep entering, keep moving my stop loss until the market just explodes, and then I make a huge profit.
Right. So you're locking in. You're locking in. You're winning trades. Yes.
Yeah.
See, I like to do that also when I can, is because the worst thing can happen is if you've got a nice trade on, a profitable trade, and it all of a sudden it does a 180 and runs against you, and now you're in negative. Now it's getting close to your stop and you get stopped out. I mean, that blows confidence, and I think confidence is just so important in trading because you're moving forward with confidence, and when you don't have confidence, you're sort of swaying back and forth. I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what to do. But that's I like the way you do that. Now, you mentioned winning days. How about if you start your day off with a losing day?
Good question.
If I start my day with a losing day, and because I train myself, for example, the last 2 weeks, I was training myself to lose.
But it sounds funny, but I can understand that. Yes.
Yeah, because the fact is I'm a very bad loser. I don't like to lose.
Yeah.
I'm guilty.
That's why I keep moving my stop loss, because I hate losing. Because once I'm in a losing position, I prefer to reach the daily maximum loss rather than closing the trade.
Oh, you'll just take it you'll bury it into the ground.
Yeah. So since I'm since I know my personality, so that's why I prefer to keep moving my stop loss every single minute, every single time the market create a new structure, or my strategy PO4 give me a new structure. So I just move my stop loss on it. I lock in profit, and I don't feel this kind of anxiety, this regret.
Mm-hmm.
I might not have a lot of money, but at least I get 200, 300, 400, 500 at the end of the day. But I with this 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and once the trade really go in my favor, I make a huge chunk of money. And when I try to trade the traditional way, like putting my stop loss, take profit, and sometimes the trade go against me and take my stop loss, it's a pain. and it doesn't really fit my personality. So if I start the day with losing, so I'm like, okay, this is what it is. I give up. I'm okay with that. But if I lose, I will lose I will reach the daily loss limit, and I'm done. I cannot trade again. I'm done for the day.
So that's you got the I tell you the human nature of not losing.
Yeah.
So you catch yourself getting to a point where you're digging that hole deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you hit your daily loss limit. What do you think? I mean, there's something that you're most likely working on, and maybe you can share that with us. I tell you, I give myself a personal loss limit. Never like to see a positive go to negative. Never like to see a negative day get deeper. And, we're always at that point where it's like, okay, one more trade's going to get me out of it. One more trade. Okay. Oh, that one didn't work. Well, this looks like it's going to work. And what we're doing is we're sabotaging ourselves. We're putting ourselves in a position where we're not doing what we should be doing. We're doing what we want to be doing.
That's right.
And, that can really screw things up. And, like we say here at Topstep, trade for tomorrow. And, that mantra is something that, us as traders, I know I've picked that up, and I sort of live by that. I'm having a bad day, taking that whole day. I'm like, you know what? Practice what I preach. Always say that, and and I'll take the loss, but it is. I gotta be honest with you, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, that is true. That's the most difficult part. Even I develop a kind of Excel spreadsheet that I need to only risk like 225 per trade, and then I was scaling up, for example, like 35% compounding over time. But it's so difficult, and if I lose, I need to cut my trade by 50%. My risk amount by 50%, depends of the day. So I pre-decide how much to risk by on a trade basis, on a daily basis, and what to do. But it's so difficult to follow it. So the only thing I feel that really worked for me is just moving my stop loss, lock in profit. So when I try something else, like for example, the last 2 weeks, I was trying something else, and I ended up losing again. And I'm like, okay, I give up. Let me go back to myself. What get me funded? My package, my strategy, and my way of thinking. What got me funded, and my micromanagement of my trades. And then I couldn't really pass a couple of combines. And once I switched my mindset, and I just passed 2 combines in 2 days.
Right.
Hey, Max, I got a question for you. How important is emotional control in trading, and how do you maintain it? I guess how the crossover from the medical profession, the medical field, into trading, or trading in the medical profession. How important is emotional control to you? Because you did say when you like to take your losses, you like to drive the account into the daily loss limit. So how important is emotional control, and how do you try to maintain emotional control?
Okay, basically what I do when my brain is not working like it's supposed to, when I take a loss.
What does that mean when your brain isn't working like it's supposed to?
For example, when you take a loss, it hurts.
Yes, it does.
It hurts.
It does. I just heard it.
Like you have this kind of, you lose yourself in a certain way because you have a lot of rules. You fail, and most of the time when you go back, you check back. You did something that you're not supposed to do because you violate your rules, and then this is why you're here. But if you did that, you go back to you go back to your trade, you check what you did, and then you'll find a solution. And then you blame yourself. So I blame myself.
Well, yes. Well, you have to blame yourself. Well, you have to blame yourself. Who else is there to blame, right?
No one else.
Right.
Because this is on me.
Correct.
Because I didn't follow my rules. So when I'm like in this emotional stress, so I cannot even sleep at night, but I keep meditating. So what I do every day in the morning, I listen to Mind Over Market of Mark Douglas. I listen to it every day, every day, every morning, for every single trade. Mind Over the Market of Mark Douglas. I listen to him every single morning before I place a trade. and then I meditate about what I want to do for the day, and I try to run on it like even twice. Now it's very cold in London now. I cannot really run. I go to the gym and try to keep myself, like to dissipate the stress, the emotional distress.
Awesome. And, touching on that, I guess, follow it up, when you have, have you experienced significant losses in trading? I know you say you've lost, your daily loss limit, but have you, significant losses? And if so, how'd you learn from it? And how'd you deal with it?
I mean, for example, my first funded account, I think I lost it within 2 days.
Okay.
Oh man. Well, you know what, Max. I mean, that's going to happen. It happens so much with our traders. I mean, you get to a point where it's like I'm at the promised land, and now it's time for real money. And I think that's where we sort of we make the mistake where. we got to build a foundation, just like we did with the trading combine. We've got to build it up first. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
It's completely okay. So, for example, my first challenge, the first challenge I passed was on August 23rd, right? And then I got my first payout just recently on October 27th.
Okay, your first payout.
Yeah.
Nice. How much?
Oh, I mean, it was 4,176 pounds.
Okay,
That's a nice payout. Yeah.
Yeah, but in total for the last month, I got my payout was $21,000.
Okay, now we're talking.
Yeah, so basically, like, before I could manage, because like once you get funded, you think, oh my gosh, this is amazing, I got funded. You scream because you grind a lot to get there, and then you figure it out, it's gone, and you need to go back to the same thing again and again and again and again and again and again but I learn a lot, because sometimes when you fail, there's always a lesson. There's always something you learn to get better the next time you come back. So I'm like, I need to do this. This is what I was like, this is what I choose to do for my life. I need to succeed at it. It's difficult, but I need to succeed. And I keep every day working very hard in front of the chart. And then I get funded again. I lose it again. I get funded again. I lose it again and again and again and again.
Yep.
And at some point, I discover how to maintain it. I discover what to do. Going forward, because for me, they were the price to pay to be better.
I got a real quick question for you, Max. In the chat, everyone here is saying this guy is inspiring. Everyone loves his laugh. How are you so naturally happy? Where did you get this from? Where do you get this natural happiness from that keeps you positive? Maybe helps your trading, maybe help you in your personal life, professional life. Where does this energy come from?
I mean, for example, in life, I was always happy, because even everything is going down,
right?
You need to maintain your composure, because it's not the end of life. Unless you are dead or you're in a bed, hospital bed, you cannot move,
Right,
you cannot do anything. This is the moment you should be sad, because I believe the human being have the capacity. You can you can get out of any situation. If you put yourself through it, you decide to do something, and then things will just be naturally happen for you. And then happiness is a choice. You choose to be happy, you choose to be sad. What I ask myself about something, for example, let's say I lose a funded account.
Okay. Yeah, how are you not sad? How are you not sad when you lose a funded account? You have to be somewhat sad, no?
I'm not sad. I just think, not at all. I just think, oh my gosh, it hurts. It hurts me. Mm-hmm. But I keep going like nothing happened. Because what can I do? This is what I ask myself. When something happened, I ask myself, what can you do? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's done. Yes. Keep going on.
Well, Max, like you said, I mean, key, and I think everybody should write this down in their journal, put it on a Post-it note somewhere. Happiness is a choice.
It is.
All right. I mean, that's gold right there because, if you've got negative things that are happening, are you going to sit in it? No, you don't want to sit in it. But some of us just lay there and then don't bother to move. But somebody like Max, even when you were talking about, went through the combine failed, you're not harping on it. You're from what I took from that was, I'm learning. Okay, I didn't pass. I'm learning more. I didn't pass. I'm learning even more. Okay, now I got it. Now I'm passing. Now I'm paying myself out. Now I know what to do. And the thing is, if we didn't fail, we wouldn't get any better.
No,
we'd be spinning our wheels. But you got traction, and you took that to an advantage. Great stuff, Max.
Yeah, and I remember one thing I told my wife. I was telling her that, for example, everyone thinks that trading is just something you just come in and then you need to make money right away. It doesn't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
You go to school for 4 years for a degree. You study for 7 years. And then trading, and then you want to succeed. It's impossible.
Yeah.
It's impossible. You need to learn. You need to give time to yourself to adapt, to blend, to be one with the market, to understand how price moves, what people think. You don't move price. So you need to understand how it moves. And you need to accept the fact that you will lose money, but you will learn. This is the price you pay to learn to be better in life.
Agree.
Right.
And then once you understand that, things will just be easier. I can't even believe now that I'm passing a combine in 2 days. It's just like for me now it's normal, but back in the time it was like, oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Even opening the shop, I was shaking. My heart was, oh my god!
Wait, I'm sorry. Your first combine? Did you pass it or no?
My first no, I didn't. No way.
Yeah, that's the lessons. That's the lessons of trading coming up. There's no one gets success instantly in this business, I don't think. And
yeah, that is true, Andre. That is true.
yes. Well,
All right. Well, I think we got time for one more question, Andre, and I want to make sure that we get that fun question out for him. Okay, Max, our good friend, and what you've been talking about, and the hard work. Like I said earlier in this interview, I'm impressed. Thank you. You're dedicating so much to education and knowledge. Hope to have you back here again. But here's the fun question. All right, my friend, I've got fun questions numbered 1 to 20. I got 20 questions.
I like this game, Eddie.
Right?
That's a lot of questions.
You pick one number, and that's the question we're going to have for you. All right, from 1 to 20, any number in between?
9.
Ooh, is that your favorite number?
Number 9?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. All right. It's a good one.
You have the ball now?
It is a good one. Nobody's asked this one yet. What's your go-to karaoke song or favorite song you sing in the shower?
Oh, in the shower, I don't really sing any song in the shower. In the shower, it's my moment to meditate.
Take. All right. No singing at all? No humming?
No singing. When I'm in the shower, I just let the water run, and then I close my eyes. I just do it naturally. It's me. I've been doing that for years, and I just meditate what I need to do next. Mm-hmm. What should I do? How can I do this? There's always something you need to resolve because life is problem, and every day you're solving a puzzle.
Right.
It's, for example, for me, life, if you just throw a puzzle on the floor, the puzzle will not fix by itself. You need to fix it. So you need to go down on the floor. You need to fix the puzzle one by one. Okay. This is life. Life is 100% problems. Every single day, you're solving an issue. The computer, you're turning it on. It's like you're solving a problem because you need to turn it on. You're solving something. So this is the way I see life. And then when I'm in the shower, so for me, I just trying, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that. How should I do this better? This is my singing.
Yeah, that's good. And
Also, real quick, Max, do you have a social media? Do you have any social media accounts you'd like to share with us? I know a lot of people in the chat have been asking. Do you have social, Twitter, Instagram, anything you'd like to share with us so they can follow you? If not, that's totally cool as well.
Okay, so they can follow me on Emax Capital, EMAX, KAPITAO.
Okay, well, you can type it to us too, and we can forward it along. Just want to make sure we can share that because I know everyone's loving you here today, man. You've been really great.
yeah, it's like we've got an educator here that's funded. You know, you're a very wise man, a very wise person, and I appreciate you sharing all your wisdom with us. And, you know, we wish you all the best continuation. Please tell your wife that we did say hello, and she is a very wonderful woman, letting you get away with all you did. And,
what's her name?
What's her name?
Her name is Rena. She's from Japan.
Hi, Rena.
Rena,
your husband.
Yes, you're a gem, Rena. Keeping this guy, but all in the end, a happy ending to this story. So, and the story's not over. There's many more chapters for Max.
It's not over. It's not over. I'm not even like 0.5% of it.
There you go. Many more chapters ahead. And
Max, man. Dude, this is
keep
awesome.
doing what you're doing, Max, and hopefully we'll get you back again to cheer everybody up.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Thank
we're going to
you
take
very much for having.
Thank you,
for
Max.
having me here, AD and Andre. I really appreciate that, and so I hope to be here one more time, and then
Awesome,
we appreciate you.
And thank you, Topstep for all the resets as well.
Oh, you're one of those guys. Max Maserati, Reset King. No.
So good.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. You have a good day. Have a great week, and we'll talk to you soon. All right.
Okay,
we're going to take a break right now,
and
we're going to be back. We'll be back with Top Quiz with Jack and who do we have? Shannon. All right, cool. We'll be right back.
In the club, I like to meditate. I be higher than a bird, I like to levitate. When I ask them how they doing, it ain't never great. So I be focused on the money, need a better rate. Baby girl eating veggies, doing yoga at the crib. Swimming in the winter, don't get colder where I live. Still the same number, if you got it, you can hit me. Pull up to the park, I'ma match you on a sticky. I ain't tryna be nobody, I ain't gotta be. 100 bands up, shopping at the Dollar Tree. Never been a type that gotta act, gotta lie. I just go and get the bread and bring it back to the tribe. Seem like every captain gotta maintain the cap. You can make change, don't change for that. Tell the whole truth, get paid for that. Bet you never fall off, you was made for that. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. You gotta be who you really be, shine from the inside. Cause they ain't really who they say on the outside. Might touch the states this time. 2021. Yeah, show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it was the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says chirp, not a camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8-day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if you won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock it tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
Gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway, baby? Just come home tonight. All night. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway, baby? Just come home tonight. All night. I am beat for vibe, moving to my life. What's mine on that QGTM type of time now? I'm not sorry, this drove a Rari. Big energy, his bling was really blinding. Them be my type, scheme with him all through the night. He hits me up and give me paid and then we catch a flight. From time to time, I know it's wrong but it feels so right. I know that it feels so right. What's done is done, the devil steady testing me. Tease me gently like expensive trees, like it's your expertise. Touched by V, you know it's blessed. And baby, I need you. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the roadway, baby? Just come home tonight. All night. We gotta ride away, but you're running away. You just gon'
Hello, everybody out there, and welcome to Top Quiz. I have my Andre background of myself right now. I like that purple color. And also, I like that I'm being joined today by Shannon. First time on Top Quiz. Shannon, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited.
Yeah, well, only one perfect score so far, so we'll see if that happens. My apologies with having to change that link on you. There was some hiccups that went on back there with it, but if you're in the link that's pinned to the top, you should be good to go. If it's your first time playing, sign up there, enter your information, 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you'll be entered into a drawing to win one of 20 free resets. What else? Oh, there's a 6-second delay between us and YouTube. So look at your device where that pops up. So whether you're in a browser, on your mobile device, just look at the questions that will pop up here shortly. So, Shannon, are there any trivia categories that you are an expert in?
Absolutely not. I am the world's worst trivia player, so we'll see how this goes.
Well, that is great. You know, we're going to see how it goes. I think you'll know some of these, perhaps. Okay. if you get 2 out of 4 right due to a mix-up, I don't know. I don't think so. So it looks like we got close to 800 of you in here. So I'm going to start it pretty soon. Who's going to be last in? We got Eddie Murphy. That's good. Gumby. Big Booty. All right. People getting sassy. All right. We do this every day. And so if you don't get in today, we can do it tomorrow. I'll just give a few more seconds just to make sure that people are in here. Remember to only enter once. I think we had our first person, Shannon, who was ever banned for shenanigans.
Rules.
So don't do shenanigans. Okay, you ready for this? I'm going to start this right about now. Let's do it. Kahoot, that is the name of the program. That is today's date. Now let's get to the questions. Question number 1. This titan of finance said yesterday that if he were in charge, he would shut down crypto. Was it Larry Summers, Jerome Powell, Lloyd Blankfein, or Jamie Dimon?
It's going to be a shot in the dark for me.
Who do you got?
Let's go with Jerome Powell. It sounds familiar.
Well, if Jerome Powell wanted to shut it down, he could do it. But it was our good friend from JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon. But that was a solid guess. We mentioned this earlier today on the broadcast. Shannon, if you watched this before, this is the bragging board where we see people with the highest scores. But remember, if you get 3 or 4 right, we randomly select you. So my stop was hit. Jimbo999, noiseless. Good to see you here. All right. Question number 2. A large buyer or seller that hides their size by filling many smaller orders at a level is doing what? A little trading lingo here. Is it spoofing, lifting offers, iceberging, or leaning? See if I can help you here. What has a lot lurking below the water?
Iceberging. Let's go with that.
Yes, indeed. It is iceberging. That is not spoofing. Spoofing would be flashing orders that you don't actually intend to fill. Iceberging is getting it done. Okay. Good. You're 1 for 2, Shannon. Pip install. My stop was hip. Farm boy. Oh, Black Swan, who is going to be here. Black Swan is going to be on the quiz. Shannon, if you're not familiar, Black Swan is always near the top of the leaderboard. It might be Ken Jennings. I'm not sure. Okay, question number 3. What rock star did Anne-Marie Band attempt to chase onto an airport tarmac? You discussed today. Was it Eddie Van Halen, Robert Plant, Roger Daltrey, or Levon Helm?
Probably gonna get some hate for this, but the only name I recognize is Eddie Van Halen, so let's go with that.
That's as good a reason as any. It was Robert Plant, actually, the singer from Led Zeppelin, was in that story. I had no idea about this crazy past Anne-Marie had. I think we need to dive more into that. Very interesting life there. Elmano Sabi, Farm Boy. Okay. So we got one more question here, Shannon. I don't remember what it is. But for you, we'll make it worth 2. So you can get the 3 if you get it, all right?
All right, sounds good.
Okay. I can't remember what it is. All right. Final question. Oh, shoot. When the forward price of a futures contract is less than the spot price, the market is in contango, backwardation, a bear market, or a bull market. And Shannon, I'm sorry for this question.
Let's go with a bear market. Why not?
If you're not moving forward, you could be.
Oh, backward. There we go.
Backwardation. When the forward price is less than the spot price, that is backwardation. Somebody called that I would ask that later in the chat. Contango is when the forward price is above the spot price. So there you go. Contango is a fun word. To the bragging board finals. Ticks for kicks. 90 bold even. And in first is Black Swan. I cannot wait until we have Black Swan on to do this. But Shannon, thank you so much for joining today. Great first effort here. I'm sorry. I wish I had asked in advance some like categories that were more in your wheelhouse. It was pretty heavy on the broadcast and trading today, but you did a great job. So
Yeah,
thank you so much
for having me. I had fun.
Yeah, well, that's the real goal here. So everybody, stick around. We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna be back with group coaching. Which today, Eddie, I see you in the back room. Who do we have for group coaching?
We got Monday, Tuesday with Jay. Jay's going to be here with us.
All right.
So
Looks like we got Jay with us. So we will be right back with that. Thanks again, Shannon. And as always, trade well. Have fun, folks. We'll see you soon.
Welcome to group coaching. We like to call it Let's Crush 2023. We've got Coach Jay with us this afternoon. Hopefully you're going to enjoy some lunch or hang out with us for an hour. We're going to be answering one question that was emailed in. Jay's got a presentation on tape reading, and then we're going to take questions right from the chat. So to introduce myself, my name is John Hoagland. Senior performance coach here at Topstep. Been 40 years of industry experience, 31 as an active trader. After trading on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years, I migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since about 2011, it's been my pleasure to be here at Topstep and hopefully increasing the performance and knowledge of all of you. That's the goal. Our goal is your success. This is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there is a lot of risk in futures trading. I'm sure we are all well aware of that. These are leveraged products. Therefore, you can lose more than your initial investment. We should only be using risk capital, which to me is money that I can afford to lose with which to trade. We're not going to be discussing the purchase or sale of any particular product or security here today. This is for educational purposes only. And let's talk to Jay. Jay, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. It's good to be with you. And let's give you a moment here to introduce yourself to anybody who doesn't know you. And you're very popular in our Discord channel and very popular all over the place. What's going on?
How you doing, Hoag? Good to be with you today. Hello, everyone. My name is Jay. I've been a Topstep performance coach for about 7 months now. It's been a great experience so far. I myself have been a trader for 9 years. I'm born and raised in New York. We're actually getting some snow up here today, so winter is officially starting today. I'm mostly a NASDAQ trader. You'll hear me talk about the NASDAQ. The slides I share later, they're NASDAQ based, but I think I have a good understanding of a few different markets to trade. And I'm just excited to be here today, excited to answer your questions. We'll get into a little bit about tape reading. I know it's come up a few times during the broadcast this week, so I'll give a kind of basic overview of it, and then we'll use it in some examples, hopefully, with some trades.
And I see you were wearing your rally sweater.
Yes. Yeah. We rally sweater bros today. And it worked. It worked. The equities actually had a busy morning. Wasn't able to trade in the morning and came back to it and caught a nice move above 16,000 in the equity. So
nice.
I'm attributing that to the sweaters today.
Well, you got to buy it when you've got the rally sweater on, right?
Right.
All right, so why don't we go ahead and get into the questions here. Now, this is one from JP. He was talking about the composite profile and mostly in the NASDAQ. Now, there are times when I will look to composite profiles, but I think that you miss a lot of the detail in the profiles. This is the profile that he put together and sent in his email. This is the one on my platform here, and this is the NASDAQ. So it's very rangy. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to crunch it down a little bit for us. There we go. That's a little bit crunched. We got 2.5 handle TPOs here. So what he was kind of talking about is he's talking about the NASDAQ navigating between the imbalance and balance zones, and he's looking for my take on it. So much like we saw in one of the markets, I think it was crude oil, the market opened between the high volume nodes. When the market opens between the high volume nodes, there is a tendency for the market or for price to rotate to the low end of the lower high volume node and the upper high volume node. Excuse me 1 second, I apologize. So the market kind of did what we might expect. If the market opened below it, we might look to see if we have any business left to do down here. We might, because we opened between them, that kind of becomes my hypothesis, because what we're doing here is we're repairing the low volume area here, or in this case, the area where it spent less time, more volume, less volume, more volume. But again, this is cool because we don't really have any information that we're missing on this. We had that big gap on that CPI day, and we've been kind of in this range largely ever since, expanding it a little bit, but we're getting an idea of where value is and where value is not on the longer time frame. So really just, that kind of move between high volume node to high volume node, we would call repair, and it is done. Now the market is free to look for different levels or new levels to facilitate trade. All right. That's just one take on it. That's just my take. And I often tell everybody, nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. And we get the opportunity to sit together for a while and learn from each other. And let's learn now from Coach Jay about order flow.
All right. Thank you for that. Hope, how often do you use that composite profile?
Not often.
Not often. Yep. I got you. And that's the thing about markets, right? And traders ask all the time, hey, does this work? Does this work? If it makes sense to you and you're able to identify patterns and ultimately it's enough information for you to take a trade, then, everyone's going to have something a little bit different.
Right. It's like nothing works every time. Nothing never works. Nothing works all the time.
Exactly. We'll go through this presentation, intro to tape reading. If you've been in Discord, you've probably seen some of these slides before, but bigger audience here on YouTube. So I figured, we can kind of go through this again. We'll go through a little bit of the history of tape reading, kind of where it started, where we're at today. And we'll talk about some of the tools that traders are able to use today. I personally don't use too many of them. But again, if it makes sense to you, if it works for you, by all means. So we'll go into it. Just watch your eyes. I realize every slide after this is a white background. So here we go.
Shield your eyes.
Yeah, shield your eyes real quick. All right, here we go. So the history of the tape, we'll just go through this real quick. We don't want to stay in the past. But the ticker tape era refers to a period when stock prices were transmitted over telegraph lines onto a strip of paper known as a ticker tape. Traders and brokers would watch the tape to make real-time trading decisions. And this analog system was the precursor to today's digital market. So you guys have seen your time and sales on your platforms. That was built off of the ticker tape. When the tape was introduced, and this was, I think when I did this presentation with Coach Paul, we talked about the early 1900s, or maybe a little bit after that, but when the tape was introduced. But what it gave was, it was the first time that investors had real-time information about the stocks that they were trading, right? So, you get the prices that it was traded at what time. Before that, you really just made buying or selling decisions in the beginning of the day. You held it throughout the end of the day and then had to sell it at the end, or you sell after a week. So you can imagine with this invention of the tape, it brings in volume. Traders are able to make quicker decisions, intraday decisions, and that leads us to the day trading that we do today. Right, here's a picture of some time and sales clerks, tape clerks, kind of reading through the tape and then putting up up on a price board, right, for different tickers where the prices are trading for each of those tickers, right? Luckily, we don't have to trade this way anymore.
Jay, do you know when the ticker tapes really, when they became popular, when they started really?
From what I read, it was in the, go ahead.
It was right about the time the Chicago Board of Trade opened up.
Okay.
Which was 1848. So right in the mid 1800s is when they started using ticker tapes, and all the way until 1970. I know that sounds like ancient history for a lot of you, but
right,
I was there.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like a lot of I like to look back a lot, and I had my year wrong apparently, but look back because what we're doing today was built on something, right? Just like we talk about traders on the floor having to transition to screens. Knowing the history of where we came from, it kind of helps understand what we're seeing on our screen. You've probably seen ticker tape parades, after, championships are won in certain cities and things like that. All of this tape, and basically, once the the tape is printed. It's kind of useless at that point. You can review it, but tape from a month ago with prices
isn't going to do any good for you, right?
It's kind of irrelevant at that time, right? We want real time information at this point because prices are changing. We can see how quickly prices change now. All right. So where does that bring us to today? Similar to the ticker tape, many of the trading platforms that we have, TopstepX being one of them, have a time in sales that gives us real-time information on executions for each market. As day traders, we're looking to find a position on the tape, and this is how I trade the tape, right? A lot of times traders ask, well, how do you make decisions based on what you're seeing? As a day trader myself, I'm looking to find a position on the tape that stands out from what's normal. These are often going to be larger quantity executions filled at the same time. And similar to a 1 minute chart, the tape can get pretty noisy, especially if you're reading something like the NASDAQ. It's kind of flying all over the place. I personally think, if you're going to be reading the tape, it's important to kind of quiet out some of the noise, where if you're trying to make sense of every print on time and sales, it's like trying to make sense of every candle on a 15-second chart, right? You want to get an overall view of where the market is going, what the market is saying for the day. I try to find what I call the dominant presence. So is the tape heavy to the sell side or the buy side? And that helps me make my trading decisions. This is an image of what the tape looks like today. This was from a little while ago, so the prices are a little different. We've gone up since here, but really what I'm looking at are the executions, right? So we have the time that the execution was done.
Mm-hmm.
We have the price, and then the size of the order, right? So you can see if we had to look at this tape, Hoag, is this heavier to the buy side or the sell side? Just off a quick look.
Hang on, my screen's a little crazy. Buy side.
Okay. Buy side, right? And to be honest with you, when I'm reading the tape, I'll show my screen, but I'll have 4 of these up so we can look at different markets. But you can do a quick glance and say, hey, this tape is heavy to the buy side, right? Now we can start drilling into the tape. What prices are they buying? And if you can see this execution right here, hopefully it's not too small.
Mm-hmm.
There's an execution right here that ends in 881, right? We can go down to the millisecond. The way I'm going to read that is that's one execution, right? Now we'll look over here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines that are executed at 881. They took some prices, right, from 875 to 875 and 3/4.
Right.
And this is the size they took. They probably bought about 40 contracts, right? That might be a position I want to follow. And the reason I say I want to follow it is because I'm not going to personally put on a 40 contract position, or like we saw the other day, that 1600 lot that was filled in the ES. I can't put on that kind of size, right? So I may want to follow that person because they're saying something about where they think the market should go.
Now, check me if I'm wrong here, Jay.
Yep.
The green are market order buys.
Correct.
The red, market order sells.
That is correct.
So you're seeing with more green executions, you're seeing more aggressive buyers in this little snapshot of time here, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Initiative buyers are going to go ahead. Hoag?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Initiative buyers, right? So that's what we're seeing here. So this is this is time in sales. And then we'll go to the depth of market, right? This is where we're going to see those passive orders, right? We saw it on the other day, that 1600 lot that was sitting on the ES at
That was a huge call out too. Thank you very much. Jay's the one who notified me that it was there.
No problem. So what was the price? It was 45.76.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. So 45.76, 1600 lot sitting out there on the ask, right? So what that means is that is a passive seller with 1600 contracts sitting on the market. So in order for us to go up through that price, we would need an initiative buyer to step in and take that order out. Or the passive seller that's there is going to move it. What we saw was initiative buyer came in, they bought the order, and then we continued to bounce. We bounced from there, right? Before we hit it, we rejected it.
Right.
So the depth of market is going to show the order books. Certain platforms allow you to scroll up and down a few prices, and it's the difference between the ask and the bid. And like Hoag said, market orders are going to move us in price. So when I took this screenshot here, we can see at 42.69 on the ES, there was a 270 lot.
Mm-hmm.
And these sizes that we look at, and there were a couple of questions that I saw in YouTube the other day. What size is what size order is enough to get your attention, right? And what I'll say to that is it depends on the market you're trading, right? A 270 lot in the ES is a pretty big order. Where if we were trading something like the 10-year note, right,
it would be nothing.
You might see it would be nothing, right? It would be, we might have 1,000 up at each price, right? So it's going to depend on the market that you're trading. All right. Any questions that we have on this so far? From here, this is actually the last slide I have. What I would want to move to from here is we can just look at time and sales and the DOM and on the live market, and we can kind of explain.
I've got a question for you.
What's going on? Sure.
Do you when we saw that big order in the S&Ps yesterday that you called out, and again, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Were you confident that that order was going to eventually get filled, or were you thinking it was going to just keep running away from it?
So the way that I, kind of trade these when I see them is I want to see what the market's response is to it, right? We know to that point, the tape had been pretty buy side heavy, right? We had been buying up to that point. If you look at the charts, so then what I'm looking at is what's the reaction to that, right? I know that I can have an opinion for where I think the market might go, but at the end of the day, I don't control the market. I'm a follower, right? So what I want to see is, hey, how do the bigger, now I'll go back to the tape, right? How do the bigger market participants, right, initiative buyers, how are they going to respond to it? So when we get there, it's, hey, if someone is convinced enough that we need to be above that 45.76, then I'll go ahead and buy with them. But if no one else wants to buy that, I don't want to be the only person to do it, right? So I'm gonna read that reaction, right? Because I can probably take out 4 or 5 of them. I'm not going to take out all 1,600, so I'm not going to fight that giant myself, right?
Sure.
And then what you'll see a lot of times is, right, if I have that mindset, right, and we see 1,600 contracts there, who's the first people that are going to sell when we have a resistance that's that heavy are retail, traders, right? The traders that are trading a few lots, right? Maybe they chase the market up to that point, but then you see that we can't get through it. Those are going to be the first sellers, right? So, to me, it's about identifying the reaction to those orders, and then trying to make a trade from there. Once the order got filled, again, we kind of read the reaction. The reaction to that order getting filled was more buying, and then we pushed up to I think it was 45.84 before we saw any sellers really step in.
Right. So I think, one of the reasons that order didn't get filled the first time it was visited there and it got filled after was, the response the first time we neared it was a lot of folks they leaned on that order. They looked at that and said, oh my gosh, we'll never take that out. I'm going to sell just below it. And that's something that, as we talked about yesterday, we used to do in the pit. If there was a 500 lot behind you with a broker, and even you could sell 100 at 90 and be relatively sure you were going to be able to only lose one tick on that trade. Once that big order started trading, then everybody that were holding shorts at that time just said, okay, I'm out. They all tried to buy it at that level, or, and you saw the response afterwards. There was a whole boatload of stops just above that. So, I know there was a question that we saw. Do you think that was one trader? Or do you think the bulk of that was one trader?
So what was interesting about the fill, I was curious to see how that was going to get filled, right? I think most of us said it. We haven't seen that much size on the DOM in a while. The execution was one execution. So to me, that was really interesting, right? Could we consider that one person, or is it just a group of orders that got filled together? It's kind of hard to tell. But the execution showed up as 1,600 block. I think I still have a screenshot of it somewhere. So I'm going to go ahead and assume it's one person. I could be wrong, but I was expecting to see, what looked like market buying, where it was just kind of any
onesie,
price.
twosie.
Exactly. So
that it went in one block. That's amazing. One trader took all that out. It makes me wonder, to be honest, if that was just a transfer. Everything we do is a transfer of risk, but it's almost like that went from one account to another.
Correct. Yeah, and that's what it could be, right? It could be, you know, a hedge fund, a bank inventory adjustment, something like that, right? Because, you know, the definition of a market maker is you have to be on both sides of the market, so they could be selling to themselves, right? We don't really know, but we can kind of make assumptions.
Right. That would be something, but. You know, if there are two different accounts, maybe it's the same firm, maybe it's, you know, some hedge fund or something that just wanted to transfer that risk.
Right.
They did it how they were supposed to do it. They put it into the market. They let everybody have a chance at buying that stuff. And, you know, once it left there and it came back up, and then they just turned and bought it. So I think the question really is, I would say the bulk of that order was one entity, one trader. And it's just strange that they put it out there like that. I mean, we know that the longer time frame traders they're active in these markets to some degree every day. They're always adjusting those inventories against other things and all that stuff. And they're trading big numbers. I mean, we can see, you know, a longer time frame trader that might or a series or a group of longer time frame traders may add 20, 30, 40,000 in open interest in one day. That's the number of contracts that these larger traders are executing. Mostly, I would have to say that would be in the S&Ps, but
right.
But they don't put the size out there. They use iceberg orders.
Right.
Have you been able to find iceberg orders on the time and sales?
You can. You'll see them as blocks. I know some platforms give you like an order ID where you can kind of try to match the order IDs. I've never really gotten into that. For me, it's just like,
it seems like a lot.
Yeah, are they buying or selling right now? Is it one person? Is it 20 people? What is the general, you know, kind of feeling of the market for the day? Are they buying and selling? And then I can make my decisions from there. One thing I do see a lot, and I think I may have saw some, you know, comments in the chat about it. Well, how do you know whether or not somebody's, you know, buying to open or buying to close a position? To be honest, you don't. What I like to say is, you know, let's think about what buying to open means, right? If you're buying to open, you think that there's potential for the market to continue going up. If you're buying to close, you think that there's potential for the market to keep going up. And you want to close your position, right? If you're short, you're buying to close. So it's the same thing, right? And I think it gets dangerous. And again, like trying to make sense of every print, right? Trying to identify exactly what that participant is doing. There are ways to kind of guess, but
we never know.
We never know.
Right. So I was gonna ask you: is Delta something that you are interested in seeing or looking at, or
yes,
something you look at?
Yes, it is. And we can get into, I'm going to take this, the PowerPoint down for a second, and then I'll pull up Quant Hour, and we can look at some of the other, tools that we can use for order flow. And this is very simple order flow, right? There are, there's bid-ask volume candles, there's footprint charts, there's bookmap that I've seen mentioned in the chart as well,
yes,
in the chat as well. All of those things, to me, it's your interpretation of the information, right? The reason I like time and sales is because it's the way I learned it. I learned how to read time and sales off of from trading stocks. But so
you were a real ticker tape reader.
Interpreting that information to make a trading decision is what we're all interested in, right? Sure, I can see what everyone else is doing. How does that help me make my trading decisions at the end of the day? All right, so I'm going to bring this down for now. Let me stop sharing for
while you're doing that. About the question of can you tell if somebody is entering or exiting a position? You cannot. But that's the creation of contracts and the liquidation of contracts is something you can see, but in open interest, and there is not one platform in the world that can give you in the moment real time open interest. As a matter of fact, it takes the exchange extra time to come up with the actual number of open contracts, because if you look at the bulletin in the morning, it says preliminary. It's not until 9:30 or 10 o'clock when they finally are able to calculate the total number of outstanding contracts at the end of the previous day. So, it's a good idea, but we can't know. We don't know if somebody who is buying is liquidating or initiating a position. The only way we can see that is, let's say you have the market moving higher against Delta, and you have a big jump in open interest the next day. That would be something I would say, okay, it looks like we had longer time frame buyers in this market yesterday.
Right. Use
that as you will.
Correct. So I'm sharing Quantower now. Hopefully this looks, you can see everything that's on here. But Hoag, you asked about Delta. The volume analysis on the bottom of this chart here is this blue line that you see here is the cumulative delta for the day.
Oh, cool.
And
you can get that on Quantower then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And a bunch of other platforms have it as well. A lot of times I don't look at exactly what the number says. And then the line right above that is going to give you the delta for the candle that you're looking at, right? I'm using 40 tick range bar charts here.
Okay.
So for this one candle here, that candle had a negative 443 delta. So what that would have looked like on the tape is all selling.
Okay. What is your delta reading? Daytime for only, right? Day session only?
Yes, I believe so. Let me scroll back and see.
And that's the NASDAQ.
It should be, this is NASDAQ. It should be day session only. Let's see. Let's go back. And I know with Quantower, I can kind of set, what session time is. So it looks like it actually goes into, pre-market.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. It looks like it goes.
Just wondering if it was going to match up with what I've got, but this is day session only. So maybe we'll do that another day.
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome. But what we have here is kind of what we we just talked about, right? I have a time and sales up here. This one is filtered by 6 contracts and up. So only orders filled of 6 contracts and up are going to show up here. And then this one is unfiltered. And all this is giving me is the pace of the market, right? If this thing is kind of moving around, the market's moving pretty quick. And then to the right of that is just the depth of market. And looking at the NASDAQ right now, the books look pretty thin. So how would I trade this, right? I'm looking at, I'm going to scroll through real quick and see if there are any prices with major level, with a decent size.
Liquidity.
Right now, any liquidity, right? So I'm looking at 1610. There's about 50 contracts there. It's an average size on the NASDAQ for bigger orders, right? We should be able to take that out pretty quick. I'll scroll up to the top. There's a 72 lot at 1630 that just flashed. We can kind of see it here. Price is kind of moving around. So what I'll do, let's say I just came to the market for the day. And I'm looking to make a trading decision. I'm going to first wait for a reaction at one of these bigger prices, right? There's not much for me to do right now. I'll wait for a reaction at one of these bigger prices. And then I'll look for how the market responds to it. You can see kind of right here, I'll increase the size of this just a little bit so we can see one of those orders, right? Something like this is what I would follow, right? All of these orders end at 9:42, the milliseconds. So I'm going to consider that one seller there. Now, if I see orders continue to come in there, then that tells me that the tape is heavy to the sell side. So I should be looking to sell.
You should be looking for opportunities to
sell.
Maybe sell a little pop.
Exactly. And what I often try to do is find a buyer or a seller first, right? So we saw this seller came in here at 1618 and a half about. What I want to try to do is get in a better position than them, right? So they sold down here, but the way I think about it is they might have different risk parameters than I do, right?
Right.
I don't know what their risk parameters are. So what I would love is the market to pull up, reject at a major level, and then I'll short with them. So in the worst case scenario, I could make money to their position, right? If I short here from 1630, I could sell all the way down to 18. Their position is at break even. And then if they're ready to make money lower, then I can make money with them, right? So a lot of times with seeing these orders get filled, there's an opposite reaction initially. And then I'll wait for that opposite reaction to then get in with the trader. Let me know if there are any questions on that. I hear, is that Lacey in the background?
Yeah, sorry.
All good. All good. I actually have to lock my dogs out of the office because they just knock on the door trying to get in. But do we have any questions in the chat about any of the stuff? To be honest, it's what I talk about all day in the Discord chat. If some of the traders in here know, some of the screens that I share, there's a different screen that I have that is just for time and sales and depth of markets. And then we can look at different markets at a time. Coach Dakota says, did I stay asleep last night? I did. I have been trying to trade the London session, but I did not last night. So, yep. So
come on, Lacey.
I see a question here. Or Dolby, if you can let us know if we have any questions, but I see one from Graham. Can we show how we get the volume analysis on the charts? So with Quantower, volume analysis is going to be up here. There's this like little magnifying glass up here. You're going to click on that, and then you get a toolbar on the bottom, and you can click on time statistics, and that'll show you, you can kind of choose what options you have from here.
Yeah, not a ton of questions in chat so far. Let's see. So, actually, Robert Harrison, just in time. So price always gravitates towards these larger orders, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And always, nothing always happens, but yes, you'll see a lot of times that the market gravitates to these larger orders. What I can do, let's switch some of these around. We look at NASDAQ. The books are pretty thin, right? You can see there's 4 lots here. That should be pretty easy to get through. Let's look at a market that might have some more liquidity to it. Let's go to the 10-year, like I mentioned before. I'll go to the 30-minute chart on that. You can see, right, there's 2,000 almost at each price here. So if I'm reading time and sales for this market, for the NASDAQ, I use a 6-lot filter. For the 10-year, a 6-lot filter is not going to be very helpful, right? I think I would take a 6-lot position in the NASDAQ, and you don't want to follow my trades, right? So if you're, switching markets, you want to use a filter that makes sense for that market, right? For something like this, where there's this much size at each price level, I might, change the filter to 20. Right. For the ES, I use a 20-lot filter on my time and sales instead of 6, because personally, I would probably, I'd put on a 3-4 lot in the ES, maybe, right, depending on what my risk parameters are. I'm not going to put on a 20-lot, right? So I want to try to find someone that has a bigger bankroll than me. They get to make all the decisions. Hope, the one thing I really do love about kind of reading the DOM, reading the tape, and then talking to other traders. What we'll find a lot of the times, right? I'll mention a level on the DOM, like, hey, we have a huge order at 15,876 in the NASDAQ, and another trader will say, well, that's value area high from 3 days ago.
Right.
So ultimately, what we're doing, we're all looking at the same thing, right? We're all trading the same prices. It's just a different way to look at the information. And when we kind of have those things match up, it's kind of just confirmation of what we're looking at.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a lot of data coming at us, but there's only so much, right?
Right.
It's like, once you've been looking at this long enough, I think we all kind of see a lot of the same things, and it's our decision making, our thought processes, our motivations, our deepest secrets that we keep in places that we don't talk about at parties. That's what causes our differences in performance and P&L and everything. We're all different, and we're all a twisted mess in our heads, I think, right?
No, I'm perfect, Hoag. I don't know what you're talking about. So we got some questions coming up in chat here. From Mo Trades. What do you consider a big order on the NASDAQ?
So a big order on the NASDAQ for me is going to be anything like 75 plus, right? Oftentimes, and it's going to depend on the market's personality for the day, right? If we're in a trending market, a 50 lot in the NASDAQ is not going to keep the market down, right? On one of those days where the NASDAQ is up 200 points, a 50 lot is not going to stop the market. But in a range bound market, it might. I'm going to look at anything 75 lots up, right? So a 75, 100, a 200, a huge order like we saw on the ES in the NASDAQ might be somewhere like a 400 or 500. We switched off the screen, but there was a 60 lot up here in the 30s, which I'm assuming we took out because we're trading above that price now. But yeah, anything 75 plus in the NASDAQ.
Another question from Wiggly Wombat. During rollover, what month do you follow and when? And how does tape reading change during rollover?
It's a good question.
During rollover, I'm going to trade whatever contract has the most volume. And then, towards the end of that rollover week, we're going to go to what would be the front month. Normally what I do is the first, let's say it's rollover week, the first 2 days, I'll trade the existing contract. And then by that third day, we should really see volume start to switch over. And then I'll switch over to that other contract. How does tape reading change? I think the markets change kind of in general, where rollover week, we see a lot of balanced markets, right? Inventory adjustment and things like that. I don't know that I've necessarily seen enough of a change in the tape specifically to determine anything different, right? If you move over to the next month, the prices are going to be a little bit different, but then you just use that same analysis on whatever prices are trading there.
Another question here from Coach Dakota, hanging out with us.
Hey, what's up, Coach?
Have you traded the Nikkei, or would you use this in a market with a thin book?
So I've traded the Nikkei before. I have not used tape reading trading the Nikkei because of the thin books. You can, but I've found that for me trading the Nikkei, I would rather just trade it level to level. Right. I think I haven't seen enough in the Nikkei to tape read it myself. I've tried it, but you can see right now we have the Nikkei up, and this is unfiltered time and sales, and there hasn't been one order executed.
That'd be a pretty boring day to sit there and watch that.
Right.
I want to just kind of comment on the question about how does the market change order flow during rollover.
Yep.
It's a question I've had 100 times, and I've never really been able to put a finger on why it's different and how it's different. I just know it is. Right. You guys have heard me say a million times, back in the pit, there were directional traders and scalpers that would just take 2 weeks of rollover off because it made the market go further, not go far enough. It's just, there's a change that I still have not been able to put my finger on when the market's in rollover. And, part of it, I think, is, the longer time frame traders are focusing on getting that cheap roll done. If you got 10,000 contracts to roll over and you get it done on the bid, where if you have to buy the spread, you save yourself 10,000 ticks. And 10,000 ticks isn't chicken feed.
Right.
So, there is a change, but I've never been able to put my finger on what it is.
I have no idea. Yeah. I just know that there's a ton of volume in two different contracts. I did see a question. Somebody asked about an 80 lot order at 1660 in the NASDAQ. I'll scroll up to see if we see that. We're kind of far away from that, but I see it there, right? We have the 78 lot sitting at 1660. I'll just wait to the reaction, wait to price reaction when we get to that price. What we talked about before with, the market using these orders as magnets, potential, right? Potential for us to trade up to that with that order kind of sitting out there. But there are a few levels that we have to get through before we get there, right? We see a 69 lot here at 3850. And, we have the major psychological levels that we'll have to get through, right? We have to get through 1650. So that order up there is interesting. And as we approach it, I'll kind of, be watching the market's reaction to it when we get there.
Yeah, price just seems to always go to the liquidity.
Right.
When there's liquidity, price is going to go there. We always said in the lumber pit when I was a deck holder, price is always going to go to the point of greatest aggravation. That's what it does. Price goes to the level that it's going to cause the most pain. And that's what it does.
Correct.
Right? So I think there's a question here from earlier. On a trend day, how do you identify your entry points? It's hard to catch pullbacks correctly, and it's also hard to know where else to get in. It's one of the more difficult things that I've dealt with in trading is trying to get into a trend that is already underway. So the one thing that I've kind of learned to figure out whatever it is if we're in a directional day like this, I'm always trying to find low volume nodes. So if price comes up here, comes back to this low volume node, this lets me limit risk. if from a price we keep going, price comes up here, comes back to this low volume node. I'm looking for that to be supportive. It's kind of hard when it's a kind of a finished day because we see other information from when price wasn't first moving through there. What about today? I mean, we have a kind of a distribution here and a distribution here of volume. This low volume node here looks like it's kind of a nice little spot there where we might find support if we get back down there. We went down to it. We never got through the high volume node down here, which that's where my stop would be, probably on the other side of this. So, I mean, that would be a substantial risk. I don't like trading in the middle of the range anyway. This wouldn't have been a trade I would have taken. However, it did offer the opportunity at low value for a move in the opposite direction, for a move back to the upside. So, like looking at yesterday, opening range is the high of the day. That's the first sign of a potential trend day. Well, the market came down here. I mean, look where after the first half hour, it never came back above this low volume node. This volume shoulder here offers opportunity to use this low volume node as resistance. If it gets through it very much, maybe to the kind of the higher volume node here, then you're probably going to be out. But this offered a wonderful opportunity in this low volume node. What about here? Okay, we got a little bit of volume here. Price comes down, comes back up to the low volume node. I think I even pointed this out to Michael yesterday. This is the S&Ps, but I think we had something similar in the NASDAQ. Another opportunity against low volume. Price comes back up near it. Use that as resistance and your stops on the other side of the nearest high volume node. Another opportunity there. So that's really in a very short time frame opportunity to look for the chance to get into a move that's already underway. It's one of the hardest things for me to do because I'm like everybody else. So I don't want to sell it lower. I want to buy it lower, right? But how often do we do that before we figure out that's a bad idea?
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the toughest things to do. And for me, what I do is try to find a level that the market, if we're trending up, I don't want to be the last. If we're trending up, I don't want to be the last buyer. So I'll wait for a potential pullback to an area, see if the market holds that level. I'm looking at right now on the NASDAQ, kind of like 1610 area. So what I would do is on the tape, watch the market reaction to 1610. If there are no sellers there, then it might mean that there's potential for, a long trade from that to continue the trend up. But I agree, it's difficult to do.
Here's another rollover based question here. Graham is asking, how do you use TPO if you only because of rollover, prices are going to be different in the new contract, and then again you won't have the continuous levels or the continuous chart contract, whatever you want to call it, or is going to be a little bit different. So, Graham, what I'll do is I will use the information that I have available in the current front month. Anything that I have to go back further than that, I'll look at the continuous, because that's what everybody does. If you're looking for, swing highs, swing lows, most people are focusing on that continuous chart if it's way back in history. So if I have information in the front month, I use it. If I don't, then I'll kind of defer to the continuous.
Nice. I've never thought about it that way, but it's a great point.
We have. Oh, hang on 1 second here. I get lost here.
Trying to keep up with it as well. If there are any questions, let us know. We got a few minutes left here.
Somebody said Lacey has a question. Whoops. Umar. Do big size orders have anything to do with order blocks?
I would say yes. Yeah. we could probably, if you regardless of what strategy you trade, right? Whether you're an ICT trader, just simple supply and demand, things like that. Yes. And the reason I think I could confidently say yes is because we're all trading the same prices, right? So there's something, if you find something that's a resistance, there was something there that caused the market to have that reaction. So yes, I would say that there is more than likely some correlation.
So yeah, I'm saying here, the boys I sometimes throw ideas levels around with are like, oh heck no, I ain't touching contracts during rollover. It changes things. It really does.
That was vacation week, right? On the floor, right?
Yeah,
I heard a bunch of people would take off.
Yeah, most directional traders were like, I'm not sticking around for this. I mean, if you were a spread trader, that's when you made your money. Right. Yeah. So, but people that are just trading outrights, it goes too far. It doesn't go far enough. Doesn't do anything. Does too much. And again, I've never been able to put my finger on why it's like that. Why is it like that? If anybody can help me and tell me that, I would really appreciate it. Maybe we should do a quick poll and say, I don't know how we would do this, though. It's too many different opinions and ideas and thoughts as to why rollover is tough to trade. Maybe we'll do that another day. We'll figure that out. Casey, nice job. Past 50K combine. Very nice.
Congrats. I see two questions in the chat. One from Cameron. If you're trading a micro product, do you look at the mini time and sales or micro time sales? It's a great question. I would still look at the mini time and sales. Right. So I would be looking at this and then just have, my order entry be the micro. They're going to be somewhat similar, but I would look at the minis.
I would agree with that. I mean, the vast majority of risk transfer is going to be in the minis, not the micros.
Exactly. Another question from Donald. Have you ever used Power Trades feature in Quantower for a ticker? Donald, I've tried to make sense of Power Trades and I couldn't. And it was more of a headache than anything. If you know how to use it, hit me up in Discord and let me know, because I've been trying to figure that out. Because there are ways with certain platforms, what people do, they add like an audio cue to time and sales. And that's what Power Trades is supposed to allow you to do. Right. So if there's a bigger order block that comes in, there's a sound that plays, so you don't have to sit here and stare at it all day. So if you can figure out how to use Power Trades, let me know, because I have not. And then Daniel says, how am I always so chill and nice to everyone? I don't know. It's just how I am.
You're like Max Maserati. You're just happy.
Right.
Just happy.
Right. I'm one of 5 kids, so I have to learn how to get along with people.
Yes. Yeah. Are you the youngest?
I'm right in the middle.
You're right. Oh, so you're
in the middle.
You're a politician.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got an older brother, an older sister who's not with us anymore, and a younger brother. So I'm a politician too.
Gotcha.
Have you ever looked at or used Bookmap?
I have, yeah. So we can actually pull up a tool that Quantower has that's very similar to Bookmap. It's called the DOM Surface. If you're on it, if you're on Quantower, pull this up real quick. Very similar and useful, right? And kind of like I said about reading the tape, it's about your interpretation of the information. So I know sometimes people just jump to Bookmap and say, "Oh, there's a big order here. I want to buy it." What I would say with any of these tools, any order flow tool, watch for the market reactions to things first, right? Wait for a big order to get filled and then watch how the market responds to that, so then we can try to identify patterns. But yeah, I've used Bookmap in the past. I found for myself at least, because like I said, I'm a little bit of a dinosaur with this, where I learned how to just read the orders coming in.
Sure.
It didn't help me too much, but I could understand where traders find the value in it for sure.
Yeah, just the kind of the visual horizontal levels where the liquidity is, and
I
like Bookmap because I like the bubbles. I like to see the delta bubbles.
Right. Yeah, these would be showing something if we were actually filling any kind of size, but
okay, got it.
So not much going on here.
It's your setting maybe, but
right.
So, and Vista from Jigsaw also has a very similar, or Vista from Jigsaw has actually a very similar to Bookmap
Nice. I think what is nice about this is, let's say I need to go away for the day or go away for an hour. I can't sit here and read the tape, but I could come back and just kind of scroll through this and see what happened in the past if I leave this up and running.
Yeah. So yeah, it'll keep history for you.
Yeah, exactly.
So you go to lunch and come back and say, "Oh, look what I missed."
Right.
Right. Well, I got to tell you, it's been a lot of fun here with you.
Always. Thank you for having me, Hoag. Thanks everyone for asking any questions that you did have. If you have any more, let us know in Discord. Like I said, I trade this way every day. So, if you have any questions, let me know. Oh, the one thing I always forget to mention, with the levels on the depth of market, you need to have level 2 data in order to see more than one level up.
Oh yeah, of course, right.
So just keep that in mind. You don't need it for time and sales, but you do need it to see more levels on the depth of market. And it's $39 a month. And I'll mention to everyone again, it's cool now because we're in the first week of the month, but you get billed for it on the first of the month. So if you decide on December 31st that I'm going to start 2024 off by reading the depth of market, don't buy it on the 31st. Wait to the 1st because you get billed both days.
Yeah, and they don't prorate.
Right. Yeah, they don't prorate it, so you're going to pay twice.
Yep. Okay. Jay's going to be with me again tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. But I want to give everybody the email for group coaching. If anything comes up between now and tomorrow at noon, and you have a question that you want us to address, email it in. Email in that question. Of course, we'll take the email questions first if we have time. After that, we'll get to the chat. But Jay, great to have you here today. I thought we had a good, useful, and an impactful session today. And I look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. We'll have some more fun.
All right, Hoag. I will talk to you tomorrow. Everyone have a good rest of your trading day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Yeah. Stick around, folks. We are going to be here with Back to the Futures with Eddie, Dolby, and Tyler. We'll see you in just a few minutes, so stick around.
Where's the road, baby? Just come home to me. Beat this pizza. All night, I need you back. You give me peace of mind with you, I never lack. I want you back. You hold it down just like the piece that's on your back. We argue, we fuck up. We argue, that's love. Them petty games that you play put you through the same thing. Them petty games that you play put you through the same thing. But you're running away. You just gon' throw it away. Where's the road, baby? Just come home to me. All night, I need you back. I need you back.
right, Marty, you all set? Yeah, go. Okay.
Welcome to Back to the Futures. And we've got our good friend D-Time. How are you doing, D-Time?
Oh, doing great. I have some very good news that I can't share with anybody yet, but everyone's going to be really, really happy.
All right. Pizza for everybody. Tyler, how you doing?
Great. How are you guys?
Had a great show earlier. If you're just tuning in, you missed some quality education and lots of good stuff.
I caught some of Max Maserati earlier. That was awesome.
Sorry?
I said I caught some of Max Maserati earlier, and that was an awesome segment.
It's a great name.
I missed most today, but it sounded awesome. I might have to go back and watch it. I heard Anne Marie was hilarious.
Well, educationally hilarious because I guess she was Wi-Fi and not hardwired. But we'll get her back next time. I don't think we'll have that problem again. But anyway, guys, we're looking at markets today. I had a trade earlier in gold. Gold, as you can see, hit some new lows, 2036. 60 taking a bounce way back up to the 47.20 level. I'm done for the day. I'm happy with my 300 plus. And but we're going to take a look and see if Tyler and D-Time has anything that opportunity that might come up. So, guys, Tyler, what are you trading?
I like to trade in Q. That's where my sites are usually. That's where I keep most of my levels at, just to kind of watch throughout the day, see what's happening.
All right, and Dolby Time, I know that you love Crude.
Love it more than anything. Such a great market to trade. Didn't make any trades thus far today. Had some end of year meetings, but it looked like it was a pretty mediocre session, to be honest. There was not a ton of volatility. I think I checked out crude oil around like 8:30, and the range was approximately 40 cents. So I don't really feel like I missed anything. It looks like it rolled over for $1 and then bounced back up again. I think in general, the volatility has been really good, and there's been a lot of opportunities for some really good trades in crude. So I hope the crude traders out there are making some money today.
Let me ask you something, Dolby. Afternoon crude trading. Now, I know the morning we get more volume and so forth, but how is afternoon trading? And I'm going to ask you this also, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so for crude, typically it's going to wrap up around 1:30, and then after that, it really gets quiet. So don't expect much after 1:30 p.m. Central Time. So I think a really solid crude session is 8 to 8:30 is going to be pit session open, and then it's going to kind of just cruise up until 10, and then 10 is when Europe closes from 10 to 10:30. You can get some cool action there. Then you got 10:30 to 12, which is kind of lunch, so it can get quiet, but not all the time. Like, for example, today, it looks like I had a nice move. Nice little leg down to 69. And then between 1 and 1:30 is when U.S. pit session closes, and you can get a little bit more action there. So there's plenty of cool time frames in crude oil to be able to take opportunities. So if you don't have it in the morning, you can always come back after lunch, and there's still some good stuff to do. Just after 1:30, I would call it a day. It's not going to move at all. I would switch to indices.
All right. Well, that's something good to know and something good to know. Tyler, how about this NASDAQ now? I mean, gosh, it's for the speeding and those that like the faster market. Does this last all day?
It can. Sometimes it does. I like to get it in the morning. I like to start looking around 7:30 Eastern time. Right after we come out of the London session and see kind of what we're doing with that range. The morning volatility with New York Open, that's really fun to trade. And right around 1:30 Eastern, I also come back after lunch and I look for a pop around that time in NQ. That'll kind of push us into our evening distribution sometimes and set us up for some nice trades as well.
All right. One of our YouTube friends here, one of our traders, Smuley, I hope that I'm saying that correctly, made $1,500 in crude today, but realized it was only the practice account. Now,
oh no.
Okay, here's what you got to do. Practice account, change the colors, change them to off colors that when you do log into that practice account, you see these funky colors in your charts and you say, oh, this isn't my trading combine. This is my practice account. So very easy, but well done today. don't harp on it. Okay, let's put that. Let's file that under the positives. Okay, under building confidence. You did very good today trading crude. Tomorrow you'll do even better.
That's a great call. I never even thought about that. Like switching to your practice account and then changing the candle colors to like blue and yellow instead of red and green or something. That's awesome.
Right, you'll know that. But
yeah, really good.
Mr. Dolby, are you trading crude and minis or micros?
I'm a micros guy for right now, but if I'm in the trading combine, I'll do minis. That's how I actually funded and took payouts. It was on e-minis way back in the day because micros didn't even exist. So you didn't even have a choice. You had to do e-minis. So that's how I got started and trained myself. So my whole system revolves around being able to manage risk in that way. So I just apply the same thing to micros if I'm on a personal account. But if I'm going to do like a trading combine or something, I would just trade e-minis.
There you go. Okay.
I only take about 2 to 3 trades a day, so not a lot.
Not a lot. You know, the same here. Actually, the last couple days that I've traded, I've made my profits on actually going against the market trend, which shame on me. But my account says congratulations. So I'm done for the day. I'm happy what I've got in trading gold, and gold's been just sort of a miser. It's not really. I mean, we've had some decent runs in gold, but with gold, it's like you never know when it's going to 180 right back in your face. And I'm happy with what I've got here today. So keeping that in mind. Let's see here. Well, any opportunities you guys have here?
I'm looking at crude right now. I think we're in a really good range on the 5-minute. There's like about 15 minutes left before crude can really do anything. I think anything can happen here. But I do like the range between 69.40 and about 69.80. I do like the evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s. I think are really good levels for crude in general. You can kind of get action there. Like, for example, if we look at my chart right now, like 69.20, like it bounced off of there pretty good. Look at this, 68.80, almost to the tick. Up here, 68.80, almost to the tick. And 50s, almost to the tick. So those are really good levels. Just you can kind of have those on your charts at all times. And if you can get that aligned with other things in the market or with your strategy, I think those are pretty cool levels to look at to kind of help you give you an edge. Because for whatever reason, crude oil seems to be kind of reacting around those areas. I don't know. Matt Miller talks about NQ 20s and 80s, and it's kind of similar to Q.
You know, I think Trades by Matt does that also. I think he brings that up also.
He does it for NASDAQ. Yeah, he's a 20s, 80s guy in NASDAQ, and then coincidentally, it's evens, 20s, 50s, and 80s in crude oil.
See, now, I mean, that's a real good tip. Now, for those that are saying, maybe I will watch it, test it, see if it works for you first. Okay. For those that got the practice account, all right, give it a shot, see what happens. Watch these markets, mark these markets at these levels, and see what really happens. So that's a good tip and something to look back on, and as we trade.
Yeah.
Tyler, any opportunity in your markets?
I was 0-3 today. I took 3 trades, and I was looking in these areas here. This is on the 4-hour chart. We had some gaps and we're in an order block right now. I've got this order block marked out on the 4-hour chart, and we traded up into that today. We've taken out this high from yesterday. And I was looking this morning to see some sort of reaction in these levels below as we approach that high for a short. That's kind of where my bias was today, and it just didn't play out. But, you know, we might see something in the evening here, a little small push off of this 4-hour order block. Those are good for that. Those are where I typically look to see those reactions from. Order blocks and fair value gaps, some of the other smart money concepts that a lot of our traders like to use.
So you're 3 strikes and out, or are you looking for another opportunity?
Yep, I'm 3 strikes and out today. I'll be playing around on the practice account, but not any of my live or funded accounts.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna work an order at 69.80 in crude and see what happens.
Long, short?
It'd be a short.
Okay.
If I wanted to get long, I would have tried to get long 69.40 because for range bound, at least for my range bound strategy, I like going long bottoms and short tops because you find out if you're wrong real fast. So you get an opportunity to get really good value because if If it's staying in a box and you can get short up top and it keeps on doing the box thing, now your position's probably going to be in a pretty good spot. So it gives you a lot of wiggle room if it does end up going in your favor. The opposite of that strategy would be to play the breakout out of the range, but it's completely different. You have to be much faster because if you don't get the action that you want right away, you're going to want to pull the position and maybe re-enter. So what I'm doing, 1, 2, 3, like, 3 trades a day is fine. If you're going to do like the breakout thing, you're probably taking a lot more trades. I would assume that you'd want to be scratching a lot more frequently because if the action's not good, you're going to want to find a better price.
Right. Well, the thing is, never force a trade if it's not there. Give it time to breathe. A lot of traders like to jump on that opening market at 8:30. A lot of traders like to sort of step back, let the dust settle, let the noise quiet down a bit, and then find the true move for the market. So it really depends on what kind of trader you are. But the afternoon stuff, usually the dust is settled unless we got like an eco number coming out or something to that extent. Now, just taking a look at what we did have earlier today. Now, I know that we've got something coming out here. Let me see here real quick. We got a Fed balance sheet, right? And that's going to be at, I think, 2:30, if I'm not mistaken. All right. But in about 38 minutes, we do have our consumer credit for October. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see if that gives us any opportunity at all. So keep an eye on that. Remember, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to, there's a couple questions in chat.
I was just going to get to that. What do you got? You got them.
Same
Go ahead.
wavelength. Well, Wanna Be Whale posted a really good question that I think we can all have an opinion on. So he says he's been funded several times. It's been hard for me to take a payout. Should I seek help within Discord? My mistake is becoming too overzealous the moment I get funded, but been profitable using my own funds. So Tyler, have you had any experience with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, one thing that I have to constantly remind myself to do is take break even stops. Let the market come back and stop me out rather than losing money. It's hard when you get in those funded level accounts, especially if, like Max was saying earlier, when you pass that combine, there's so much dopamine that's being released. And even Thea has brought it up. She said, you've got to let those dopamine levels rebalance. And the best way to do that is to size down, make sure you're limiting the losses that you are taking, because those are what you have to then come back out of and pull yourself back up out of that hole. So as long as you never get in that hole, you're already ahead of everyone else. So that would be my advice.
I mean, it's going to happen. I mean, once you get funded, you're stoked. You've gotten to the promised land. It's real money now. And I mean, the thing is it's just human nature to want to make as much as you can as quick as you can. But the thing is, in actuality, we're walking on eggshells. Okay, you've got to be very careful, and I can't stress the point. I've looked at D-Time. I mean, when I was doing the one-on-one coaching,
Oh yeah,
1,000 traders, thousands of trade reports, and when I did see somebody that failed, I got funded, and I lost the account. In 2 days, in 3 days, in a week. Some traders that I've talked to lost it that day.
That's frequent.
All right, now how bad of a kick in the junk is that?
It's depressing. It's heart-wrenching.
It's disheartening for me, hearing this. But I mean, there's a good and a bad there. Obviously, you've got to go back to the trading combine and run that process again. But you've been there, done that. You know how to get there. Okay. So it's we're going to learn from that. And the thing is, there are so many traders that I've talked to that have did that back and forth. And you've got to commit to yourself. You've got to promise yourself, okay, this is how I'm going to do it until you can get a foundation, just like you did in the trading combine, until you can make yourself a safety net, until you can make yourself a trader at a point where I'm okay with taking small profits. I'm not looking for that home run. And we talk about that so many times that, traders are looking for that big winner right away. But I mean, it does come.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it doesn't, but be patient. All right.
Yeah.
Patience, discipline, management. If you can't manage your account, you can't manage yourself. If you can't manage yourself, you can't manage your account. So keep that in mind. I mean, that's something that you need to go through every day. Commit to yourself. This is about you.
Yeah, my advice to him, and I've done trading combines. I would say born and raised in trading combines. I think it's really important that if you're relatively new to trading or the trading combines, it's really important to make sure that you're setting the right goals for yourself. For example, I think a bad goal to set for yourself is to get funded. You're like, that doesn't make any sense because that's the goal of the trading combine is to get funded. And it's like, technically, yes. In actuality, it's not really the goal. The goal is for you to develop as a trader and to build consistency. And so what's happened to me before and other traders as well, Crude's breaking right now out of that range, so didn't get that short, but that's okay, is that if we set goals that are longer term and that can go over different sorts of like milestones, right? So like getting funded is a milestone, taking a payout, that's a milestone. So if you have a consistent goal that can cover all of those things, and you're always staying focused. So your goal should be, regardless of getting funded, is follow my trading plan. Because as long as you're following that, then you're on track, and then money just comes to you at that point. But if you're forcing it, and if you're getting funded, and you're like, oh, now I'm gonna make a bunch of money, you're gonna put yourself in a real awkward spot. So for me, I think it's just about goal setting and getting yourself in the right mindset to trade and understand what success is really.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it's Jim and Stuff says, I didn't think you can lose it in one day. You have $1,000 loss limit. That's in the 50K account. That will stop you out before you lose the account. Put it into perspective. $1,000. If we were traders and the deal was, okay, you got a daily loss limit of $1,000. You got $1,000 in front of you. And you're having a crap day. So down 200. Now I got 800, down another 300, down another 100, down 50, down. When would you stop? I mean, honestly, when would you look at your pile of money and say, maybe I should stop today? Or would you just say, I'm betting the farm, put it all in? I mean, some traders do that. But we've got to remember, one of our mantras here, and I've said it earlier today here at Top Step, is trade for tomorrow. That is the goal that you should have. And the thing is, don't ask yourself, how much money can I make today? Sure, that's a great question. Ask yourself, how much money can I afford to lose today? And you're always going to be a trader. You're always going to have that money if you are disciplined. Once again, discipline, management. I mean, those are very important things.
I always borrow the line from Fight Club where it's, my number one rule for passing the trading combine, don't think about passing the trading combine. Because as soon as you start thinking about that, now you're not thinking about your process or your strategy. Now you're only thinking about passing or getting funded. And I can tell you from personal experience that even no matter how close you think you are to passing, if you have not passed yet, you have not passed. And I remember a situation in which I was in a trading combine several years ago, and I literally needed one tick to pass. And I was like, what are the odds that if I put on any trade right now, I won't get that one tick? And lo and behold, I put on a trade and it went immediately down for 18 ticks. And now I was behind a trade. And then I placed another losing trade. So I went from being one tick to funded from 30 or 40 ticks. And then the account ended up just blowing up. So don't ever, ever stray from your plan, because the market knows if you've been naughty or nice, and it will find a way to make sure that you're not going to get what you want.
Right. It's usually from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, none shall pass. None. Right. And be positive. I mean, especially, one of the things, too, is when traders are so close to passing the trading combine, now they want to rush it. Now they pull out the home run bat. I'm $250 away. I'll get this in one trade.
I mean, if you've worked customer service, you've had that phone call before, or that chat. As soon as someone gets close, they get super excited, and trading plan out the window, and they think they can just make $200 easy.
Right. Right. I
I've
mean,
been
it's,
so
you know,
close to passing so many times within $100, $30, you know, and it's holding out thinking that you're going to get that last little bit and being so unwilling to lock in your profits and just look for the next trade. That's really what it is.
It's difficult. It is difficult.
all right. So no positions yet. We got, just taking a look here.
There was another really good question actually from Burton.
What do you
how
got?
do you get over the it's not enough mindset?
Well, mindset for traders. All right. I mean, there's three important basics that are very boring. And I mentioned them in this segment: discipline, patience, management. Now, the thing is, break it down. How disciplined are you? And I think I've talked to you, Dolby Time, regarding this. I know that my patience is something I still need to work on. I've been in this business since 1985. I do a good job in managing my account. I manage myself, and that's one thing with the mindset. As soon as you get out of bed, that's the first thing you got to check is your mindset. Am I focused? How do I feel? It's a lot of PMA, positive mental attitude, which seems like a lot of bullshit and stuff. But the thing is, if you get up in the morning, right, and when you're getting ready, when you're brushing your teeth, combing your hair, whatever you're doing, look in the mirror, look yourself straight in the eyes, and promise yourself, I will follow rules today. I will not be foolish. I will not be reckless. Say that a few times, all right? And look yourself in the eye and promise yourself. Like I said before, this is about you. And I do that just about every morning. That not that I trade a lot, but I will do the best I can for TopstepTV. I will, pay attention. I will watch the numbers. I will watch the charts. And as silly as it sounds, it works. All right, it works. And if you get in a good habit of this, before you do something foolish, you ask yourself, should I be selling these two here? Okay, why are you selling two? Well, because it's in my game plan. It says right here, this is a 3-week low. Okay, this is good. It might break through. If you don't have a good answer, then you know what? You're being reckless. All right, your mindset's not focused. You're just trading. So give that a try. Give it a try for a week and see what happens.
Yeah, Tyler, what about you?
Right now, I'm distracted by NQ. We came down here. We're touching a previous resistance, and I'm trying to go long and see if I can get a few ticks out of it.
Oh, nice. Looks like we're double topping in ES, or maybe even quadruple topping. Depends how you count your tops. Wow, just massive range in ES. I don't really look at that market that much. But my 2 cents is on that topic would be to ask yourself why. Why is it not enough? And to whom is it not enough for? Is it not enough for you personally, or is it not enough for someone who's in your head who you were trying to impress? Because everyone has, different motivations, different traumas, troubles, whatever it is. And I don't know about anyone else, but for me, when I was trading, it's really easy to get a peanut gallery in your head, even though you're trading by yourself and no one knows what you're doing. And so I think this is where meditation can be helpful, or if you've seen a therapist or have techniques to be able to do deep dives in your psychology, it can be helpful to kind of ask yourself those questions and kind of see where it goes. And you might not like the answer you get, but it's a way to step forward and make progress. But if I had to guess, chances are there's something going on that is making you feel like you're not doing enough, even though you actually are. And chances are you are doing good enough. But it can be hard to realize that because maybe you're not getting the feedback that you want or any feedback at all. And that's why Discord can be good.
Right. I mean, trading is a slow process. Being successful is even a slower process. But once you start putting the pieces of the puzzle together and seeing a picture, this is where you get traction. And you mentioned the term confidence. This is so much very important to build your confidence where you can, plan out a game plan, all right, and follow it through. Now, I mean, as far as, confidence, it's important, but overconfidence is something that can sort of hijack your account and emotions sort of come in there. Trust your decisions. You got to trust what you're doing. All right. But, remain open to possibilities of being wrong.
Yeah.
You're never going to always be right. But if you are wrong, you need to accept that. So learn from both success and failure.
Yeah, I always say that trading is as hard as you are on yourself. So if you want to make your life a living hell while you trade, like the market will be more than happy to accommodate you. And so it's really important when you're trading to make sure that you have like compassion for yourself and that you are fair to yourself while you are trading, because you're exposing yourself essentially to organized chaos, and if the brain doesn't really handle that well, and it's really easy to get judgmental because I didn't predict this move. Well, it's like, yeah, most people didn't predict the move. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's like, yeah, you really have to be compassionate and take care of yourself, and don't be too hard, and make and understand that what you're doing is incredibly difficult, and it really is. Like, trading is as hard as you are on yourself, and if you really want to beat yourself up, and Eddie, you've had phone calls. We've seen traders do it all the time. It's very, very easy to do when you're trading, and it's not good. It's not
Right.
good.
You've got to be that second voice. You got to be that second voice in your head. Tyler, do you look at any other markets to give you a little insight on what the NASDAQ could possibly do? Because I know that, we talk about leaders and laggers. Is there anything else that you watch, or is there any news prep that you have beginning of the day?
Yeah. I always take a look at the economic events that are on board for the day. And ES2 is another one that I like to look at alongside NQ, just because, the amount of volume that's traded on that market. So, one of them's, as you guys have mentioned before, one of them's always leading, right? It's just kind of trying to figure out which one that is. So sometimes it confuses me a little bit, to be honest. I do like to look at ES, but if I've got a bias in place, then I'll usually stick with that bias on NQ, and I'll see how that plays out. I've thought about getting into Crude. Crude,
yes,
coming from NQ, everybody tells me that Crude respects its level so much. So, that's something that I'd be interested in. I just got to get on there and try it out and see how I like it.
Water's warm. Come on in, man.
Yeah.
Water's warm. Well, once again here, Tyler is trading on the sim. Just to let you know, working on getting to a live account. But we appreciate him coming up here and trading with us and giving it a shot. Now, I was going to ask you, Tyler, you got what's your time frames on your candlesticks?
So right now we're looking at minute candles. All of my zones, I've got them drawn up on the 1 hour or the 4 hour, at the lowest, the 15 minute. If I'm looking at a 15-minute point of interest, then I usually base my entry off the 1 minute candles. And if I'm looking further out on the higher time frames, like the 1 hour or the 4 hour, then I might be kind of zoomed out a little bit more and looking at the 5 minute for my entry. So it just depends. It depends on where my point of interest is, to what candle I'm going to be looking at to enter on and look for my entry at. Yeah.
It's like RTY is doing really well right now.
I've talked to a lot of traders trading NASDAQ with the 1 minute, and I got a question for you. Now it's just a question. NASDAQ being the fast market it is. I'm not talking fast market. I'm talking market with speed, with volume, with movement. Do you think that 1 minute really gives you a good picture?
I think the levels give me a better picture than the time frame that I'm entering on. So what I like to do, if we look at this other chart, it's going to be a bunch of clutter, but I'll kind of break it down for you a little bit once we get to it. Oh, I have all my drawings hidden. So what I like to do throughout the day, I'll have my New York open, or I'm sorry, my midnight open in green. I'll have daily gaps in blue, so I'll mark those out. I like to enter on those gaps from the new day and the gaps from the new week. those are often really good levels. So if I'm picking good levels, then oftentimes it doesn't really matter what time frame I'm entering from. If it's going to work, it's going to work. So that to me is a little more important than the time frame that I'm looking at with NQ, whether it's the 1 minute or the 5 minute. The 5 minutes, I'm not patient enough for it a lot of the times. I think that's probably most people's thing with NQ. We lack patience. We want that fast money. But like I said, if you're picking the good levels, and I've found that new day opening gaps and new weekly opening gaps work really well. Yesterday, that push down that we had in the morning, it was right off of a new week opening gap from this week. So that's where I've seen the big moves come from. And then in between those, you might be onto something. It might be better to zoom out and get a little better view of what's actually going on in the market with the 5 minute or a little higher time frame.
5, 10, 15. I mean, the thing is, it's so quick. I've seen that, and I've looked at it, and I've tried it, and it's like, man, I just can't catch the groove. I'm missing everything. So, I mean, you do the Google Earth, you just back out a little bit, 10 minute, maybe. I like 15 minute, and for some reason, 15 minute has did me justice for years. No matter what market it's in, it gives me a picture. It gives me a decent picture of what is going on. But like when the thing is, I can compare it to like being at the Indy 500, and you're in the first row. All right, NASDAQ with the 1 minute. This is how I see it, at least for me. You're in the first row of the Indy 500, and they start the race, and they're coming around the turn to come around, making that first lap. And basically, all I'm seeing is a blur. I can't see numbers. I can't see sponsors. I don't know what's going on. But if you move up in the bleachers, up a bit, you could see him going into turn 1. You could see him coming out of turn 4. Oh, I could see numbers. I could see sponsors. That's how I look at it. Now, I'm not going to say change what works for you. But if you're looking to trade NASDAQ, I would say start with a distance. And if you need to move in by all means. But I used to trade NASDAQ, but like John says, gives them a heart attack. And same here. We're old people, and I trade the ES. Let me ask you: have you ever? Have you traded the ES?
Yeah, I have, and for me, I think a lot of it comes down to tick size. So you get used to one product, and for me, that's always been NQ. So I can eyeball a range on NQ and know exactly how much I'm risking with whatever contract size I'm putting on. So I've gotten really good and comfortable with that and the tick values associated with NQ. With ES, not so much. I'd likely size down from what I'm used to trading if I were to go over to ES, just to feel it out and see how I like it. But yeah, it's just preference for me, really. And like I said, just experience. The experience that I have primarily is in NQ. So I've just gotten really comfortable with those ranges.
I mean, if you look at it, you can almost put that NASDAQ chart. You can superimpose the NASDAQ over the ES or the ES over the NASDAQ. And it's got, the same direction. The ES is like the little sister, or the little brother. Hey, I want to follow along. Can I go with? Can I go with? Can I go with? And that's how I sort of play the ES. I've got my NASDAQ up here, but very seldom the ES is a leader. It's usually like a Dow, NASDAQ. Sometimes even some of our traders say it's the Russell. I don't look at the Russell, but you want to find who the leader is, making that first move, making that initial jump or trade direction. And then I fall back and I watch the ES. And, if the NASDAQ starts to make a nice bull run, I'm watching the ES. And, not all the time, but some of the times it has that little delay. And, here goes the ES now. Now the ES is on a bull run. So it's something that you might want to put in your pocket and use later.
Yeah, and going back to what you were saying before about the 15-minute time frame, I zoomed out on my charts to that 15-minute time frame because, to your point, a lot of the times when I'm looking for those intraday moves, it's lining up with some sort of POI on the 15-minute. So again, if I'm looking at a POI on the 15-minute, that's really where my 1 minute entry candle comes from. But yeah, I mean, you do get a better view of it. I will agree with you there. Even just looking at it on the 15-minute time frame, like you said, you can see it curling up. You can see it kind of coming into those turns, and plan ahead of time for them.
There you go. That's one thing too. Magic. Plan ahead. Know what you're going to do before the market.
Ordered at 87 here at ES.
You got are you on position? You got a position?
I'm gonna put one in there. We're gonna leave this. We're gonna leave a buy limit in at 45.87 in ES. Looks like it's pulling back. Might be able to get something.
So you think it's charging back to the 4,600?
I'm trying. I think it's gonna go back up.
Yeah, it's been bouncing off that a few times already. We got the last close today before unemployment tomorrow will be huge. It's been like two opposite magnets up there right now. So
Trying to learn my lesson of not shorting equities. So we'll see.
Long term for sure.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive long, but we'll see if it plays out. It would have been nicer to get long at 45.52, obviously, but
I don't hate the trade.
Try to make some action. We'll see what happens.
Well, for those wondering that our mouths are not moving, but a voice is coming out here, that's Jack. If you're new here to Topstep, Jack, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Just chilling. I got the humidifier on, watching the markets, drinking my daily recommended amount of water. What's up?
Any good memes today?
Mostly I was putting Andre into various purple themed things for his background.
Great.
It's good. I like the way it looks. Andre can take it. He can dish it out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By all means. But, one thing we did forget there, we had a second Topstep news pack. Did you have anything for us, Jack?
Yeah, we can do some quick news right now. Just as slow part of market day. Tech unicorns are running into some problems in that it turns out you need to make money to continue functioning. So a lot of the most promising companies are going bankrupt, especially that were valued like WeWork, I believe, got 11 billion from private equity and stuff like that, went bankrupt. I think 3,200 of these companies have gone bankrupt, mostly as they've ran out of, as they say here in this headline from the Times, they've just ran out of meat to cut off the bone. And if they're not making it, it's time to show them the door. So
what's the business model? Just you're renting an office? How's that any different than renting an office normally?
Well, this might entail sort of a larger shift in that the last 5-8 years is, it's all been about promise, right? It's the idea that everyone wanted to find the next Facebook, something that's rapidly scalable. And like in WeWork's case, they were just sort of like selling this idea that, we're going to, at one point, I think they had an $80 billion valuation based on the fact that they were going to build their own society and have WeWork schools and stuff, which sounds like hell. So that's what they valued hell at, I guess. But,
well, I mean, the thing was because of the virus, if you're working from home or you wanted to do something, I mean, a lot of those popped up around that time. And now we got this thing called the white virus coming out of China now or something. So
yeah, I mean, they got killed by the virus, but more so when you strip away all the magical thinking, it was just a office space conversion rental company, right?
Yeah, that's literally it. So
most boring thing in the world.
There's a documentary about WeWork. I think their CEO was quite the guy. A lot of personality, from what I recall.
You got to be to raise that kind of money.
Yeah, seriously.
With that headline, Jack, I want to ask you a question. Sure. Do you know the national animal for Ireland? You know what it is?
Conor McGregor.
That's a good try.
National animal, I would guess a sheep.
It's the unicorn.
I
saw that yesterday. I was like, wow. Somebody better tell him.
That'd be the most Irish thing ever.
You're type of the morning to say, yeah.
Well, speaking of animals, we got a few more. I'm dishing these out slowly, but submissions I've got of people's exotic pets.
Oh, wow. Who's that? Look at that pretty bird.
Let me check my notes here so I give proper credit. This
It's
is it's a good looking bird. Right there, we got Pat's parrot. Thank you, Pat.
Oh, Scotland. I'm sorry.
Hope the bird is telling you which way that. I'm trying to guess what that chart is. It's going down. Someone's going to guess oil. We also got Dylan has got a whole menagerie of chickens. There's one particularly handsome
fellow.
Wow.
Fellow. But if you go to the next one.
Uh-oh. They breed like bunnies.
A lot of chickens.
A lot of eggs.
It looks like these are like copy and pasted in. I don't know. It's like the resolution or something, but these are like fake chickens.
If somebody sends me a flock of AI chickens and says that I will not be happy. That'll be the end of this.
That'd be a great top quiz question, though.
Yeah. I have one more we'll go through later. We'll talk about GameStop because there's something interesting that happened yesterday with the earnings. Basically, they're allowing Ryan Cohen to just pick stocks with their cash, which is awesome. So we'll talk about that later.
My goodness. Okay, save that for later. But my mistake, it was Scotland. It was Scotland. It was the unicorn. My bad. I got corrected on that one. And they're saying I apologize.
You apologize to all the people of Scotland. Also, if someone could figure out what the national animal of Ireland is.
I think it's a deer.
That's the Irish hare.
Is it a deer?
Yeah,
Irish
Marshall
hare.
Matters says it's the deer. Canal says it's the Irish hare.
Ooh.
Classic chat.
Well, there you go. It's what's that rabbit with the antlers? What's it called? I had a brain fart.
Jackrabbit.
Jackalope.
A jackalope. There you go.
There you go. Jackalope.
Jackalope.
I have
Animal
been
Planet
to
going
the
on?
National Jackalope Museum. Is actually in DuBois, Wyoming. They have a whole exhibit. You can ride a giant jackalope. Big jackalope economy over there.
Wow. Wow.
Also,
Coop
you
says
have a
it's
bar
a
named Jackalope with a big jackalope you could sit on and take photos.
Actually, speaking of news, I don't know if anyone knows this. It's kind of under the radar, but it is crude oil related. Apparently, Venezuela is trying to annex 2/3 of Guyana because apparently Guyana has a bunch of oil. So that might be something to keep an eye on going forward if you're a crude oil person, is what's developing in South America between those two countries. But it's pretty interesting.
Venezuela and Guyana.
Yep. Yeah, I found like oilprice.com. I think they might have an article on it. I was just doing some oil research yesterday, trying to like see what's going on, and found that article. I thought it was pretty interesting because I haven't seen it in the headlines. Yeah, so Guyana is right next to Venezuela. And the interesting part is because there's so much like tropical nature and mountains that the only way that the Venezuelan army, if they wanted to invade, they'd have to actually go through Brazil. So there might be some drama going on in South America between three countries. The alternative would be that Venezuela attempts a sea invasion of Guyana and tries to annex the territories. So there's a lot of things at play there. Who knows who's backing Guyana? Who knows who's backing Venezuela? Oil is a kind of a dirty game.
Well, if you do go there, don't go to don't drink the Flavor Aid. Whatever you do. Go ahead, look it up.
Flavor Aid.
Flavor Aid, yeah.
I'm still working this 87 evens in ES. We'll see. So I'm gonna try to work this for like the next hour or so and see what happens.
All right. Well, we got a little bit more time here. Let me ask. Let's keep this going with Tyler. Tyler, how'd you find out about Topstep?
Well, I started out in options, and that pattern day trading rule really got to me. So I had the choice of funding an account with $20,000 so I could trade more than once a day. And I didn't have that kind of funds. So that's what led me to Topstep. I started looking at other companies that I could earn funding through, and then I got interested in futures from that. So all in all, it was a pretty good move. I haven't looked back ever since. So
well, that's good. And glad to have you here. And you took advantage of the openings that we had. and you're part of the Topstep team, and it goes for anybody else. We're always, not always, but we do have openings that you might want to check out. And people ask that in the YouTube chat. Are you guys hiring? Are you hiring?
Mm-hmm.
Let's put it this way: Topstep is consistently growing. All right, consistently. We've got a fantastic team that we have, and understand too. I mean, if you reach out to support and they don't get back to you right away, they will get back to you. Yeah, I promise you, they will. And if not, we've got a Discord channel. Dolby Time, what's the name of that channel that we have if they do have issues with their platform or so forth?
There's a support channel in there. We can flatten your positions, and we can also do support. So we have like full-blown customer support. And there, and we also have ambassadors as well who can help answer basic questions, but they're not fully fledged customer support reps. So they can't go and like look up account information or anything like that.
But they will help you. And the thing is, too, we had Eric earlier here in the YouTube channel answering questions, helping people out. And fantastic work. We got Cameron here right now. And he's look at this. He just put the links in there for open visit. Cameron, you're on top of it, brother.
Cameron's great. He's a Discord hire. And between July and August, we kind of went through a bit of a rough patch, and the community really came around, and we had some people step up massively for us, putting in real hours and prove their worth. And we hired, I think, about 4 or 5 people from Discord who helped us out. It was pretty amazing.
Excellente. So
I have something very important to share with you guys.
What do you got?
I have tracked down my visual evidence of the world's largest jackalope.
Oh my God!
Oh, I've seen it. Oh,
you can see, that is Jack, ladies and gentlemen. That handsome double up in the Exxon sign.
I think that's me probably about 10 years ago. But as you can see in the background, that is indeed the verified world's largest jackalope. So.
Wow, that's a great picture.
That's awesome.
Is his nose rubbed raw? Like how some of those statues have like their noses are all rubbed off because people like rub it for good luck or something.
Yeah, well, they got another one. Like, I don't know which one they're referring to as the largest, because they got another one in the gas station that's kind of terrifying. It's more like it's got hair on it, right? Like, it's almost, I don't know. It's probably made out of other animals, but no, that's the face of a man who has climbed the world's largest jackalope.
Right. I mean, you like giddy up, MNFer. Nice going. All right. Well, we got a couple minutes here. Now, before we go, Dolby Time, you mentioned that you had something to share with us that was really cool or something earlier?
Ooh, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I don't want to jinx it, but a certain someone who wrote a very, very popular trading book, I've been trying to get them on the show for a long time. Most of the people in chat probably know who I'm referring to. If you don't, it'll be a surprise in January because they're done trading for now for the rest of the year. But we're going to try to get them in January. They are not from the United States.
Okay.
They have written a fantastic trading book that most people have probably read. So I would say it's probably #1 in demand guest, maybe behind ICT. So we'll see if we can get them, but so far it looks very, very good. We've had some wonderful people in chat help me get connected to this person, so I can't wait to announce it once it's officially booked. Then we can brag about it, but I don't like.
Don't put the cart before the horse.
Oh God, no! We don't want to do that. But I'm looking forward to reaching out to them, and so far it's been good. So we'll
awesome.
see.
Yeah, it's John Grisham, as a matter of fact.
John Grisham, that's exactly right.
Is he overseas? Yeah, I think so.
I think he might be dead.
Is he? I'm sure the chat knows about that one.
I only read charts. I don't read books.
There you go. Great school.
We're getting close to 87 evens, so I might get filled here. I'm on a sim account, my Topstep sim account right now.
All right. Well, coming up here next, we got the Power Hour, and Adobe's going to stay with us here. We're going to bring in Eric, Andre, and I think Hoag's going to join us.
Oh, yeah.
The Hoagmeister. So we're going to take a little break, and Tyler, you're going to be back with us again, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I like that answer. Absolutely. You hear that? Let's book him as soon as we can. And then
consumer credit. Good call, Cameron.
Yeah. What do we have here at 2:00?
Yeah, 2:00. I got filled on my long here. Right into news. That's exciting.
There we go. Yeah, let's see here real quick. Seconds. All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. right, welcome to Power Hour right now.
Right now, yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
And we've got yes, John is visiting us again.
Hell
John,
yeah.
how are you?
Me, I'm hanging in there. Like I said earlier, I did not sleep well last night. I'm going to bed after we're done today.
After we're done. You know, I did that. I did that a few times too, where it's just, as we're getting older, for you younger kids out there, as you get older, you tend to get up a lot during the night.
Why?
Well, here, to check your doors, make sure they're locked. You get picked a lot. No, here, I got a joke, real quick joke.
It's called a prostate, Andre.
Prostate, yes. It's not a joke. All right, these two guys are fishing, right? They're in a fishing boat.
Okay.
And all of a sudden, one of the guys sees this thing floating by the boat, so he leans over and picks it up, and it's a lamp. So he rubs it, and a genie comes out. All right, and he says, "I'm going to give you one wish, one wish, one wish." Okay. So the guy looks around. He's like, "Let's fill this lake up with beer." Boom! All of a sudden, the lake is filled with beer. The other guy goes, "Damn it to hell! Now we got to piss in the boat." All right. Right now? Yeah, right now. We're right now. Okay.
Right now, yeah.
Right. So John, you're gonna be trading something different today?
Yeah, I'm gonna play a little bit in the NASDAQ. I wanted to buy it, but we were watching.
Well, Hoag, I just got short.
Oh,
is that Jack?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
In the game.
Jack, come on down.
All right.
Come on, Jack.
Baby.
Yes.
Oh, look at this poll.
What'd you get short, Jack? What'd you get short? Sorry.
Right here.
No, what? NASDAQ or
Oh,
Spooz?
yes.
Yes, gotcha.
All right. So
You're shorting against my beautiful entry of 87.
I know, Johnny. You're trading NASDAQ. If what's the delta in ES?
Delta is not a factor. It's 12,000 positive. It's congruent.
Gotcha.
It's,
All right,
it's 4,500 positive in the NASDAQ, so that's also congruent.
Cool. All right. So what are we looking for in terms of setups? We're up.
I have no idea. I'm just going to buy one and see what happens.
I'm saying we just kind of recreate the magic we did yesterday.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm long 45.87 evens. I'm up a couple bucks already. Haven't taken any heat so far. Jack's trying to fade me already, so I don't like that, but it's fine.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm looking for $400 on this, which is 95 evens. So well within range. It's not like a new high or anything, so it should be targetable.
Hey,
I really don't want to trade, but I guess I'm gonna.
Hell yeah, Eddie! Come on.
There we go. Let's go.
Come on, baby.
I'm in.
TV.
Hey,
all right. I'm long.
I like the NASDAQ.
2047.10
Okay.
on a deuce.
Like
Ooh, two. I'm liking this so far. Who else has a position on?
I'm flat. I believe everyone else around me does.
Get with it. You gotta find a market.
I know, man. Seriously.
They just put $100 in this.
So for the record,
Oh.
I'm playing people taking profits ahead of NFP tomorrow.
I'm thinking the same thing, Jack.
I am not doing that. I think it's just going to go higher. Because it's going up. It looks like it's going up, so we'll see what happens.
Shout out to Jay for going to Peak Odds with me earlier today. I know he's watching.
Oh, nice.
He went with you?
My buddy Jay. This guy I had to pay the bet off with, but very nice. I was with
You're paying a lot of bets lately, aren't you?
You might need to dial back.
Wow.
I mean, who knows what you're going to get yourself into?
I know.
I'm long again.
You've already had an egg. Pequods.
I got the poem still in the holster.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Monday,
100%. It's actually pretty good.
Eddie, what's your position again?
I am long a deuce at 2047.20. No, 2047 even. Sorry.
I don't really trade the Dow.
No, you should.
does anybody use the reverse button?
You know what I did I think I did this last week, and actually saved my ass.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like, hey, what's this button? I'm gonna give it a
Loser
shot.
into winner.
Turned into a winner, yeah.
Well done.
Covered my loss and went the right way. Not
Yeah,
to
that means
say
you got
that
out of
you
your
should
bias.
use it.
I mean, yeah, you got out of your bias. You got with the market.
Yeah.
I mean, I pressed it once accidentally and pooped my pants. So that was pretty scary.
Well, that's the poop your pants button.
That's the
You hit the wrong button.
You gotta be careful.
Well, I guess we can be in the lake again.
Yeah, do the power hour. Let's go.
Some guy says trading rule never reverse. You know what? To be honest with you, that's the first time in my life that I did that.
Never reverse.
He said never reverse, but it worked for me that time.
I want to do a reverse challenge where no matter what, you have to be in a position and you can only use the reverse button.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
how does this work?
Yep. So you place a trade and the only button you can press is reverse. So you're always in the market perpetually.
You're either long or short.
Oh, don't be.
That would be some exciting stuff.
That would be.
Yeah, I'm down for that. Oh,
I'm-
going pretty good so far.
Dow.
That frightens the hell
Yeah,
out of me.
trade the Dow, they say.
I'm not going to trade the Dow.
Hey, look who's here in our chat. Anne-Marie Band is still here.
Yes.
Hello, Anne-Marie.
Star of the show.
Anne-Marie.
Or Max. Max was awesome too.
Max here too?
No, I'm saying the stars of the show today. Anne-Marie.
Oh, yeah, definitely stars.
It was so nice to have you with us today, Anne-Marie. I'm looking forward to many more.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as some guy says, if you need to reverse, that means your trading was wrong. So step back and rethink everything. That's exactly what you need to do.
Anne-Marie, I didn't get to say much, but it was sure nice being with you.
Yeah.
I had missed most of it, unfortunately. I had some meetings this morning to prepare for. So I missed like one of like the best TopstepTV days. Like the morning was awesome. I got the Led Zeppelin story from
That was the story.
Hilarious.
Yes.
Absolutely hilarious.
on a tarmac.
On a tarmac, chasing the plane. Amazing.
Running down the runway, chasing the plane, going, Robert.
If that happened today, man, I don't think that would fly.
Actually, I have questions. Was she wearing tennis shoes? Was she in heels? What's her 40 time? Yeah. Like, was this actually gaining on the plane?
Dead sprint.
Dead sprint, yeah. Just
I'm thinking like the T1000.
Exactly. Yeah, just dead stare. Just
doesn't even blink.
Like that. Yeah.
You know what we got to do? We got to have a fast market with just the women.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
That would be fun.
Wouldn't that be cool?
That's
just the women talking it out. And
we'll take over. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Take over. That's right.
Well, they do say that women are better traders than men as far as decision making and recklessness. So
recklessness.
Recklessness.
I mean, Anne-Marie did chase a plane down a tarmac. So.
She's got balls too. Shit.
Yeah, bold.
Yeah. I'm short oil now from 69.38.
Are you?
No. John Jones. John Jones. I do not have any thoughts. I
thought, Andre, you're trading crude now?
Man.
Water's warm. Come on, Andre.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm trading NASDAQ. Let's all do something.
It's not warm right now, but it'll be warm. Later in the morning. It's a good market.
Tilt not showing much. A little biased this short side.
And Marjahad is asking, fast market or power hour? What do we like better, fast market or power hour?
Asking us or the...
He's asking, I guess, YT.
Anne-Marie was wearing sandals.
Oh, goodness.
Sandals?
And her tie-dye moo-moo.
And she's down for Girls' Day.
All right, cool.
I want to go.
John Jones is apparently 6'4", 335 pounds.
The one in our chat or the fighter?
In the chat.
The one in chat.
Okay.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, John Jones, 6'4", 335.
Yeah.
Hey, Bears are hiring if you can play on the line.
He's my friend. Anne-Marie, let's take him to the next general admission concert.
Yeah, right. There you go.
Dude, John, that ticket you showed earlier today was really cool.
Yeah, the Led Zeppelin concert I never got to go to.
What was the price on that ticket? Like $10?
$10.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
$10.
You'd probably
300 right now.
You'd be, I was gonna say, you'd probably be able to eat. I bet you if you look on eBay, there's probably some on eBay probably shooting for $100, $200 probably.
I wouldn't. It's priceless. I'm not selling it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm putting a price on it for you.
He's making a market. What are you gonna do?
That's what I do.
Yeah.
Give me 500 and it's yours.
Okay.
Nah, hang it back on your wall.
No,
Put it back on your wall.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Yeah, if you're in Chicago and go to like Reggie's Rock Club, the bar has all those old tickets underneath there, like laminated. So it's all like the old Sox, Cubs, Bears games, like concert tickets. You can go and see all the prices, and it's all like $20 or under for everything. It's insane. Bulls games, everything is like less than 20.
I mean,
Disco demolition tickets. Those are
disco demolition. I actually watched a documentary about that.
You watched it too, huh? With
what's his name? What's the name of the family? White Sox. They own the White.
Vec.
Vec. Thank
Vec,
you.
yeah.
That was fascinating.
That was a great documentary.
Fascinating.
You know.
Looks like Chad is fading me. I'm at 16%. Who's going to make money in Power Hour? Okay, thank you.
Oh, that means I'm betting on Dolby.
It's high praise. High praise from chat. My position's doing pretty good though, so y'all can figure that one out.
Come on, Gold. You can do it, baby.
You're on.
I want to get on that gold. Giddy up.
What's gold trading right now, Eddie?
Oh, 2047.40.
So I don't get the run up in gold. If interest rates are retreating, why is gold rallying?
Because I put a buy on and I know somebody.
There you go. Yeah.
I know somebody.
You got a guy.
I got a guy and I know somebody.
Good to know.
The dollar's been coming off all day, so kind of makes sense.
Oh, has it been? That's good.
Weaker dollar, stronger gold. Okay.
Yeah, I should just take my 100 and say, go ahead. I'm done. Because I'm happy with it. I'm not looking
for
for
more of those, and you can have my Led Zeppelin ticket.
There you go.
Oh, apparently I was on the 30-minute chart when I placed this trade.
Global political risk. Yeah, you might be right, Henry.
Well, we're like halfway to take profit, which is pretty sweet. I don't really mind ES. It's a nice little market. It moves kind of slow, but my heart rate is at a nice place.
We should do that sometime. Have our heart rate posted on this while we're trading.
Oh, that'd be exciting.
They do that for golf. Some of the golfers wear those Fitbit things, and they'll show their heart rate.
Oh, live on air?
Yeah, going into
that's
shots and stuff.
cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You see the new thing they got out? It's a ring.
Yeah, essentially it's that.
Yeah, my mom has one.
I put one of those on my wrist once, and it told me to get my affairs in order.
When you trade, I bet it's like the heart rate of a lizard. It's MP I'd be worried about.
Yeah, we should get that heart rate monitor on MP. One when he's trading, one when he's skiing. Which one's higher?
Good question.
Slacking would be the highest.
When he goes silent for like 3 minutes.
Oh, that's funny.
They even do it for chess, yeah.
And Marie has a blood pressure cuff at her desk.
I've got one of those in the kitchen. I haven't seen it in months.
What, the blood? Is it like behind like a box of Oreos or something?
Yes, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. Behind the 2 boxes of lard.
That's the thing.
Delta in the S&Ps is positive 13,200. NASDAQ positive 5150.
Is that bullish or bearish?
It's congruent with direction, so it doesn't give us anything.
All right. Oh, if you want like the divergence is what you're looking for.
Pardon?
You want the divergence, right? Like going down,
right.
but delta's going up, something like that.
Yes. Yeah, that says something. Right now, it just looks like all time frames are acting in concert.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a big, so tomorrow's unemployment. Everybody's just evening up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I might move my stop to break even on this. No. We're
all right, I am out.
To break even.
I hate doing that, but it makes me feel good.
My new high is 484.
Sometimes what I'll do in crude oil is I'll accept full risk on a trade. So if it goes in my favor, let's say like 15 ticks, it goes in my favor, but my take profit's 40. And let's say it comes back and touches my entry and then goes back down again, then sometimes I'll actually move my stop to break even because I've already gotten one test of my entry.
Uh-huh.
So I feel like if it's already done it once, hopefully it doesn't do it again. And if
Right.
it does do it again,
Yeah,
that's
that I can
probably a
see.
bad sign. So
That I can see.
I've had some success with that. Just let your position breathe a little bit initially.
Yep.
And then if you get some good positive movement and it comes back and tests, that's okay. And then maybe move it back down again later. But there's nothing worse than like having a killer entry. You move your stop to break even and it comes back and stops you out. And now you're chasing a trade.
Oh, yeah.
When you had the perfect one already. So there's a little bit of information for you guys if you guys want to try that out sometime in chat.
What do you guys think of this 2-week range we are in? I think we'll be in this range until new information enters the market, which could be tomorrow
morning.
Tomorrow morning, yep.
Yep. It's a good way to put it.
So what are we thinking for tomorrow morning? Since we got like second here, if it comes out better than expected, bearish or bullish for equities?
Well, bad news has been good news lately, and good news has been bad news.
So that means the economy's still hot if it comes out better than expected?
I don't know. Close your eyes, click, and hope.
It's at 7:30 a.m. Central.
Correct.
I like the early numbers. It happens when I'm asleep, wake up, everything's been digested.
Good number, probably bearish. Yeah, you might be right.
When was the last time that positive news was actually good news for the market?
When rates were low. Probably pre-COVID.
Before COVID, right?
CPI has been good like that because the low inflation numbers
That's
send
true.
stocks flying. That's pretty much like the one number right now that I feel like if you knew it in advance, I could tell you which way it's going to go.
Yeah. Nicholas up 1335 in combines today. Well done.
Hell yeah.
Well done.
Eric says the last time good news was good and bad news was bad was when tickets were still $10.
I remember.
Back in the day.
Ettridge Farm remembers.
If you go to local shows, you can still get in for $10.
Yeah, Riv, this is the rally sweater.
I got my rally.
Nice.
Thank you, John.
You betcha.
Good job.
Here to help.
We're getting a little bit of resistance at 91.90 in ES.
Well,
Jack, where are you right now?
I'm still sitting.
Dolby.
Are you short at?
Yep.
I'm flat.
Value high is 92.5, Dolby.
I'm trading a trading combine that I only do on this show, so it's only my second day trading it. But yeah, I'm still short 2 ES.
And you're already getting funded?
It's only my second day. I'm up,
You know somebody.
Yeah. Depending on where the ES is, I'm up like $500.
Ooh. Look at my charts now. I just got a little hookup. Ooh, look at all these pretty colors. Looks like Casey just gave me some level 2 data.
That's what I need to start sharing.
100 up, 100 down. My
See, I need that. They don't
God.
have that on gold for me yet. I'm like 10 up, 10 down.
Fancy.
So I have a disadvantage. So add another $100 on there because I got a disadvantage.
But that's the handicap, right?
Yes. It's a handicap. Yes.
There we go. But my...
Oh, there it is.
Am I in the wrong market?
Hoag,
There we
question for the chat. With the Topstep live accounts, do you get paid out the money you make? Like your account that you're trading on Topstep TV?
I mean,
we should talk to Michael about that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, except, Topstep takes 80% and I get 20%.
That's the deal.
Well, hell, I tell you on the trading floor that wasn't too far off.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, at old prop firms? Yeah, that was...
No, on the trading floor.
Oh,
who would take the 80?
Yeah.
Whoever's backing you, whoever's putting money in
They
that
would take
account.
the 80? Oh, man.
Well, when I was at a very big prop shop, it was you had about $10,000 a month in desk fees, and then 30 to 40% was your take.
That's wild.
Wow.
But they provided a ton. I mean, you wouldn't be able to do those trades
Right.
and have the edge that they provided without it. So I guess it was kind of fair. They wouldn't let us talk to other firms.
I'm flat, by the way, guys.
Same. Now I spill all the secrets. I don't care anymore.
I'm flat.
Yeah, I don't. There's no NDAs or anything anymore.
You don't have to worry, Anne Marie. I'm flat. I got nothing on. I'm just watching this NASDAQ, trying to see if I can eke out a few bucks.
I just moved my stop up to where am I at? 85.75. So I actually still am accepting a little bit of risk on this trade. It's just going to be below kind of like that previous 5-minute range.
It seems like the last 3 hours have been one long 5-minute range.
Yes.
Yeah,
You know, Hoop, that's a good question. How do you get that expanded ladder? See, the thing is, I know I'm pretty sure that in Topstep X, we should be getting what Dolby's got right there. I know that I'm having a disadvantage here, but I think that we're going to contact the CME about that. Get that fixed. But
He's got,
look at that depth.
Casey.
Look at that depth. That's insane.
how many people here are on Topstep X, or at least having a little fun with it? If you are, remember, the deal was, let us know if you like it, if you don't like it, if things need to be added, if things need to be taken off, or we want to make this as best as we can since we have that opportunity. You know, it's not yet written in stone, but that's why we're sharing it. And for those that have not gotten it yet, if your name is on the list, we're going to be doing this all month. Okay, so patience, my friend. Okay, and then one day you'll get the email, and I think we send those out at 10 a.m. Central Time, and you get all the credentials, log in, and then have at it. Have some fun with it.
Yeah, we've got. I got an email from Gare, one of our longtime members here at Topstep. Watches Topstep TV. I don't know if you're here, Gare. I sent you an email back, but Gare, just gave me a couple of things that are missing on the platform that he wants to put on there. So I forwarded that to the team, and as time goes on, you're going to see more and more features on it. We're just getting it started here, so.
Right. And, Ghost T, being honest, and we love you, Ghost T. He said, I tried it. I like it, but I'm too used to NT.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, if you're a Chevy man or a Chevy woman, and you're not going to go out looking at a Ford, you're going to look for a Chevy. You like the Chevys. That's me. I've been driving Chevys my whole life. But I mean, that's the thing. If you're used to something and you know it like the back of your hand, why switch? Why switch?
All righty. I got a position on now in Topstep X. I got $1,000 profit target, and I'm going to trim the stop to right here.
That much.
$1,000 profit target.
We've got about a half an hour left here till 3:00.
Looking to get in now.
There's been some wiggle in the ES ladder, so I think something's going to happen. And I just define wiggle as...
I love that.
It just starts kind of like fluttering up and down a little bit. It was kind of a pattern I noticed when I was watching crude oil, and it looks like it's kind of happening in ES. So we'll see if this ends up coming to fruition, but it does seem like the ES ladder is starting to pick up.
Yeah, I'm sure something's going to happen. It's probably going to go lower unless, of course, it goes higher.
Genius.
That A-grade analysis that people are here for.
Yes.
You can only get that at Topstep TV.
Only at
Dre.
Fred's asking, is there a monthly fee for Topstep X? There will be, of course. It's going to be another platform. Honestly, I think it might be a free platform.
It's free.
But the add-ons will cost you.
Yeah, L2 will cost you, but if you just want L1, the platform's free.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right. Level two, right?
Yeah, I think it's like $39 for level 2 per month.
I think so. And the thing is, too, I mean, we're going directly to the CME. It's not like we're taking $5, $10. I mean, that's exactly what it costs.
I think that's the feature I'm probably most excited about. It's just going direct to CME.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. gonna
See, we got another Anne Marie Band fan. Eduardo says Anne would know if it was going up or down. She did a great job today. She did. I think Anne, what'd you walk away with? Like almost a G.
Almost a G, yeah.
Yeah.
live.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, that's impressive.
Call him the Ban. Rise up, Ban.
Band. There you go. Jack, you are just fire this week.
He's had his fastball all week.
Oh my God.
I'm just
I'm still. I haven't even swung yet.
Computer thing, eating Zyn pouches, drinking water. I'm feeling great.
There you go. Some guy, when signing up for the trial, it requires your credit card number. After the first month, it looks free. Then you'll be charged. Cancel before the month is over. Okay, if you don't want it, that's just how we have to do it. It's one of our other platforms, but basically we're giving you the code for that first free. Okay, now if you're week in, 2 weeks in, you're like, oh, I don't like this. Just go to your. I think we go to the dashboard, right, and cancel. Just cancel it, and you're not going to be charged.
Yeah, just go to dashboard, click your profile, your username, and then go to billing. It's really straightforward. Yeah.
Thank you, Tea Time.
Oh, just exercising my old customer service chops.
Thank God you're here. Jesse's asking, where do I get Topstep X? Well, we could put that link in there.
Yeah, so we're doing a wait.
Get on the list,
now,
Jesse.
So you can get early access.
Oily access.
Still halfway to profit target in this ES thing, but it's picking up, which is exciting.
Yeah,
It looks like there's some action now in ES. That wiggle.
Just that wiggle room you were talking
A
about.
little wiggle, the market wants to wiggle a little bit and something happens. So,
How cool is Max Maserati?
Oh,
I
man.
missed that one.
He's a star.
Max, my goodness.
International man of mystery.
He was a doctor who turned into a trader.
So can you imagine all that studying and time educating himself?
Yeah, right.
Wow. That's why I asked him how many years. He goes 7. I'm like, well, I figured 7 or 8 years of medical school, and he's in an emergency room. My God.
Wow. My fiance is in a grad program, and it's hard. So much work. I can't imagine doing 7 years of that.
What did he say? I forget what he said, but I was like, I had to amplify it. Happiness is what you make it, or something like that.
Choice.
Happiness is a choice.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, did that hit home?
Yes,
he was fantastic. His attitude about everything. I mean, he was just. It was really fun to watch.
It was. Is your wife watching? Yes, she is. Dude, your ass is grass, man.
Oh, man, if my wife knew some of the things that I did in trading, she would probably, I probably would be alone. I would probably be, she'd like, you're crazy.
John, we'd be living in the shed in the backyard.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to break even.
I'm going to get a bad entry on this short. Shit. I missed it.
I don't know.
I missed it. Fuck.
I'm thinking right here, gold's a coin flip. I don't want to flip a coin either.
I'm definitely break even on this one. The wiggle went down, not up. That's the problem with the wiggle. You don't know what direction it's going to go, but it is going to go somewhere.
I told you it was going to go somewhere.
It did. I mean, that was great advice, so that's why I took it.
Yeah, come on. You don't want to push this to 4,600 ahead of unemployment. Go away, Lungs. Go away.
Andre.
Yeah, you heard that?
Yep.
I'm very close to getting out of this one.
I'll never forget that T4 fill sound.
Yeah.
Do you dream about it? Do you ever have like fill sounds in your head when you're dreaming?
No.
Yeah. You thought I've woken up to them.
You too, Andre.
Well, it's different platform, but yes.
Now, I usually hear running water. That's when I got to get up. Dream about running water.
You in, Jack?
I'm still in.
I'm short now.
Yeah, I might as well get in.
Yeah, I'm not break even.
I don't like that you're all in it now. There's a 6-second delay on YouTube.
I'm flattened now. I'm scalping. I
mean, I think the worst platform for sound is MT4. Like, I do not know where they get their audio clips, but they are the most heinous things I've ever heard.
Anybody got Ring on their front door? They've got they've got some really cool sound effects when somebody rings your doorbell. I got a werewolf. That was the sound effect.
Oh my God.
Werewolf. Somebody is at your door.
Werewolf.
And it like a werewolf. Yeah, like from the monster movies.
Like trigger your dog or trigger your
werewolf.
Their castle.
You have the mark of the werewolf on your hand. Oh, what a great movie!
My mom has the Succession.
All right, I'm short from 87.5.
For my brother.
Wait, when you call your mom and play Succession?
It plays the Succession theme, which I think overstates both of our importance.
You guys are talking about trading dreams. I have a recurring one where I'm in the S&P pit and I get an order to sell 1,000 and I turn into the pit and there's nobody in it. And compliance is standing right next to me, and my customer is demanding a fill.
Yelling at you, fill it.
Customer is demanding a fill.
You know, Johnny, that honestly, I mean, from being on the trading floor for that many years, I have a lot of dreams of being on the trading floor. It's not necessarily the same setup, but it's the same people, and there's pits, and there's trading, and we're wearing coats. And I mean, I don't know if you have the same thing, but I mean, this is like, I don't know if I need to see a psychologist or anything, but I mean, they're good dreams. You know, I wake up and it's like, man, I remember that guy and I remember her and I remember them, you know?
Well, that's a nice dream. That's not like a reoccurring nightmare or something.
Well, it's a dream, you know?
Hey, Robert, I got out. I scratched that trade. Tilt's heavy short right now.
Poopy scratch.
Yeah.
Poopy scratch.
Anne Marie pointed out that there's probably some pretty big MOC buying probably coming in near the close here today. So,
what's MOC?
Okay.
Market on close.
Hey, John, Charles Hugo is asking a question. Hoag, question, please. Is profile on TPO a normal variation, or a neutral extreme? And explain those.
Okay, so you're talking about the day type. So here is the S&Ps. Hey, come on back here. All right. So as the day looks, kind of a neutral extreme, because we've got the points of control in the upper half of the profile here, even like the upper third. I mean, this market has really just kind of hung around up here all day. So, I mean, it's a normal variation, neutral extreme. It's a normal variation day, but it's an extreme stance, because the market has been spending so much time up here with the point of control all the way up here. That's what I would call it. I don't know. I don't get too wrapped up in the day type names. I just kind of feel what they're telling me. And we are probably just kind of covering some shorts and flattening everything out for the announcement tomorrow.
Nice. Yeah, tomorrow, Friday, baby. Eco numbers for tomorrow while we're here.
Yeah. What we got?
Let's take a look.
On enjoyment.
86.75.
There you go, Jack. We got the, let's see, coming out here early, average hourly earnings, non-farm payroll, unemployment rate.
Wow.
We got Michigan numbers, 9. And we got a lot going on here.
What's a banging Friday?
If you're trading grains and so forth, we got the WASDE report. That's going to be important. Baker Hughes rig count. And I think that might be
We'll
it.
see how that one does. That one typically doesn't move crude oil a ton.
No.
Doing my research last night, I might actually start looking at like China's like production numbers, how their economy's doing. So like if you're doing like crude oil, like you want to look at like who's like consuming stuff, you know, and like if consumption's down, then that's really gonna have a pretty big impact on crude oil prices. I'm trying to spend a little bit more time learning like the fundamentals of crude. It's extremely complicated, obviously, but
D-time, you you got to remember too, as Dee says, watch what's going up on in Canada.
Canada. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Canada imports a lot of U.S. oil, which is pretty interesting.
She trades off those reports.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Canada was good. Apparently, China is good. Any big person is consuming a lot of oil.
Anne Marie's checked out. Have a great rest of the day, Anne Marie.
All right, Anne Marie. Anne Marie, once again, thank you very much for being with us here all day. So give it up for Anne Marie, everybody.
Yeah.
I'll catch you next week, I hope. If you're wondering what the WASDE is, it's the World Agricultural Supply and Demand Estimates. It's a monthly report that provides current USDA forecasts for U.S. and world supply use of major grains, soybeans, and products, cotton, and sugar, and livestock products. So if you're trading any of those, heads up tomorrow.
Anything you can eat or wear.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah.
Hey, Robert, I'm short from 87 3/4. Taking heat.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Looks like, this
Right,
is
Jeff.
funny. So had I had said that, let me get one test of my entry before I go to break even, and I tested my entry, and now it's popped. So had I had done that, I probably still would have been in this position. But I did not. So I'm flat. So interesting little tidbit right there. I got a question in chat from Jastej Singh. Go over the CL trading times. Yeah, I can do that super fast. So this is going to be in Central Time. 8 to 8:30 is kind of like the US Open. Opens at 8. So the first half hour. Was that opening range is what? The first minute? Some people use the first hour.
Some people, yeah.
Yeah. So first half hour is 8 to 8:30. That's pretty popular. Then from like 8:30 until 10:30, I would consider like a normal trading session. From a subsection of that would be 10 to 10:30 is Europe closes, and sometimes you can get a reverse of whatever the trend is because people want to start flattening their positions. And so the market can reverse on that. And then you have the lunchtime section. So that's 10:30 to about 12. And sometimes that will be slow. Sometimes it will actually have movement. Depends on the day. And then from 12 to 1:30 is kind of, I would consider the second half of the session. And then you have US pit session close, which is 1 to 1:30. So the crude oil times are actually kind of just mirrored. But you can have you have two of basically the exact same sessions, kind of. Just one closes in Europe, one closes in the US. A lot of opportunity in crude. It's a cool product. Hope you
Good
got
stuff. Good stuff.
Thanks, Toby.
Yep.
Problem. Magic Mike has a question for John Hoagland. Could you take a moment to comment on this move today after a hard sell yesterday? Maybe give us a guess about what happened here.
Yeah.
We talked about this morning.
Yeah. So let me go with the S&Ps on this one. So we had obviously a down day. There was a lot of negative delta. That negative delta on this down day indicates it was probably shorter time frame speculators trying to push price lower. It did not and could not close below weekly kickoff low at 45.55. If you were here yesterday, I was looking for a long down between 45.55 and 50 pretty much, just anywhere down here. I think we did actually take a long, but it didn't amount to much. We were looking for more of a move higher because of the deep negative delta that we had. But if you look at this, we've been bouncing basically between this area and this area for a week and a half. So then today, yesterday we put in kind of a late spike. If you look at the profile, price kind of wandered around here the better part of the day, but at the end of the day, price drove a lot lower. Well, what happens is then the market closes, and you don't get time to see if the market is going to accept this area, or if it's going to continue lower, or if it's going to reject this area and head back higher. So with that late spike, We opened above the late spike. Okay, there's one sign. Okay, we're rejecting lower pricing. 2, what was our weekly kickoff low? 45.55. We opened above that. I looked for a long on the opening range trade. I got stopped out. And man, I'm thinking, you know what? We went to the point of control. There's not a lot of risk in this. Go long, John. Go long. Well, let's see how it goes. Wrong. Yeah. Andre, you had good trade location this morning on that trade. And then now we've got to move in the opposite direction. But when you think about it, the market is just ping-ponging, ping-pong, ping-pong, ping, just back and forth between 2 relatively known levels.
D-Time, you got that question from Magic Mike?
Oh, I just asked it.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I thought that was. Okay.
Yeah, it's a great question.
So, I mean, it's like
Mike, come on.
Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping pong.
Well, no one's going to lay it all up for NFP.
No.
No, it's kind of an awkward time to trade because there's so much news tomorrow that a lot of people are probably just sitting on their hands. We're getting this really tight range.
Yeah. This might be a dud.
Hey, John, you got a term for non-farm payroll? Did we have a term for that?
Yeah, we called it unenjoyment.
Unenjoyment.
Non-farm payroll?
Yeah, the unemployment rate comes out. We always called it unenjoyment.
Unenjoyment. That's what I call it. I guess I never knew it was called non-farm.
Yeah.
No, not on the farm. Not going to do that.
Non-farm payrolls, unenjoyment for private.
Ever watch Napoleon Dynamite when they were working on the farm?
Tina, eat your
Tina.
I've never watched that movie. I can't believe I've never watched it.
I haven't seen it either. There's like a couple movies I've missed.
Oh my goodness.
Also never played Zelda. It's like I have some movie and like gaming stuff where it's like, how have you not done or seen this?
Well, Mr. Hoagland hasn't seen any Star Wars movies, have you, John?
I've seen the original one. The original one, but I haven't seen any of the other ones.
That's okay.
Wow.
But I haven't played Zelda. You got to watch Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, I need to watch that.
Uncle Rico.
Uncle Rico. See those mountains, Napoleon?
I guess you got to watch it to laugh. Okay, there you go.
You want to hear a crazy NFP trade that used to work?
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar with implied spreads from the CME?
Implied markets? Yeah.
Implied spreads, yeah.
Yeah.
Eagle.
Implied spreads on the treasuries used to be able to like buy guaranteed spread differentials between some of the futures.
Yep.
And if you had the capital, you could just stack them up the ladder on both sides, let the number come out and throw them out of whack, and then you'd get the implied spreads, and you would just be instantly up a bunch of money or down a bunch of money. And that literally worked for a good 2 years until I think
with that auto spread leg or whatever, right? Eagle. I think it's called Eagle.
Yeah, we weren't even our main trade we were using auto spreaders, but this is just literally putting orders on the ladder for implied spreads.
Oh, I got you. That's
you pumpkin eater cheater.
Well, who wrecked it?
I think people just found out about it too much.
Yeah, the more people do it, the less it works.
Cannibal.
Too easy a trade to work in the long term.
Well, they told their friend, and they told their friend. And
well, that's like when you buy a new game for your console or your PC, and you go on YouTube and they find like cheats and codes, and then when the company gets like word of it, they nerf it, which means that they patch it. And it's like, son of a b, getting all that money for free.
It got patched out by the market. That's what the market does.
Yeah, they nerf it and it gets patched. Ben Johnson says, watch for the 250 jostle.
Ooh, a jostle. I got wiggles.
You got wiggle and
jostle.
Jostle.
I'm going ping pong, ping pong.
There we go. Anybody else? Anyone else? Bueller? Bueller? Actually, I shouldn't have to worry about that.
Any more trading?
Yeah, Patrick Weiland said that he called that 250 or 250 time yesterday. He's like, watch out, a thing's gonna happen at 250. and then it happened exactly on the money at 250, and I made some money.
It's
on that.
MOCs.
Yeah.
Market on close.
Bueller.
Another good movie.
Bueller.
That was they had that. If you ever watched Ferris Bueller, they were in our visitors gallery on the CME, and there's one of the clerks. They show the British pound pit pretty much. I don't know why they did that, but they did that. But yeah, it was the. Sometimes you'd even go up there and try to take a nap.
There we go.
Riveting.
Oh, 250.
Yeah, there's a 250 orders.
Okay.
I'm not unhappy that I'm flat. There's not a whole lot going on right now.
No, there's not.
No, somebody should juggle or something.
Yeah.
Do magic tricks.
Magic tricks.
Oh, I did find that so like 3 days ago we were talking about bears, and there was a quote I couldn't think of, but I finally heard it. So
okay.
We're talking about how to survive bear attacks, and there's a saying. So if it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back.
Shit.
If it's white, good night.
No, if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down.
Yeah, there you go.
Don't eat the yellow snow.
No.
There you go. Anybody
Don't
else?
fight bears. Don't fight bears.
Don't fight bears.
That too. Yeah, apparently polar bears are not nice. Who would have thought?
They look so cuddly.
Oh man, they drink Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And they're
Also,
friends
why
with
are
Sam.
they so big? Polar bears are like the biggest of the bears, yet they have like the least like food and like resources. How does that work out? I would think polar bears would be very small.
They have slow metabolisms.
Much bigger.
I'm sure they know how they eat very
Don't you worry, Toby.
Hibernation.
We're doing our part to get rid of those polar bears.
Yeah,
So
that's
we don't need to worry
right.
about that. Good night soon. All right, we're getting them out of here.
That's right. It's up the temperature a couple. Putting you to bed.
As long as we have a break here, I can show the top quiz winners really quick.
Cool.
Ah.
You've been asking, yeah.
I
That's
have
what they want.
yesterday's too.
Ah.
I'll send out those emails now.
Yeah. You got it, Brian Hauser. They
Wow.
eat seals.
Buying it.
Run and
They
yes.
eat fish.
Yep.
This is Wednesday's winners. And let me see if I can
Jesus
send
is
out-
king.
I like that. Hoagie burger.
The hoagie burger.
Huh.
And hallelujah for that.
Now.
Jesus is king. Oh, Jim Morrison and the Doors played. That was nice.
It says hedgehog. I
Then
really
we have
wish it said
today's
hedgehog.
winners.
Hedgehog. Ooh. Wow, lots of winners here. R-Dub. Sir Wix-a-Lot.
2 days worth.
King Lard. So you just put lard.
Dre Hoot.
I love turtles.
I love turtles.
My God, man. You
That's
love
an
your
interesting
turtles.
question.
Another
Maxim says, what leverage do you use?
That's more of a Forex thing.
Yeah.
It is. It's kind of a trick question. So there is not really enough.
Futures are inherently leveraged. So if we say that the ES is at say 4,500 for math reasons, 50 times that is the nominal value. So if you're using like traditional margin and laying down, I don't know, $8,000, $9,000, I haven't checked where it is for overnight margin, you're essentially trading, let me think. I shouldn't have put myself in the position to do math.
Public math, baby.
Public math. There we go.
You're basically trading a lot of money in the ES with only
225,000.
There you go.
That's at 45.
Is
You're
abacus.
trading $225,000 worth of stuff with only $8,000 in the account or something. So that's leverage.
I think in general it's contract specific, right? Depends on what product you trade.
Yes.
Levered differently, whereas in Forex it kind of depends, I think, on your broker. if I'm not mistaken, but I never traded Forex.
Yeah. And if you're in a really volatile period, they'll raise margins, which kind of lowers the leverage on you, but not that much.
Right. It's like you have 100 to 1 or 50 to 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not how it exactly works.
No.
It's a good question though, because I knew it sounded like he was an FX person. So it's one of those little subtle differences between the two.
Right.
If we're trying to switch over, it's important to know.
Basically, you're leveraged if you can go below 0.
Correct.
Hey, we are about 5 minutes here before we say good night, sweetheart. Good night. And I just want to tell Eric, thank you very much for helping us out on YouTube today. Cameron, Martin, helping us out. And of course, Nick Dolby. I love that guy. I love that Nick Dolby guy.
Good pleasure. Good pleasure. It's great coming on, talking trading, sharing experiences. Important stuff.
Running it up.
It is running. Probably should have stuck in that trade, but
put one back on there.
Wanted to be at 0.
John, do you know if non-farm affects gold?
I mean, it can affect everything.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, it will. You'll probably see a big knee jerk, and then it'll go right back to where it was.
You call it the knee jerk. I call it the head fake. What other terms do we have?
Euro step. I don't know.
Euro step.
Dubstep. Yeah. Oh.
Thanks, DC.
Give it to me.
DC likes you, Andre.
Yeah.
Andre is great.
I like DC.
Yeah, DC's been here almost every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Real one.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of people that hang around, which is cool. I mean, tradertainment at its finest. Nobody else has got it, right?
Jack, did you put another one on?
Mm-hmm.
My man.
Well, you got another pancake, another burger?
Silent assassin.
Burger on, would you
I
please?
tried Taco Red. What I get? Let me check.
Go to burger on, man.
PV, do we have socials we can follow if you like looking at cat pictures? Because that is all that's on my Instagram.
Thank you, Jay.
I had it back
Jay's
at
my guy.
$45.90.
Nice.
Man, y'all are still placing trades right now? Like 4:15 minutes left?
Not me. I'm flat. I'm out.
My commitment to tradertainment is thus.
Yes.
All right. I can't. I got to get something in then. RTY.
I don't recommend it. So
I don't recommend it either. I'm not going to be break even.
Hey, our good friend JP from the bright early morning.
Hell yeah.
I trade for a living and I have TSTV on all day.
Huh.
God love you, son. Come
you.
get yourself a biscuit.
I'm long RTY at 68.80.
That's out of
God
left
love
field.
ya. Senior Willie's been here the past month. Senior Willie. I like some of these names. Hoop, man. Hoop, dude. He's been with us for a long time.
Does Hoop go all the way back to
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
the chat room?
I think like 2011 or something.
Yeah, that's when I was there. Just a young spry trader.
He's a good guy.
Topstep have a TikTok. We do have a TikTok. I'm not sure who's managing that right now. Future focus. Why do you keep on getting friend requests from me on Discord? You're not. Those are spammers and bots. Just insta-ban.
Matenshu, $639 for the day on my combine. Good job, man.
Nice.
Who just turned on? Oh, that's weird. My Spotify just went off.
If you like cats, I have a cat. I can show you. I have a little cat trap right in front of my desk.
Do you like
Very
cats?
important.
Or do you like turtles?
I like turtles.
He likes turtles.
Here we go. Here's a cat cam.
Oh, the cat.
There it is.
I thought that was like a dish.
There it is. Gus the cat doing a little very flexible right now. Putting on a show.
Little pose there. Right?
A little back.
Yeah, very, very important. But gotta have a little cat trap, or else he's gonna get all over the keyboard. He puts on trades, knocks over my microphone. This little bed here, it's in a good spot.
See that when you own a cat, it's like the cat owns you.
Oh yeah.
There's a big difference between a cat owner and a dog owner. Jenner hit my max loss in the combine, but made 9K in the sim. All right. Well, you're hot. So tomorrow you come in and see if there's opportunity. My name is K.
My name is what?
My name is K. Said made 1,500 in the combine today. K.
And Eddie, we will be back tomorrow, no doubt.
Ah, yes. Who do we got tomorrow? What do we got on the schedule tomorrow, Jack?
Let me pull it up here.
We got
why the RTY trade? I don't really have a great reason other than the fact it was going up and it looked bullish. I needed a trade.
Look it out.
we will not have power players tomorrow.
Not recommended.
MP Hoag, me, Andre, Mick for shoulder tap.
How about that, Jack?
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, same. Finally, it took forever.
What'd you get?
$91.90.
Okay.
RTY is actually holding up. This is crazy.
We will have our. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you said like equities are rolling over, but RTY is kind of still pushing a little bit.
Top quiz, Jack and Sarah. Oh, you got Heck coming on tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Corbs.
That's really funny.
Oh yeah, Corbs
And then,
is joining for Fast Markets tomorrow.
Who is?
Corbs.
YouTube. Okay, good.
YouTube
All right.
personality. He's awesome.
All right, yeah, I've did it with we've did it with Corbs before. We did Back to the Future. We did something. I did something.
Corbs interviewed MP on the One Step One Rule launch.
Okay. All right, Mick tomorrow. It's a short day tomorrow, right, for us?
Oh no,
we're no things
Bell
are
to bell, baby.
We're gonna get a little loose on the clothes tomorrow.
we'll be drinking.
Yes, we will.
All right. Well, tea time. You know, I'm gonna put ice cubes in my bong. I got some sticky Kush ready to go.
Nice. It's gonna be a great time.
All right, folks. It is after 3:00. We appreciate you being here with us. Don't forget, there will be a shuttle right outside the front door to go to our Discord channel because they've got at the buzzer. It probably started.
Yeah,
right?
the after hours party is over there.
Yeah. So Discord at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and then later on at 6, Coach Ray. And an 8:00, Coach Dakota. Yes, this is 365, 24/7 education. So just remember,
never give up.
And folks,
Never surrender.
Never surrender. And guys, thanks, D-Time. Thank you, Andre.
Yep.
John, I love you, and I love Andre and D-Time. And of course,
Back at you.
listening.
Everyone in production too, all the chat
Jack.
mods. You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Jack, James, JD, Robert. Who else are we missing?
Sure.
Yeah, Robbie. Robbie was not feeling well
Danielle.
for a while, so thank God that he's back. He's back. He's healthy. Danielle, yes, and of course Martin, Cameron, and Eric on our YouTube. So we'll be back tomorrow bright and early, 8:00. And
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out.
That's a wrap.
Yeah.
Thank you.